Round 9 of the 2016 U.S. Chess Championships. With a jumbo leaderboard and only 3 rounds remaining, the top players buckled down and gave it their all in a fight to the finish. Tatev Abrahamian, in a quest for her first championship, couldn't believe her luck when Anna Zatonski inexplicably blundered her queen to give a new leader sole possession of first place. One of the world's elite players, Fabiano Caruana, has been cool as ice throughout the event, and he played a devastating attack against Alexander Lenderman, leaving Fabi once again as the top player in the standings. The best players in the United States, giving chase for the country's most prestigious title, know that it may be now or never. Round 10 coming up next.
Welcome everybody, it's another beautiful day here at the Central West End, St. Louis Chess Club right behind me. It's the penultimate round of the 2016 U.S. Championship and U.S. Women's Championship. In both sections we have a clear leader. It's Fabiano Caruana that leads the pack in the U.S. Championship. He is half a point ahead of Wesley So. He's going to have a very interesting game today against Garakamsky. And in the women's section, Tatev Abrahamian needs 2 wins to secure her first U.S. women's title. A great matchup that we have today. We're going to see players with the white pieces pressing really hard, trying to cement their lead. For analysis of today's rounds, we go downstairs with Jen, Joss, and Maurice.
Thank you, Alejandro. Good morning, Jennifer.
That's right. We're at the penultimate round of the U.S. Chess Championships, and you know I use any excuse to use that word.
It's a lovely word. For me, these are the championships rounds. That's where the fight for the title is so intense and dramatic. I'm looking forward to great matches. What are our standings?
Let's take a look at our standings in both championships, and you'll see we actually have mirror images. Here are the championship, Caruana playing fantastically. Am I allowed to say fantastically, or do I have to say fabulously? And meanwhile, Wesley So just half a point behind. Robson and Nakamura with a lot of ground to cover in just 2 rounds. Let's see a visual of how this breaks down. Caruana is going to be playing against Kamsi and Chandra.
For these 2 rounds, yeah.
But the biggest tough matchup is Robson, who's playing both So and Nakamura in the final 2 rounds.
A murderous finish, no question about it, and he'll be challenged today for sure.
That's right. Meanwhile, in the women's championship, we actually have a very similar, we have the exact same situation.
Right, the mirror.
Tatev Abrahamian with 7 in clear first. Najee Pikidzi half a point behind with 6.5, and 2 hungry lions right behind them, Anna Zatonski and Irina Grash, who've shared this title, who've tossed this title back and forth for the past decade.
Exactly.
And here's the visual of that. The difference here is we see that Nazi has the toughest lineup in that she's playing Irina in the final round with the black pieces. So I feel that you see Tatev having even more of an edge than Fabiano.
Oh, for sure. Tatev playing the 2 lowest rated players in the field. I mean, she's got the championship on a silver platter if she can pull it off. Let's ask Maurice for his highlights in this penultimate round.
Well, 9 rounds of amazing battles, some really good, some really bad, to be honest, but this time it's going to be all to play for in round 10. The players know that in this penultimate round, I'm going to steal that word too, we are all about business, because this was always the money round for me when I was playing in competition, because you didn't want to have it all have to be perfect in the last round. So here we go. Let's look at those matchups. First of all, in the open section, well, fabulous Fabi indeed. Look at those numbers he's put up. He's strung together 5 wins in the competition so far, and it's just been so smooth for him. I can't even recall a bad game that he's played, even a bad position that's been in front of him. But he's got to face off against a 5-time champion in Garakamsky, who knows a thing or 2 about winning these championships, scored his first win last round, so he might be starting to get into this tournament, and he said that he wants to play spoiler. So watch out, Fabi, because a champion is going to be nipping at your heels. And also nipping at his heels will be Wesley So. He hasn't lost a game either in this competition, only half a point out of first place. He'll be facing off against his former roommate and great friend, Ray Robson. They've studied together. They've won championships together as collegiate teammates, but there'll be no collegiality today because Wesley needs a win if he's going to really put pressure on Caruana. In the women's championship, well, this purple-haired Raven is thrilled to have her position in the tournament. You might call her lucky a couple of games, but she has strung together some wins herself. She is now sitting atop the ladies' championship with a smooth road ahead if she can make it happen, and that she's playing against Achita Gorti, who's no slouch. She's won 3 games so far in the competition. Has Achita. We see two friends there chatting as the pressure is on Tatev, but she's going to try to stay cool and win this game today and put herself in a fantastic position to maybe win her first title.
And let's take a look at the pairings, the full list of pairings here. Of course, our eyes are going to be on those top 4, Caruana versus Kamsky, So versus Robson, and Nakamura versus our young star, Jeffrey Zhang.
Absolutely. What a matchup that's going to be. And defending champion Hikaru Nakamura better hit a higher gear today.
That's right. And in the women's championship, we've got a big game just to watch whether Tatev can win today. That's huge. Because if she wins today, she is very likely to at least tie for first. Nazi also versus Melikina is one that our eyes will be on. And for the future of women's chess, that battle between Yip and Crush, also very tantalizing.
Absolutely. And Arena has to win with black against the youngest player in the field, Carissa. A big ask, but, you know, youth versus veterans. That's what it's about in these championships.
That's right. She's got to try. Now, we are closing in on the end of our 12-player round robins, and everybody's asking, what happens if there's a playoff? I mean, what happens if there's a tie? Right. And I gave away the answer. There will be a playoff. No worries. We're not going to be using math tie breaks to determine who wins the big prizes in both of these events. $50K for first in the championship and $25K in the women's championship. The championship open to men and women. I'd like to reiterate because we do get questions on that pretty much every day. If there is a 2-way tie for first, in either section, we get a 2-game rapid match, and that's followed by an Armageddon match if it's undecided. Actually, a game, so not a match, just one game. That's the whole point of Armageddon. It ends. It's over. And we see the players, well, most of them have already arrived. Punctuality is key. Naji and Alyssa actually have faced each other earlier in this tournament, but in an exhibition match. They were playing on Yoko Ono's all-white chess set. And Alyssa actually emerged victorious in that game, which she was, I think, quite proud of because she wasn't sure how she would do playing on an all-white chess set.
Right, and it was right during the tournament when Alyssa was going through a bad patch, for sure. So that was a kind of little confidence boost, and it was a great evening at the World Chess Hall of Fame. That's
right. Now, we do see Tatev Abrahamian making a bit of a statement with her T-shirt. I saw it says April 24th, 1915. You know that Tatev was born in Armenia, and that refers to the first date in the Armenian genocide.
Exactly.
So now, you know, she's doing really well. She knows people are watching her, and she decides that she wants to make a statement not only with her hair, but also with her clothes.
Yes, indeed. And there's Fabiano Caruana, our tournament leader, getting his game face on. He faces Gata Kamsky. They've played each other 5 times in their careers. Remarkably enough, Fabi has 3 wins and 2 draws. Considering how young Fabi is, I would have expected Gata to actually have a better historical track record, but that's not the case. Fabiano knows his opponent very well and has defeated him 3 times. Gata, very tough man to beat, and this man is looking at in his debut, looking at his first title if he can keep up his form in these final 2 rounds.
And his form really has been dazzling. It's just great to watch Fabiano play so confidently and yet not have an annoying ego. I think that's a great quality, and he and Wesley both really epitomize it.
Absolutely, and in that Wesley versus Ray Robson match that we spoke about, 2 collegiate roommates, Wesley has won 3 times. to Ray Robson's single victory. Ray actually won last year in 2015 in the U.S. Championships. The one in his first year, Wesley had a very poor championship and made even more controversial by his forfeiture. So this will be a key. These games are absolutely key to the title. And again, that Jeffrey Zhang, can he hold off Hikaru Nakamura, defending champion, who needs a victory desperately to pull himself up to get himself in contention in the final round. And I'm going to turn it over to Maurice for his insights as the players shake hands and start their clocks.
Well, absolutely thrilling matchups we see here. You know that Hikaru is going to give it his all. Jeffrey has been able to beat back the other top players, that is Caruana and Wesley So. He's been doing well with the white pieces. How he's going to defend against a determined Fabiano Caruana will be a real test, and maybe almost his final big test of the tournament. He has not lost a single game in the competition so far. He has no chance, mathematically, looks like he has absolutely no chance to win this event, but he definitely is showing that he's a future star. Now take a look at his opening play. Really interesting opening that they're going into right now in this same-ish looking King's Indian with a knight coming out very early. But the other matchup that I was intrigued by, just to make a note, is the one between Wesley and Ray. They played in the Millionaire Chess Open, and that matchup was between friends. It was really interesting to see when they played in 2014, the year that Wesley won $100,000. Ray came in and won $50,000. They really basically stole most of the money from that tournament, and they came in as friends. They were teammates, but of course Wesley immediately or abruptly left Webster that very same fall, and they no longer playing on teams together. So it's really interesting to see the personal rivalry here. They played how many countless hours of blitz chess against each other. They know each other really well. And something that Wesley said in that event, he said, I played a new move against him that I kept in my pocket in our blitz games. I didn't want to show it to him. So even when you're good friends, you're not going to reveal all your secrets for potential play in competition. We'll see whether or not any novelties get sprung today in this game.
Thank you, Maurice. And turning to the game of Hikaru Nakamura versus Jeffrey, they're kind of got it, they're giddy up along. Hikaru opened up with a queen pawn, d4, and very quickly Jeffrey showed that he is a stone-cold Grunfeld player. He loves playing the Grunfeld defense, and Hikaru played f2, f3, which has recently become a very topical line, avoiding the standard Grunfeld positions that arise from knight c3, d5, c takes d5, knight takes d5, e4. This Grunfeld defense permits black to trade off his knight, and the whole idea of Hikaru's move, f3, is a case of d5, c takes d5, knight takes d5, e4. Now the knight has to retreat without being able to trade, and on the b6 square, the argument is that it's a little bit off sides, that is to say, the knight on b6. So against f3, Jeffrey said, I'm going to play knight c6, and I'll play for the central break e7, e5. So Hikaru advanced his pawn with a gain of tempo against the knight. Knight went to e5, e4, d6, knight c3, bishop g7. And although it appears to be like a same-ish King's Indian defense, it's not exactly, and it can often revert into a Benoni. If black plays, for example, c7, c5, and e7, e6, the game could quickly become a Benoni defense. So this is a very interesting approach by Hikaru, saying, I'm not going to give you your Grunfeld. And by the way, Hikaru is a big expert in the King's Indian defense himself, so he knows when the King's Indian could be rubbed out, or
That's
how
right.
to put pressure on
both
Jeffrey.
Sides, you think? Yeah. And this game, and watching Nakamura and Robson in the last 2 rounds, is particularly important because there is a race for third in this tournament as well.
Yes,
Remember that
exactly.
after the event, we've got
the top 3 finishers.
plus Gary Kasparov joins for a blitz squad, a series of blitz squads, and there's big prize money up for grabs in that too. The total prize fund will be $50,000. So it's a very big deal to make that quad.
Right, and so right now, as we're going into this penultimate round, there is a tie.
Exactly.
Between Ray and Hikaru for that coveted third place position. But that will be decided how, Jennifer?
That's actually decided by math tiebreaks, but normally I'm really against math tiebreaks. I'd prefer them to just play blitz, but in this particular case, I do like the tiebreaks chosen as the number 1 and number 2. The first one will be direct encounter, and Ray and Nagamura luckily play in the last round. So there you go.
That could decide, potentially, a medal position.
And the second tiebreak is also very logical. It's most blacks, and I believe Ray actually has the edge there. I think he.
Right,
I think
because
he has,
Hikaru has an extra white.
Yes.
From the drawing of lots.
So Hikaru will have to
depending on the outcomes of today's games.
He'll have to get more points than Robson looks like. Yeah.
To make it to that blitz.
Yeah.
Well, let's just take a quick look at our tournament leader, Fabiana Caruana, again facing off against a very solid 5-time U.S. champion, Gada Kamsky. King pawn opening by Fabiano, e4. Kind of I mostly expected Gada to defend a classical king pawn. Fabiano is incredibly well prepared in the Rui Lopez positions that come out of king pawn defenses. So c5, a Sicilian was Gada's choice, knight c6, and then the Rossolimo. Interesting, bishop b5. Fabiana decided to shy away from an open Sicilian with d4, but instead went for bishop b5, g6, an immediate capture of the knight, doubling up these pawns, castles, bishop g7, and we're up to date with the play. Do we have a move, Jennifer? Let's see, we do. We have rook e1. And I remember in the return match in 1992, between Boris Spassky and Robert James Fischer, this line was played in that match, and I believe it was game 11 where Bobby made a scintillating sacrifice based on the move b4. I think it went something like e5. I probably have the position wrong, but it was this b4 idea of Bobby Fischer
to start getting some immediate play
and to get immediate play with d4. He wanted brilliancy, which I analyzed with him and Eugenio Torre and Svetozar Gligoric at length. It was a really, really great game.
Wow, that sounds like fun.
Oh, it was.
So
it was a highlight. Really, really, really enjoyable afternoon.
There's a lot of different ways for white to develop in these types of positions. I mean, one big question is whether, and the move rook e1 keeps it in waiting. Like sometimes we play the move d4, sometimes we play c3 and d4.
Right.
And sometimes we do none of the above and just play d3 and perhaps wait for them to play e5 when we could play b3 or d4.
Exactly.
So white's remaining very flexible. First wants to see how black intends to develop.
Exactly.
Before committing.
Exactly. And I think e5 is a very reasonable move for the second player as, again, just grabbing center squares. Although you do bury your bishop a bit, you make up for it by playing knight e7, castling, and f7, f5 as the source of counterplay for black.
And not allowing me really to play c3 and d4 without opening the position to your advantage.
Well, yes, so let's say after e5 we'll just put some moves on the board just so we can see how things might turn out. d4, c takes, 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 castles. A moment ago I just said that bishop on g7 would get buried. Well, now it's on a very visible, beautiful open diagonal. And again, a lot of games have been played in this Rossolimo defense. So we'll see how that unfolds. Let's go to the game of Wesley So, another game that we're very keen on. Wesley White against Ray Robson, the Slav, semi-Slav. Again, both players are playing very, very topical defenses when they're white and black. And you'll recall that Wesley So had played against Alexander Shabalov. Remember, Wesley had grabbed this pawn on c4, and this was that game. Wesley won a short game because Shabalov blundered with the white pieces. Today, Wesley as white did not go for Shabalov's move, bishop g5, instead going e3, and the players very quickly have reached, again, a very topical position in the Slav, semi-Slav. And I'm about to send it over to Maurice for his theoretical knowledge and insights. Maurice.
Well, a fascinating game right now afoot, right out the opening in the game between our tournament leader, Tatev Abrahamian, and the youngster, Akshita Gorty. Tatev certainly knows a thing or two about playing with the white pieces against a lower-rated opponent, and she figured to be more prepared than the youngster. But take a look at where Akshita has decided to go. In this line right here, after bishop to d3, there are a number of moves in this advanced type of French formation, although the knight is on d2, with the move queen to b6 as one very, obviously the most popular move in this position. You could also take on d4, you could also play bishop e7. Less known, but often played as well, is this move g6, and now the move bishop to c2, bishop to g7, now knight to b3. So now a bit of unusual sequence. You say, well, where is this line going? Especially after b6, this knight doesn't look that great. You got to wonder what it's doing on this side. Bishop to g5, and now we're really getting into a curious position right here. When you look at the database, what do you find? The two games in this line, one of them is Tatev herself with the white pieces against Harika, Dranavali Harika, last year in the Women's World Championship in the World Cup. Very important game for her that she lost. Her opponent has decided to go right into that line, and in this very position, play the move that was seen in that game, the move a5. And Gorty has just whipped out all these moves, saying, you lost that game. Let's see what your improvement is. I believe the position that your opponent had. And already, Tatev realizes that her young opponent has prepared extremely well for her and is cool, calm, collected, and ready in this line. As you can see, looking around is the youngster, 13 years old, giving the potential champion all she's got in a line that she herself had to play.
Wow, interesting insight. It's always annoying when somebody plays a variation that you lost with, and it's very challenging. It's basically saying, I'm aware, I've played over your games, I'm aware of your losses, and let's see your improvement.
That's right, and it's also tough just because of the bad memories that it might bring back.
Exactly, it evokes that. By the way, we do have a telephone number that you can call us and ask any questions that you would like to our panel. We put that up on the screen for you. We really especially appreciate your questions early in the show, meaning the first hour or two, as well as at the very end of the show. In the midway, we've got those time scrambles,
yes, we do.
Time pressure.
And we also have a hashtag US Chess Champs that you can have questions. And our Twitter feed, CCSCL, has a number of polls on who will win the championship. So you should go in and give your answer to those questions of the day. And those polls are going to be open for just a couple hours, so keep that open. Right now, I noticed that obviously Tatev Abrahamian and Fabiana Caruana are leading the polls, but Tatev not by as much as you'd think. There are a lot of Nazi fans who believe.
Who believe? We have a very big development. I was in the game of Hikaru Nakamura versus Jeffrey Zhang. I had expected more of a kind of a positional struggle where white, with Hikaru with his broad center of pawns sitting out here on c4, d4, d5, and e4, that he would develop his pieces behind those pawns. Nothing doing. After castles f4, going into what is one of the most ambitious variations of the four pawns attack against the King's Indian defense, castles bishop e3, and we see white basically saying to black, look, I've got pawns on c4, d5, e4, pardon me, E4, I'll get it in a second, E4 and F4, covering all the squares in the center of the board. I'm occupying space, and I'm covering all of these squares. I'm going to strangle you unless you break out. And so a real challenge is being thrown down to Jeffrey Zhang by our reigning U.S. champion in this key game going into the final round.
That's right. Well, Nakamura knows what he has to do.
Win, baby. That's
right.
That's all it is. It's win. And I think Jeffrey did play the move E6, by the way. Not a big fan of this move, E6, frankly. I really think it's an essential, absolutely essential in this line of play to get it in the trade of the C-pawn, C7, C6, in order in some lines to be able to bring the queen into A5, and in some other lines to be able to capture on D5, and after the recapture with the C-pawn, to utilize the C-file. I think that's a key source of counterplay for black. That was not Jeffrey's choice. He played E7, E6, attacking white in the center, and we have this trade, and I'm expecting that Hikaru to play the developing move. Actually, even something, maybe something very good to be said for the move knight H3. Knight H3 with the idea of castles and bringing this knight to G5 on a good day, going after the E-pawn, or sometimes just sneaking it back to F2, protecting this pawn on E4. I do prefer white's position. I don't like this line with E6.
And in terms of imbalances, Nakamura really couldn't have hoped for more in this must-win situation.
Absolutely.
And we do have a phone call, so welcome to the show. Let us know who you are and where you're calling from.
Hi, guys. This is Josh calling from San Francisco. And,
hi, Josh.
Fan of the broadcast, watching right now, and just want to give you guys the shout-out before I ask my question. As a recreational player, I definitely think you guys make chess more approachable, which is very nice. And my question for you guys is, if you could change or add a move to a chess piece on the board, change a rule, what would it be and why? And I'll hang up and let you guys answer. Thank you.
Well, I think Yasser's body of work has already shown what he would do.
Oh, absolutely. First of all, thank you very much for the question, Josh. I'm a big fan of chess variants. I like suicide chess, loser's chess, chess 1, 2, 3, 4, where one player plays moves in a row. These are a lot of fun. And I was always attracted to Capablanca chess. A lot of you may not know that in the 1920s, the world chess champion Jose Raul Capablanca from Cuba felt that chess was going to die through the boring draw. That is to say, he felt that the top grandmasters of the world, or masters, there wasn't the grandmaster title at the time, would simply be able to draw one another. So he introduced two new pieces, the Marshal and the Chancellor. The Marshal had the powers of rook and knight, and the Chancellor the bishop and knight. And he proposed a 10 by 10 board, which Trinity College then proposed a 10 by 8 board. Capablanca chess never took off, simply never took off. But I love the powers of a piece that would have a bishop and knight, because it would be the only piece that could checkmate by itself. You put a black king on the A8 square and the bishop-knight combination on the C6 square, and it would be checkmate in the corner. So I took those ideas of Capablanca, his two pieces, and I created an elephant and a hawk that had those pieces, and I kept them off the board. And they would only come into play when there was a vacancy on the first and last rank. There's a whole website about it. It's Seirawan Chess, for those of you interested. And when grandmasters visit our home, I always make them play blitz with me. I do really well against them.
Let me ask you this. What are the point values of the hawk and the elephant?
That's the thing. It's still unclear.
Well, if you had to guess.
The hawk and the hawk, which is the bishop and knight, is very close to a 6.5, 7. Mm-hmm. And the elephant with the rook and knight is very close to the queen, 9.
So yeah, but you don't know what's better, elephant or a queen? It's still kind of unclear.
I do, but it really
You're not going to tell us.
Yes, I'm going to say like Wesley So. I'm going to save that information for when we play.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm voting on the queen. All right.
All right.
That's what I'm guessing. You'll tell me later. And we actually got another question from Christopher Yap at our hashtag US Chess Champs, and he asks, which two players do you think would make the ultimate bughouse pairing in the world? Well, this is not purely a theoretical question because we do have the Sinkfield Cup, and afterwards, you've probably seen some photos on social media or Chess Life, New in Chess, of the top players in the world, including Levon Aronian, Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, and Nakamura playing bughouse. Who is the ultimate pairing?
I really, really like bughouse, and I have, unfortunately, an exaggerated opinion of my own play. Last night, we were playing bughouse with Fabi. Aviv was my partner, Aviv Friedman, who's doing all of our research and helping us with these matchups. He was my partner, Lawrence Trent, and Fabiano Caruana were our opposition. It was pretty close. I'm going to give Aviv and I, 2 thumbs up. I think we took him down over.
Despite a rating disadvantage in classical, big one.
The ratings in bughouse, doesn't matter one bit, baby.
Come on, Bobby had the big disadvantage of Lawrence Trent. So. That doesn't count at all.
It's true. I had the big advantage of Aviv, no question about it. But in terms of the best of the best, truly, I'm going to give him the benefit here. I think Levon is actually a bit better than me.
So Levon and you, do you think that you would be the dynamite team?
We'd be untouchable.
But
unplayable.
But how can you communicate with Levon? Like, nobody gets along with him.
So easily.
No, I'm kidding. Levon,
he's
of course,
the pushover.
Levon is one of the most charming elite players, and I guess he's really good with partner communication with anybody,
he is.
With whoever he has.
He is.
That makes sense. So yeah, thank you very much for your questions and comments. We got one from Jason Shearer actually about a game. Imagine that.
Wow.
He says that it's interesting that Zhang is playing the King's Indian Defense.
Right.
I think it shows his number of draws is not due to lack of fighting spirit. I tend to agree. I think there were a couple of games where maybe Jeffrey didn't go for the sharpest lines, but overall, I think he's just always looking for the best moves.
Well, yes and no, because keep in mind, it wasn't Jeffrey's intention as he came in today's game to just rattle off the King's Indian Defense. Rather, it was Hikaru's opening nuances, if you will, that steered him away from the Grunfeld defense and into the King's Indian defense. And basically Hikaru is saying with this that, hey, I recognize you're really good, Jeffrey, no question. Your Grunfeld is great. But are you as well prepared in the King's Indian defense? Do you know those positions as well as I do? I've got a lot of experience, and maybe Jeffrey doesn't have as much, he will not have had that much experience in the King's Indian defense. But no question, this young man has played the tournament of his career thus far, and being well tested today by the defending champion. And thank you for the question, by the way. We love questions about the games as well.
That's right. Brandon Guthrie says, Tatev kicks butt. Actually, use another word.
Okay.
And she's got this 100K in the bag. Well, actually, the 100K is not winner take all.
No.
The tournament's not winner take all. That would be really hard for the underdogs. Everybody walks home with something because remember that a lot of these players are taking time off from work, and therefore, it's important for them to come home with some kind of chunk of change.
Absolutely. It's a very professional tournament where indeed everybody's a winner, not just from the experience they gain, but also from their financial compensation. And we have a new phone call.
Yes, hello. Welcome to the show.
Hello, my name is Vijay. I'm calling from Seattle, Washington. My son plays chess here. First of all, hats off to all of you three. You guys are doing a tremendous job in doing the commentary and everything. My question here is, first of all both the men and women are playing the same time control and everything. The question is pertaining to the prize money. Why the men are getting more prize money than the ladies? That's the prize money. That's a question that I have.
Okay, again, thank you very much for the question. We try to state the situation in the tournament. Often, it's, I guess not often enough, it's not the men's championship, it's an open championship. Any one of these women, if they were capable of qualifying, could play in the open championship and play for the $50,000 first prize. There is a separate women's championship to encourage women to play chess, but it's the open tournament, not the men's and the women's.
That's right.
And
very
there
good.
you see the prize fund for the open, and here are the prize fund for the women. Not bad. 25, 18, 13, 10, 8, and so forth. $25,000. When you were winning the women's championship titles, Jennifer, what was your best take-home payday?
I think it was close to 10. Yeah.
That's what I have in mind as well.
So, and yes, I believe that this has got to be one of the biggest women's prize funds for a national championship in history.
Agreed.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's the highest, because it's a lot bigger than last year, actually.
Indeed.
Last year, I think it was closer to the 70, 80 range. So, really good.
Pumping up those prizes, aren't they? St. Louis Chess Club.
And
Thank you so much.
keeping the women, the most talented women players in America, really encouraged. You know, it helps them to play in other tournaments and to get training throughout the year to know that they're going to have this potential payday.
Exactly.
And I actually think a lot of people criticize the separate women's tournament, but I actually think a tournament like a separate women's tournament makes it more likely that a woman will eventually qualify for the Open rather than less.
Right, because they're going to be encouraged to continue playing in a professional role capacity, and without that encouragement, without having a $25,000 first prize, would Arena crush one of our very, very best players and a grandmaster continue playing chess?
Yeah, it's a hypothetical question. I think there are some examples where only playing in mixed tournaments, like the Polgar sisters, turned out to be very successful. But I think now with women in chess becoming more competitive, there are 33 grandmasters all living, as we pointed out earlier in the shows.
Right.
Now that we have a bit more of a competitive atmosphere, I don't think it's super harmful for women to play occasional women's tournaments, even if their goal is to become one of the best players of either gender. Actually, right now we've got the All-Girls Nationals, which the Kasparov Chess Foundation runs alongside the Renaissance Chess, and it's also an official U.S. chess event. And we actually got a shout out from the All-Girls National Championships in Chicago. They are following the games here and rooting us on, and they say good luck to the U.S. women's field. Wow, that's really sweet. Thank you so much. We love to see that people all over the country are looking out for us. And actually, there's over 400 players. This is a record-breaking event.
Wow.
Yeah, there's never been this many players in the All-Girls Nationals, and by a large margin.
That's
as
fantastic.
Well.
That really, really is. And that looks like a fantastic hall, too. Look at how big. Those are many tables deep, huh?
Yeah, and a lot of those girls, of course, will one day hope to qualify for the women's championship and maybe even the championship. Of course, the field is very tough, but we sure would love to see somebody like Carissa Yip become a grandmaster and start fighting with the top dogs in the country.
Absolutely, and I'm just looking at the top games there going on. I find myself, I guess it's because of my French defense experience, I find myself most drawn to the game of Tatev. Let's see how it went. After A7, A5 was played, Tatev played this intriguing move, knight on B3 to C1. I personally always like for my opponents to invest energy in kicking my pieces backwards. So for example, I, as white in this position, would have played a move like A3, waiting for the move A4 before I step back. Tatev did it immediately. She dropped back with her knight. Bishop came to A6. As we know in the French defense, the light squared bishop is oftentimes a problem piece. So black develops the bishop on A6 to A6, where it's on a nice diagonal and attacks this rook on F1. Knight E2 was played. And now an intriguing choice here for Black. Should she capture on D4, play a move like knight B4, trying to hunt down White's light squared bishop? If the bishop drops back, then rook to C8. And, you know, again, as a French defense player, I really like it when I'm playing with all my pieces, and especially the light squared bishop. So this game heating up, and I'm really curious as to who will get the advantage coming out of the opening. Maurice, more insights and more games.
Absolutely rich position there. Knight C1 was Tatev's innovation against the move she played earlier, A3. So she's decided to go down a new road, but Black playing a standard plan there. But I wanted to draw your attention to another game, the game between young Carissa Yip, all of 12 years old, facing off against the current champion. Actually, she's won the last 4 titles, although that's in jeopardy in this tournament, Irina Krush, who's won 7 titles overall. And remember, we talked about that last game you saw Gorty going against Abrahamian in her own line. Well, this game we saw Irina Krush play against Tatev as well in this tournament, a game that really she will regret not winning, but she's back in the same line, and Carissa said, let's go explore this once more. Check out how the game has gone, though. Queen to E2. I think the last game that Tatev played the move queen to F3 so that she was able to bring her queen over to H3. She didn't get much in that game. Carissa has decided to play queen to E2, and you want to take a look at this? I'm not sure Carissa is not just being a little too rambunctious with the optimism of youth, as after B5, rook to C1, queen to D7, getting off the line. Now she's given up her light squared bishop on D3. She no longer has it. Black will have a bishop coming to this diagonal, will look very strong, potential breaks. So what do you do in order to counter that? G4. Yeah, whoa, like, are you kidding me? This bishop is going to live on this diagonal. And it did, and now G5, Carissa playing some seriously wild chess, trying to break down the Black position. The move knight to E8 is the last move played. I've got to tell you, as a Sicilian player, first of all, as White and Black, I don't buy this attack that White is trying to do here. I don't see how this can be good. Sooner or later, something's going to crack in the middle, this bishop on this long diagonal. But we've seen, again, sometimes Irina doesn't really appreciate her king being attacked, and she doesn't defend as well. But she did a great job in this structure against Tatev. Not exactly the structure, with the bishop on D3, pawn still on C2. She knows how to handle these types of positions. I'm sure she's sitting there saying, I don't think you can play like this. How dare you attack me right away? And there's Carissa, who's already put a pawn on G5 without her light square bishop. We'll see if this works out for her, but I had to tell you, I have my doubts.
Come on. The ebullience of youth should not be restrained. Let's go for it. I love what Carissa is doing. Essentially, she's a big underdog. If she just tries to hold and play trench warfare with Irina, I think Irina would have a big edge. She's essentially saying, look, if I'm going to lose this game, I'm going to go down in a blaze of glory. Let's imagine her playing F4, F5, and just going after the champion's king. Just saying, come on, I'm not intimidated at all. I'm going to kill you. F5.
Queen
Stop it, yes.
Let's do it.
You know, it's so easy. You know,
let's do
sitting
it.
in your chair. Yasser Seirawan would never play like this.
Yeah, but Yasser's
Ever.
what it would be like to be Carissa.
It's so easy to play other people's pawns for them. Let's just throw it. Let's just go. This stuff doesn't work.
I'm shocked. You guys don't know my inner Tal.
Oh.
Clearly. Clearly.
Seriously.
You only
Look
think
at
about
Bishop.
You only think about my inner Petrosian. I have an inner Tal.
Well, she's played at 5.
You bet.
There we go.
You know, come on.
goes.
Come
No.
on.
Yeah.
Put the pressure on the champion. If you want to win the title, you got to take it. And that's
she's
what
not
she
going to
did.
win the title.
I know that, but it sounded good.
It
But
sounded
she's
great.
gonna win. She's gonna win the title one of these days.
You're right. And she's going to learn a very, very valuable lesson. I can sack your king, or maybe not. Okay.
I gotta agree with you, Yasser. I love it. Let's party. Penultimate round.
Let me.
The party
while
round.
you guys are busy partying, you want to lay a bet on this game?
No.
I thought so.
I need
Wait,
some-
what kind of odds are we getting?
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, now you want odds. You were so happy with the position, and you want odds too?
Of course we
Yeah.
want odds. We're happy with
Okay.
Look, I'm not going to bet against the youngster. I would love to see her have a positive result. But this kind of chess, I mean, wow, it's just hacking away. Let's go. Let's just push pawns in front of our king. We don't have the light square bishop. Why not go for it? And Rita's looking there befuddled. Are you for real? Are you seriously doing this?
Look, I know coffee house chess gets a harsh reputation because, you know, we all understand the subtleties and the nuances of chess, and sometimes headhunting coffee house chess, as we call it, you know, is denigrated. But in truth, a coffee house player can really put a lot of pressure on the champion. Now here, check it out. I mean, look, seriously, if you are on the black side and you know you've got a nice, safe, solid king, you do start worrying about things like f5, f6, as well as queen g4, and going after this pawn on e6. And basically, yeah, if you play all the great defensive moves, no doubt that white is overextended. I agree, no questions about it. But if you make a slip, white will land a haymaker and black may never recover. It's that simple.
Probably this is something that Irina is not happy to play less controlled position against a youngster. It's always more fun to just positionally outplay them, especially when we've seen Carissa with some issues with positional chess throughout the tournament. I think the one that really sticks out is her game versus Tatev, where she traded off her bishop and just got into like a really ugly positional game.
Exactly.
We got some more questions coming to our hashtag US Chess Champs. One by Kumar Love, who seems to be after my own heart because he's asked me one question about art and the other question was about poker. So
wow, we'll leave it to you to answer.
The one is, given that all the players here in the US Championships can play blindfold, does Yoko Ono's all-white board, and the name of that piece is Play It by Trust, make it any more difficult for them? Well, I would say that playing on Play It by Trust, we actually had Alyssa and Naji play a blitz game on Play It by Trust. I'd say it's somewhere in between blindfold and playing on a regular board, probably closer to playing on a regular board. It's definitely a little bit challenging, you get a little bit confused, but blindfold is just way harder. Yes. Having the mark of where the pieces are. And I think that Alyssa and Naji were both surprised. They thought it was going to be harder than it was. When I told them play blitz on this board, they were like you're trying to make us look dumb?
No.
And I was like, no, not at all, because even if you do screw up, the point of Yoko Ono's piece was that it was a pacifist set, and that the idea was that the players would lose track of what was happening and the game would be drawn. So
peacefully drawn.
Even if you screw up, it's kind of like a good thing in a way. So
well, especially, I actually thought it was helpful because imagine you play a variation where sometimes you play bishop g5 and other times you play bishop e3. So sometimes there can be a black pawn on the h6 square or not. Now imagine you're playing a blindfold game, you get yourself into a king and pawn endgame, and you're not really 100% sure. Was that pawn on h6 from the opening, or was it on h7? And then seeing the pawn, a pawn of any color on h6 is very helpful.
Exactly, that totally makes sense.
And the poker question?
The poker question was, you play poker and chess, Jennifer. Hikaru has tried his hand at professional poker as well. Well, correction, I think he was playing a lot of poker, but I don't think he ever was really considering giving up his professional chess career. And the question is, do the skills translate well? I would say yes and no. If you take an average person off the street and a chess player, of course, a chess player, I think, is going to have a much better chance of succeeding in poker. But it's not like a exact correlation.
Yeah, it's not truly a transferable skill, so to speak. I think chess players are disciplined, and poker, you need patience and discipline.
That's right. You need patience, and you lose a lot when you play poker. It's not like, I imagine somebody like Garry Kasparov or Hikaru Nakamura might get frustrated with the fact that there's a lot of variance in poker. So even if you're the best, you're not going to win as consistently as you would in chess.
Right.
Finally, chess is very abstract, and that's one of the things I find so beautiful about it, that it's this other language that youngsters can be so good at. Whereas poker is really tied to our big value system, especially in the West, money. So you really have to be good with managing money to be a successful poker player. So that's a big difference, and not all chess players have. And we do have another caller. So let us know who you are and where you're calling from.
Hi, my name is Dan Moore, and my question's calling from Pennsylvania. My question's for Maurice. I grew up in the 80s playing chess in South Bend, Indiana with Emory Tate. where I learned the fine art of trash talking in Skittles games. I always enjoyed the speed chess and the Skittles as much as I did the actual tournament games. So my question is Jennifer good at trash talking? And if not, who is the best female trash talker? Thank you.
Well, first of all, thanks so much for bringing up Emory Tate. He was absolutely an icon in not just the African-American chess community, but in the U.S. community as well. So many of his blitz games were legendarily watched. His trash talking was eloquent as ever. He could quote Shakespeare, whose 400th birthday would have been yesterday. It was yesterday. And he was just such a real inspiration to us all. His games were scintillating. It's too bad he never got the Grandmaster title and he passed away just last year. So a tribute to Emory Tate and his amazing wizardry. As far as trash talking, I think Jennifer has no trash talking skills whatsoever.
Are you sure? Let's go. Let's go.
Jennifer, you know you can't talk and play at the same time.
Maybe online. I can.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we'll just leave it at that. Jennifer has a lot of skills, but that's not one of them.
I think I need a couple drinks to get the trash talking. Then.
I don't think you can do
it's
it.
More of
we've seen it. You get flustered. Best female trash talker. I don't know too many of them, but there's one lady I remember meeting in a Starbucks where they play in Compton, the Magic Johnson, near the Magic Johnson Theater or the Magic Johnson Starbucks, whatever it was. They took me once on a trip to LA to this Starbucks, and I was playing chess with all these people hanging out, playing blitz. And there was this one lady I won't name, but if you go there, you'll see her, and she's awesome. And boy, her trash talking was unbelievable, and guys would shut up. They were trying to talk while I was playing her, and the line she dropped that was really interesting was she was not happy that they were talking during her game. She said, you know, all these suckers, they don't want to play me, and she had a Louis Vuitton bag next to her. She said, because the Bank of Louis is open. Everybody was like, well, we don't want to go there. And it was simply amazing. A lot of fun we have. You just go all around the country to the parks and the different Wendy's in Brooklyn where they play chess. And you go to DuPont Circle in D.C. And it's just so much fun. Chicago has it as well. The great trash talking you see, it's legendary.
Hey, I have got a couple of bags that I can trash talk with.
The Bank of Louis is open.
I don't have a Louis Vuitton though.
And by the way, we have a great elite tournament going alongside the U.S. Championship that is taking place in Norway, and we have a graphic of the most recent round played there. Magnus Carlsen still in the lead after the 5th round.
He's got a 3.5 out of 5. And so you see that these scores here are much more bunched together. You don't have as many big scores. And that's one of the reasons that I love the U.S. Championship. Of course, Norway Chess is a great event, but in the U.S. Championship, man, we've got massive scores at the top.
Yes, we do.
7 out of 9. You think anyone's going to go 7 out of 9 in Norway Chess?
That's huge. No,
yeah,
I don't see that. I don't see that. But that's a huge score. But Magnus Carlsen today, he had played with Anish Giri, a player that Magnus has never defeated. And Magnus was white today, and Anish defended it just beautifully and rebuffed the world champion just like that. Borrowing a quote from Bobby Fischer, tweaking it to suit Anish Giri, it goes like this: I love to crush the other guy's ego when I'm making a draw. Bobby Fischer, of course, was famous for saying when he wins, he loves to crush the other guy's ego.
And that's why
but
you can't
another
really
draw.
You can't really crush a computer's ego, can you?
No.
But update on Crush and Carissa. Apparently, I'm going to win some money on this game.
No way.
Well, you didn't make a bet. First of all, you guys didn't make a bet. But take a look at this. This position for Carissa, going for the throat here, going all out, positional nuances, whatever. Read books, who cares? Let's just push pawns. And this move, F5, does look like a blitz game in the park for sure. But her opponent didn't respond the best way. Well, she started at least with the move B4. A very fascinating variation that I analyzed was the move after F5, D5. Now this line here, white can play D4 trying to shut the position down. And look at this move, B4. The Indians say the best move against B4 was this crazy sacrifice, knight to A4. What's up with that? Giving away this piece on this side so you can play f6, and already the Indians love white. Distracting the queen from the potential defense on this side. You're going to play moves like queen h5 and bring the rook over. Way too unclear to analyze, and certainly looks like white has some kind of attack. So instead of doing that, after f5, she played b4. Definitely a nice move. f6 is not in, e5 is not in. You don't have the same kind of preparation. f6, she can actually just take that pawn twice, and the attack does not crash through very easily. Her pieces don't migrate well to this side, and black is ready to defend. So instead, Carissa decided to play knight to d1. Now again, d5 is a suggestion. Looks very logical in this position. d5, she must have been afraid of e5, but the Indians say no problem. Once you remove this f pawn, white's attack doesn't flow as well. If knight takes, now you can play d4, opening a line for your bishop, and after the king moves, just bring your knight into the game. And what's white's attack doing? The g-pawn is sitting there, but it's not so easy to bring pieces to this sector. You can try here, though, and hope to survive, but it's starting to look like we're not sure about white's attack at all. Instead, however, after this move, f5, b4, knight d1, she played the move e5. And the Indians think, not bad. That makes some sense as well. But that allows white to play the move knight to f3. And now Irina's showing the point is she gets to play d5, without allowing white to play e5 herself. And this move leads to an interesting position. The position, according to the Indians, is equal. Crazy, but more under control. A move like knight to f2 now by white, controlling the center. The game is opened up. Black's pieces will jump. Knight d6, rooks will appear, and these pawns, unless they do something, unless they land somehow, she's going to regret that. This pawn's not sitting back on g2. g5, I don't see the clear attack here, but it's also not clear that black is coming in really fast just yet. But you got to start wondering, and I bet you guys probably pull back on that bet as to what you think the potential result of this game might be. What can I say? I like the way Carissa's handling herself in this game, and I like the attacking potential. That move f5, f6 by Carissa. It's like a sword of Damocles hanging over Irina's head, and she's going to have to deal with it one day because that move is going to show up. Looking at the position after e5, knight f3, d5, trying to open up and liberate the light square bishop. Very, very sensible play, no doubt about it, by the U.S. Champion. Knight f2. Well, first of all, keep in mind, one day you're going to have to defend this pawn on e5, and for sure, f5, f6 is in the house. That's a move you're constantly looking at it. And if Irina plays a move like f7, f6, it's very easy for white to switch her rook over to the g file so that at any moment she will be ready to open up the g line and with a potential very scary looking attack down the g file. Again, when you're the higher rated player, you do not like it when your opponent is gunning for your king. Even if the attack is a little bit unsound, you're on alert. You are on alert. So this will be a very interesting game. I also just wanted to answer a caller's question about one of the best female trash talkers. In truth, there are not that many, but Cora Van Senden from Holland, a dear friend of the family. She plays blitz games a lot at the press center in Vaikanze, and she's got a good repertoire. I'm impressed.
Yeah, well, it's probably because most women are not encouraged to be rude or aggressive off the board, and maybe on the board they are. It's also probably because they do it amongst themselves, so you're not there.
Whisper, whisper. And we have a phone call.
Yes, we do. Welcome to the show. Let us know who you are and where you come from.
My name is Michael Cheney. I'm from La Habra, California. How you guys doing?
Great. Good. Welcome.
First of all, I'd like to turn the question to Yasser Seirawan. I don't know if you remember or not, but you went to Garfield High School, correct?
Of course I did. I remember very well.
Okay. Well, we played a team match in high school in Kirkland, Washington, back in the early 70s, your high school against my high school, Rex Putnam. And you were on board one. You obviously smashed our board one. But we took out the rest of your guys, ended up winning the Arizona, and going on from there. Ever since then, I've been playing tournament chess. I'm right now 1919 rated. And my teacher is Vashon Akobian for private lessons.
Oh, wonderful.
Who?
Wow.
Oh, great.
Also, Jennifer, going back to that Ray Robinson game, I think in round 3 or 2, where Jeffrey played the London system. Actually, the reason why Black doesn't take, when Black plays DD6 and White he offers a trade with the bishops, the dark square bishop, the London bishop is called. If White decides to take and Black takes back with the queen on D6, White can go F4. That's why they don't play the early NF3, blocking the pawn from going to F4, putting a stone wall against Black. That's one of the games I was noticing that you were analyzing.
Well, thank you very much for the comments. He was explaining that an early knight F3 blocking the F pawn in the London is inadvisable. And a shout out to the good old days of Garfield High School, and when we played in the Metro League. My team at Garfield was really the Rainbow Coalition, what Jesse Jackson, Reverend Jesse Jackson argues for. That was a great fun time, and well, somehow we all remember high school and junior high with fond memories, and I certainly have a lot of them. Oh yeah,
junior high? No.
My school days were just so much fun.
You're blessed. No, junior high school, yes, but junior high, I feel like you're in the minority if you have fond memories.
Really?
Good for you.
Really? Oh, it was great. Well, I'll tell you why. So what happened was I got involved in chess, and one day I'm in the class, and somebody comes and says, I got to go to the principal's office. And I go, what's up with that? Why do I have to go to the principal's office? Go to the principal's office. The principal sits me down and he says, yes, sir, I understand you're good at chess. I said, well, I'm not really that good. Yeah, but you are good. And I go, yeah. He said, how would you like to teach chess in the junior high? And I go, I beg your pardon? And he said, well, there'd be an adult to take attendance, but you would be the teacher. And I go, seriously? He goes, yeah. I said, do I give the grades? He goes, yeah. I said, do I give myself a grade? He goes, yeah. I said, you know I'm going to give myself an A. He said, well, I suspect you will. And I'm going to give everybody else in the class an A. And he said, if they deserve it, you're welcome. We started with 7 kids in the class. At the end of the class, we had 42, and we all went on to Garfield High School, where we eventually established a dynasty.
So
it was a good time.
All uphill.
It was a good time.
Uphill.
I could give grades. Are you kidding me? How empowering was that? Maurice.
Wonderful. We all know your wonderful pedantic skills. Your books are legendary, and we've all learned from your great videos and the like. Let's take a look at this position, Yaz, and we'd like for you to break this one down as well. Take a look in the game between Wesley So and Ray Robson in a line that is actually well trotted. This position has been seen before. Knight to d4, knight to g4, knight eg4, threatening the pawn on h2. And now the response of g3, allowing Black, and Ray had the opportunity to play this line. Bishop takes on g3, and after it takes, queen d4, netting a pawn, just a clean pawn, just like that, but giving away the dark squared bishop, which this bishop could become quite potent in the position. So you might think, well, let's figure out how to attack now. What are you going to do? And the main move, exclusively played, queen to d1. Queen d1, offering a trade of queens and also aggressing this knight. Queen takes queen, rook takes, and this position has been tried many times before. White has never lost a game in the database. In fact, has won all the games, the decisive games, 5 or 6 games is what I remember. But this position, down a pawn, but with this dark squared bishop and the imbalances on this side, White has played this to win. And as a result, Wesley has played this way, but instead of taking the pawn, avoiding it with the move rook to e8. Now, a lot of amateurs, Yaz, would see this position right here after rook takes d1, and I know you're an old pawn grubber as well, and think, I just want a pawn. What's up with that?
Yeah, exactly. This is one of the harshest variations, defenses, this Slav, semi-Slav, to understand and get your head around, because a lot of what we would call general principles, general understanding, fighting for squares, a lot of that knowledge just goes right out the window, and it's all about calculation and concrete moves. So let's just see that pawn grab. And again, I 100% with you there, Maurice, that many amateurs, and I include myself in that comment earlier in my career, would say, hey, I'm just snapping off a pawn, I'm doing great. But as you mentioned, the queen d1, a very surprising retreat, forcing an endgame thanks to the double attack, queen takes, rook takes. And you might just think to yourself, well, I'm a pawn up, I'm doing great, until you look a little bit deeper into the position. So let's just imagine black makes a move. Let's say rook d8. Well, one of the ideas for white is that after a move like f2, f3, driving the knight back to e5, the bishop comes to e3. Now, with this setup, this pawn on e4, this pawn on f3, it really kills the dynamic potential of the knight on f6. It's not in the game. Also, with the pawns on f3 and e4, it's very unlikely that this bishop on b7 is ever going to see the light of day, even should black ever get in the moves a6 and c5. It's not like this bishop is rocking the house. The bishop, in most cases, is going to have to retreat to c8, to e6 to find a better life. And it just turns out that all of the play really is on white's side of the board. He controls a lot of squares. He has ideas like a2, a4 to undermine matters on the queen side, and also he's got ideas of f4 and e5 just rocking the center as well. So black players at the highest level stay away from this pawn sacrifice. They don't accept it, and they sidestep it with the move rook e8, keeping that dark square bishop alive and giving black potential of playing moves like bishop c5 as well as b4 and c5. And again, do not enter this variation with some general ideas and think you're just going to outplay your opponent. It's all about preparation and calculation. Ray came to this tournament extremely well prepared, very, very motivated, both men, Wesley and Ray, and we'll see whose preparation was better, because that's what it's all about.
Yes, indeed. This is a very important pairing for the outcome of who's going to be in that blitz squad with Garry Kasparov. So big one to watch. That's true too. Although again, obviously Caruana does have a clear shot, so we have to see how he does first. But we do have another caller. Welcome to the show. Let us know your name and where you're calling from.
Hi, my name is Shreya, and I am calling from Dallas. I'm 7 years old, and my question is, do you have to use a clock, a chess clock?
Very good. That's a very good question. Do you have to use a chess clock? No, you do not. If you're playing with your brother, your dad, whomever, you guys don't. You're not forced to have a chess clock. In competition, however, you are, because you don't want your opponent just to wait and wait and wait and wait, but you want to time the moves to see how long it takes you to make moves, and we have time controls. But by no means, you're not forced to use the clock when you're just playing chess for fun.
But once you start using it, it's hard to go back.
Exactly.
That's the thing, yeah. And the nice thing is these days you don't even have to like bring a chess clock with you. Worst case scenario, you can just use a chess clock app on your iPhone or your iPad.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Like if nobody has a clock, it's you can.
Got an app to just do it?
It's not as fun as like hitting a big button, but it'll do the trick.
Right. All right.
Thank you, and we do welcome your calls, and especially like it when young people call to our show, because of course this is the Chess Club and Scholastic Center in St. Louis. Big mission here is to promote chess to young people, and that's growing every year.
Absolutely. We left it quite some time ago, it was that game between Hikaru Nakamura and Jeffrey Zhang. Jeffrey, the talk of the U.S. Championship, 15 years old, undefeated, holding his own through 9 games, facing the defending champion. And we did, in fact, see Hikaru play that move that I liked. Knight h3, Jeffrey developing his queen. He has issues. What is he going to do with this bishop on c8? How is he going to develop that? If you play for the move at e5, you've got to be careful that after f5 you don't face a pawn storm on the king side. So Jeffrey fianchettoed his bishop with the move b6, bishop f3, rook b8, queen c2, bishop b7, rook a e1, completing his development, retaining all of his central control is the defending champion Hikaru Nakamura. King h8, knight g5, bishop h6. And again, you know, Jeffrey has just to, you know, play kind of a trench warfare kind of game. This move bishop h6 demonstrates to me that it's not that comfortable a position for the young man to play. I like the move h2, h4, just reinforcing this knight on g5. On a good day, this pawn could be a battering ram, and in the meantime, it's very hard for Jeffrey to get concrete counterplay, and he's got to be worried that he might just get squeezed by Hikaru.
And he's got a big disadvantage in the clock as well. So,
is that?
yeah.
Yes.
And Nakamura really, like, this is a big win for him if he wins this
Whoa,
game.
whoa, yeah. It would be a huge,
It's very
huge
important.
win, for both men.
So we're going to keep a very close eye on this game. And another game we're keeping a close eye on, Maurice.
Yes, that game actually with Jeffrey and Naka, those of you who want to do some research, I believe it was round 1 of the Millionaire Chess Open that Wesley So actually played virtually the identical position. The position they got to, it looks just almost identical, and Wesley went on to win a very nice game in this matchup. I think it was the first round, in fact. I don't remember his opponent, but it's something that I annotated for the book on the Millionaire Chess Open, and he just won pretty academically, in fact. That structure does not look good for black at all. But I'd like to go to another game, the game between our leader, Fabiano Caruana, and 5-time champ, Gadakomsky, and they're slow-footing it. Other positions have been in the full middle game. They've only played 11 moves so far, and you'd be surprised that playing this Rosalimo variation, which is just some standard moves, castles, rook e1, d6, and now this move e5, curtailing the ability of this knight to go to the f6 square, allowing d takes, e5, knight takes, and now queen c7 challenging this knight before anybody else can develop, and now d4, cd4, queen d4, knight f6, knight to c3, and he didn't want to castle because of the plan of queen h4 and bishop to h6, so he started with bishop to e6, and they're only here after 11 moves in this position. It seems that they're trying to work out the possibilities at the board, and Gada with a decent position, his only weakness being the c6 pawn, and his bishop, certainly he's going to try to somehow make it useful in the game, that light squared bishop. Not really clear where white needs to go here, and that's why you see Fabiano really being careful. The one weakness on the board for black, the true weakness, is that pawn on c6, a concrete weakness, but he can't really get at it because the file is closed, that c file is closed, so he's just got to figure out what to do to make any kind of progress here. Certainly he has some dark square control. You see all his pieces on dark squares. Every single white piece is sitting in a dark square at this moment in time, making sure that they're not in the view of this bishop on e6. But will that be anything in this position? I'd like to jump to this other game too, the next big matchup, big one between Wesley So and Ray Robson. Remember, in this position, g3, by far the most popular move was bishop takes g3. People tried to test that ending. Turned out to be okay for white. Rook d8 has only been played once before. Lower down the rating scale, but strong players, 2300 level players, playing in this game, rook e8. And there was a fantastic game, in fact. I'd like to show you how the game went. The dark squares in black's position, because of these two pawns and the removal of the e-pawn, they're chronically weak, but this bishop holds it up. So take a look after rook e8, knight f5, bishop to c5, a nice point on the f2 square. Bishop takes g4. You talk about the trade, bishop for knight, the light square bishop trading itself for a knight. That accentuates the control over dark squares. You're giving up your light square bishop for a dark square defender, a knight. Takes bishop to f4, and now you see this bishop coming into the game very strong. The queen tried to hide on b6. b4, attacking this bishop with another dark square move. Bishop takes b4, queen b2. Look at the ambush on the g7 square as you attack the bishop and try to get rid of it. Bishop to f8, defending the pawn. Bishop d6. We want control of the dark squares. Black had to acquiesce. There weren't any tactics that bothered him here, so he took rook e6, rook a d1. And again, we get a position where we see that white is down a straight pawn, but just trying to dominate on the dark squares, prepared to play the move e5 and trying to play against this bishop. White went on to win this game. So sophisticated strategy in the semi-Slav. All about the dark squares once these pawns go on c6 and b5. Really intriguing play. We'll see whether or not Wesley and Ray go into this general direction.
Thank you, Maurice. Maurice, help me wake up here because my brain's not functioning after this bug house session I had with Fabiano last night. Carissa, playing against the defending champion, is got a question posed to her after the move d5. Now, I just automatically assumed that the move knight on d1 to f2, developing, fortifying, building up to a potential attack was the automatic only / forced move. But I'm a pawn grabber, for crying out loud. Why doesn't, or why can't white not just grab this pawn on e5? Knight takes e5, and I'm thinking if you move your queen to attack the knight, well, Carissa will just drop back. She'll be a pawn to the good, and she'll be saying e5, f6, and yippee-yi-yay, here I come.
Well, her hand is hovering over that knight as she is hesitating, and she's planning to play the knight f2, quite positional, quite strong.
Solid move.
Very solid. It took her some time analyzing that position. And this formation is really interesting because white has lost the light squared bishop. We say lost. Knight takes bishop has occurred. The trade has occurred on that square. Remember, we talk about bishop takes knight being the most important move in chess, I say all the time, but knight takes bishop is similar to bishop takes knight. It's the same thing. It's getting those pieces off, which means that after that trade, the light squares should be a weakness for white because white now has the extra bishop on the board. Black is hoping actually to pressure with this bishop. So white has the extra knight, excuse me. Black is hoping to pressure with this bishop. So white should be strong on the dark squares. Knights can attack dark squares, while this bishop will not be able to. Except white won't be able to deal with this bishop. That piece is strong. So under all circumstances, black is thinking, how can I open up the game for the one piece that white cannot fight against? I've got this bishop. I'm going to open it up as much as possible. That's why you see this move. Knight takes on e5 looks attractive until you see the move queen to b5. And suddenly, the threat of taking on this square opens up the game not only along this rank against the knight, but also along this diagonal against the queen. So double ambush with this idea, a pin here and a capture here, and suddenly black is in control. White is looking for moves, trying to solve all the problems here. If you just simply take on the square, well, after queen takes with check, certainly you can't move your king. I mean, you could if you wanted to die real quick. But for one thing, this capture is strong. Queen h1 check followed by taking on this square is basic. Just check and take will be good enough. So in this position, after queen d5, you'd have to back up, and watching your light squares fall apart as this pawn drops in. There's no reason to even hope for a good position after this. The pressure of this bishop is so strong. So that's why knight takes e5 was not playable. She checked it out, realizing queen b5 was too strong. And this was just autopilot for most of us. Knight f2, definitely keeping control over the position. She also is potentially preparing this f6 at some point. Somewhere she's going to land this blow. She hopes to get a grip on the dark squares. But for the moment, her center is under attack. She's trying to keep the game under control. Still looking like black is the one, to my eyes anyway, doing well. I know you guys are betting on Carissa in this game, but
hold on.
What odds? I never gave you odds.
Hold on. Maurice, I get it. Okay, first of all, I considered queen b5, but I actually rejected that move. I thought queen b5 was helpful to white, because now, first of all, I've won a center pawn, and I appreciate what you're talking about on the light squares. What about that move a2, a4? I don't want to have to deal with your queen on b5. I want to kick your queen out of... Again, I'm a pawn up. If you take my a pawn, I like the trade of my a pawn on the flank for your e5 central pawn. If you capture en passant, then I get knight c3. I want to kick your queen back, and I'm still dreaming of an f5, f6 a killing attack on the king side. Are you sure that knight takes e5 and a4 wouldn't have given white an attacking advantage?
Well, you're making it too easy for me, so I'm going to throw it back to you to take a look, because I know you'll find it. Go ahead with takes en passant.
Takes en passant, yeah.
Yeah. Knight c3.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to tell you to find the move, because I know you're going to find it. What does black do right now? It could be a puzzle for our viewers as well. Black has a really sweet move.
A real sweet.
Oh,
no. Oh, no.
I know you see it. I know you find it.
Oh, no. Takes on d5.
Takes on e4. That
takes
is correct.
on e4, exposing an attack on the e5. If I take the queen, well, I'm pulling an Anna Zatansky here. And,
there you go. You can give your queen away by going to g2 or whatever. You could counter this line because you have to move your queen now. So queen f3 or queen g2 takes with check, and then take the knight on b5, and black is back in business with
Big
6
time.
pawns on the board.
Big time.
You know, you're going to have to clean up and hope for a draw in this position.
Yeah,
So.
I do have knight d7, but enough said.
Oh no, you don't want to do that.
Enough said. Definitely, I have missed that beautiful intermezzo move
on the
d5,
light
e4.
squares. On the light squares with that bishop. That's the whole point of this position. Whenever you give up a light square bishop, be wary of the light squares.
And since Clarissa saw that variation, she played the solid choice, knight f2, and still preparing that massive George Foreman-like punch of f5, f6.
Because she's got to win the dark square somehow. She's given up this bishop. She has to make sure her knight's pressure squares that light square bishop cannot control. But in the meantime, that light square bishop is just making itself felt. D5 in the position. This is typical Sicilian break. You get an e5, d5, your bishop on the long diagonal, a king on h1. I mean, if you're white, you're terrified. Like, what did I do? She has to figure out a way to build this position, and I just don't see exactly how she does it. Coordinate her forces to guard the dark squares and land a punch on that king side. It just doesn't seem like it's likely. But for the moment, there's a knight on e8, so maybe she can pull something off.
All right.
We do have a question about this game.
Yes.
Siciliato or Costa Chess on our hashtag US Chess Champ asks, what's the difference or similarity between Carissa's Sicilian attack and Kerry's Sicilian attack? Well, that's a good question. The similarity, I think, is quite clear that g4 is played and that we're going for an attack on the king side. The big difference is that usually in the Kerry's Sicilian attack, white castle's queen side. So the king is tucked in on the other side, which makes it a lot more pleasant for white, actually.
Yes, and also in a Kerry's attack, a proper early Kerry's attack, with the knight on c3 and the bishop on e3, black doesn't have the breaks and the counterplay in the center with these pawns on e5 and d5, as Maurice pointed out, that Irina already has. So in a kind of a funny sense, both players should be happy. White's attack on the king side has been accelerated, while the flank attack has been met by Irina with a center attack. Maurice?
Well, also, though, the very critical difference is the missing bishop. Because that bishop on f1, that starts on f1, will go to g2 in many of these positions, will go to h3 sometimes, or more traditionally, just end up on the f3 square after bishop e2, f3. And so that kind of position is very different. That bishop is strong. Just donating your bishop, that is a really, really committal idea. And that's what I think if she wins the game, when Irina comes down, she's going to say, you know, I got a chance to get rid of that light square bishop, which is a pain in the neck, and accelerate my bishop. Because you see this position happen often. We talked about a very classic game. It was a game between Karpov and Kasparov in the last game of the match that Kasparov became world champion. This is back in 1985. That game is one of the most instructive games ever played in the Scheveningen formation. I mean, if you haven't gone over that game, you should just give up chess. I mean, like, are you serious? You have to go over this game. So Karpov versus Kasparov, and the way that position was handled masterfully, the annotations by Kasparov, incredible. You want to take a look at the study of how Black handled that formation and what White tried to do. But very importantly, that light square bishop, if you give it up, you better do it because your attack is coming quick. If your attack slows down, Black will start to rub their hands together. And that's what that knight on E8 is all about right now. This knight right here, can it get into the game in a great way? Just now, this move allows this F6 break, and suddenly White is going quick. And that's exactly what's slowing down Irina right now. This attack is sharp and good for White because White has controlled the center. If White can keep control and get this F6 break in, she might have a chance.
Soccer's puncher's punch, if you will. And
we've got a phone call. Welcome to the U.S. Chess Champs show here in the St. Louis Chess Club.
Good afternoon, you three. This is Juan from Miami. Great show as always, you three.
Thank
you. Yasser made mention that he was playing Bike House against Seirawan yesterday, and likewise, Naka was on chess.com playing bullet chess for about 5 hours between 10 p.m. and 3 a.m. Crazy. So my question, hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Sorry.
Oh, did you hear my question?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So my question is, what do you guys think of playing chess games between the rounds? Is it a good idea? Will it make you tired, or what?
Good question. Both. Both. I think that there's a lot of nervousness that the players feel, especially during these two final rounds, the championship rounds, that they just want to get rid of the butterflies, the nervousness, and the tension. Overdoing it, in other words, playing too much, you're going to drain yourself of energy that would be better used during the game. Yesterday, it was a kind of a fun free-for-all with Fabi. It didn't last 5 hours. It's just a couple of hours at the most, mostly punctuated with a lot of laughter. Hikaru playing bullet for 5 hours, that's excessive. He's getting some frustration out, a little anger and annoyance probably as he feels that his chances of keeping his title no longer exist. I haven't heard that much. 5 hours is long. I've oftentimes played Blitz myself for half an hour, maybe 90 minutes during a tournament where maybe I didn't feel I should have, but on the other hand, I just felt good about it, just getting some butterflies out.
But I love the way that Nakamura as a personality and as a player really turns on our head a lot of the traditional wisdom because, hey, the same Hikaru that plays bullet for 5 hours in the middle of a tournament is the same Hikaru who has become one of the very best players in the world despite not coming from like this huge hotbed of activity. So I don't think you can really separate the two things from his personality, and that's why he's Hikaru.
And I would just say for amateurs, please don't do that. Concentrate on your tournaments and don't play blitz between the rounds. And Maurice
unless you're Nakamura.
Unless you're Hikaru Nakamura, one of the best players in the world. And Maurice, some highlights of what's going on in this round.
An exciting moment in the game. Remember we saw that earlier game where White played bishop takes knight, knight takes, and then bishop to f4. In this position, Wesley decided I didn't want to take the knight on g4. Let me just develop my bishop. Now remember, if bishop takes knight, he's accelerating his control of the dark squares. By not doing that, he's keeping his light square bishop. But in this position, there is an interesting tactical idea of taking on f2. Right now, a sacrifice of two pieces for the rook, which may not look great. You know, we see this happen a lot in amateur games. And you say, well, I got two pieces. What's the big deal? Well, it's a rook and pawn. And now this move, b4, chasing the knight away so he can play knight takes on e4 with check, picking up a second pawn. And don't forget that this move, queen to b6 check, may happen as well. This diagonal might open up with c5, and this bishop might come into the game. What's up with that? Well, the engines say, hold on, he needs to defend right now with the move e5. Don't give away that pawn. Just ignore this knight for the moment. And now let's go down this line. B takes e3 takes, and queen takes on f6. Black now with two pawns for the rook, for the two pieces. So it's a rook and two pawns for a bishop and knight. Now, white can say, well, you know what? Let me get a pawn back. You can't take with the queen because your knight is hanging, your queen is protecting it. So let's get the pawn back right now. Except in this position, these two pieces are lined up on the same line, and the Indians give the spectacular, not g6, but g5 in this position, chasing away this bishop. And you have to be careful if you just back it up. In fact, it's the only move the Indian gives as best. Now suddenly rook to e5. This knight under attack. You play g4. Now rook over, and black is on the attack down the line. This position is sharp as ever. So that meant that back here, you couldn't get back your material in this position. After e5, bc3 takes, queen takes f6. White should now, according to the Indians, play the move g4, allowing yet another capture. C takes b2. You know for sure Ray is studying this position, but unfortunately, we also know that Ray gets into heavy time pressure. So we could probably take a break, guys. Ray might be here for, wait a minute. No, he did not. He actually did make a move in this position. He did not go for that super sharp line. Normally, he goes into a deep think. Instead, he's played a very solid bishop back to c8, just playing a regular position. So an opportunity maybe for Ray has slipped by as he's kept solidity and control over the position.
Thank you, Maurice. Again, I just want to emphasize that this variation is one of the most theoretically contentious variations that there exists in opening chess theory. And since these two players are so ultra well prepared, I suspect that they know the nuances in and out. That sacrifice, bishop takes f2, sure looked scary to me when I was seeing, when Maurice was going through it. But I wouldn't doubt for a single moment that both of these great players were familiar with that sacrifice, had seen it in numerous variations. And Ray, because he played this move, bishop c8, relatively quickly, I still think they're in their preparation. We'll be eager to find out when their preparation stopped after the game.
That's right. So we're going to take a quick break,
okay,
and we'll be back with more excitement from the penultimate round of the 2016 U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's Championships.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. Many people don't know that St. Louis has a chess history as rich as its baseball. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. Come to the Central West End and experience all that chess has to offer.
U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's Championships, and here we have the youngest player of either field, Carissa Yip, battling against the 7-time champion Irina Krush, who doesn't look likely to reclaim her title this year, but she said on that Steve Harvey show where Hillary Clinton was trying to figure out who the real Irina Krush was, that one of her goals is to win 10 titles.
Wow.
So she's got just 3 to go, but a long career ahead of her.
Exactly. Very ambitious. And today she's being challenged.
I don't think that's that ambitious. I think she'll do it.
10?
No, 3 more.
Yeah, well, 10 in total, but 3 more? These tournaments are getting tougher and tougher, Jennifer. And had she won this year? Yes, but she's really up against it because Tatev has a 1-point lead going into this round. And Irina, facing the pressure of a very, very brutal caveman-like attack with F5 or G5, has played the move F6. And Maurice and I, during our break, just looked at each other like, seriously? Because she is inviting her opponent, Carissa, to play the move G6, going after the king. And if Irina compounds her error with a move like H7, H6, it just sacrifices all day on H6. With bishop takes H6, you don't have to be a world's top grandmaster to understand that these types of attack after GH, knight G4, it's play on one goal, and that goal is the black king. I really wouldn't want to be in Irina's shoes, and of course you can prepare those types of sacrifices. When we were on air in the first segment of the show, I also like the move Rook G1, keeping open certain options, but maybe G6 is just a very powerful move. I don't like this move F7, F6 by Irina.
And we've got Grandmaster Josh Friedel, who also has a comment on this game. He says that Carissa's kingside Death Star looks powerful, but Irina's Rebel Fighter on B7 might be enough to balance it out. Well. Hashtag Womprats. Well, we always love Josh's commentary.
Star Wars commentary there. Well, I don't know what Josh would make out of the position after F6, G6, because that Death Star certainly looks potent. From where I'm sitting at the moment.
Yeah, G6, that was before the move F6.
Right. G6 is, well, I'm not saying the attack plays itself, but it sure looks opportune.
Looks juicy. And let's take a look at the importance of this game. The women at the top of the field, we've got Tatev Abrahamian with 7 points. And we've got Nazi Pikidze with 6.5, and Anna and Irina with 6. So a lot of work to be done for Irina and Anna, and even then, they might not catch the leader. So let's go ahead and see Tatev's position against the young Akshita Gorky, just 13 years old. And this position, I tend to like Tatev a little bit, but I also think that Akshita Gorky seems to be playing this rather thematically.
I don't know. I like White a lot of it. In the French defense, oftentimes, well, when you play this breaking move, this key breaking move, F7, F6, it's a big commitment. And the big problem, of course, is this backward pawn on E6 that oftentimes appears in these structures. Let me just make a move or two for a moment for White and Black. If you play Queen D7, just getting out of the attack, it's all about this control of the E5 square. You saw Anna Zatansky earlier in the tournament having a similar model win, if you will. Knight takes, bishop takes.
I'm just wondering if I can get any counterplay in this specific situation with Knight G4.
Exactly.
And
I wanted to take. You could probably recapture with the queen, as you will. Queen takes, and I'll play the move F2, F3. And again, what I'm thinking is from White's point of view, it's very easy for White if she can get her knight to F4, pressuring the structure of E6, D5. So I think Tatev really is. This specific position, I like it for White. Maurice, insights into the Carissa game?
Yes, this position is fun for sure, and we'll see what could happen if she plays this move G6 as we await her turn here. this move G6, I mean, after F6 weakening this point, you can only really be thinking about this move H6. Taking on this square is highly suspect and dangerous, but it is possible. But still, very dangerous that this queen, if it lands on H5, you're getting mated. Let's take a look at this sacrifice a little bit closer. Bishop takes on H6, G takes, and now the move queen to E3. Knight G4 looks strong, but queen landing on H6 looks even stronger if it ever gets to this square. So let's play just a couple of casual defenses. King to G7, Knight G4, and saying, hey, what you got? I got all the squares covered. Rook's guarding this square. Knight, bishop, pawns, everybody guarding on the other side. Where is your attack going? Except you might have to consider this sacrifice. Knight takes on E5 suddenly. Pawn takes. You have no push at all. Everything is covered. But you could take again. And just because of the extra file space control everywhere, black has to be extremely careful in this moment. Now, black can defend, but let's say, for example, black plays the move queen to B5. Now, you might be asking me, why not queen D6? Well, queen D6 does run into the move knight to F7 with the possibility of playing for E5. Not just yet, because this bishop is still on this long diagonal, but it is coming after, for example, the king shifts. So let's just take a look first at this move, queen to B5. It turns out that this move is a blunder. Even though down currently 2 pieces for a couple of pawns, white can play this spectacular shot now. Looks like the square is completely covered. F6, a beautiful move. The point being, after bishop takes, guarding the C7 square with your knight, preventing a rook from jumping in, white can insist on yet a third piece sacrifice. Rook takes on F6, an exchange sack. Now daring you to bring your king up because my queen wants to show up. After knight takes, rook to C7 with check. King drops back. And now queen F4. How many pieces down? A bishop and a rook? Wait a minute, I'm just trying to do the body count. A bishop and a rook down in this position and with no defense. Absolutely no defense. You can't deal with the simple direct threats. If you come over here, for example, with this move, we get a nice little G7 laugh move on you that looks really nasty. And if after queen F4 you try to defend your knight and attack the rook at the same time, you run into this deflecting sacrifice, knight to D7. Your knight cannot move because of queen F7, mate on the board. Your queen's under attack. You might think, well, since I've given up so much material, why don't I take this now? But oops, I'll take this first with check. And then when you move to check my knight, I'll check you again. Don't touch this one because that's mate. Don't do this because that's mate in 1. So after knight H5, you'd have to back up and only now give me this, and suddenly it's all clear, smoke is clear that this game is over. It's not the only line, but it's some spectacular stuff. A lot to calculate for the youngster. But, man, if she played like that, we'd be throwing gold coins at her feet. Such spectacular lines that could happen on this board. And she did not play G6. She instead took on F6 right away. Yeah, sadly so. Changing the entire nature of the game, bringing the black knight into the position as well. That does not look like the correct way to play, and it seems as though she's going to be worse in this position, and her attack, the steam of her attack, is simply fizzled, dramatically evaporated completely. Looks like black is totally on top.
Ooh, 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 ooh. I can only describe that one as a major strategic blunder on white's part, and Arena Crush breathing a sigh of relief. Let's just go back for this moment. In chess, with all of the pieces, 8 pawns, 8 pieces, you're going to have lots and lots and lots of trades. Before making a trade, one of the things that you should do as a player is ask yourself a key question, que bono? Who benefits most from the trade? As we can see, one of the real problems that black has in her position is this knight on E8 is in the hospital. It's out of the game. With this trade, you're really helping black bring her pieces back into play. This knight on F6, new lease on life. It's ready to pressure the pawn on E4. So when making trades, ask yourself consciously the question, am I benefiting or is my opponent benefiting?
Otherwise, we have what we call trade-itis. Lots of people just trade kind of by default, especially younger players.
Oh, beginning players most especially. In my case, when I was a beginner, I loved trades, especially when they were the heads-up kind, right?
Because you know that what your opponent's going to play the next move.
Yeah. But this one is a major strategic error. Moves like G6 and that a spectacular variation you pointed out, Maurice, that goes to indicate how powerful it is to have pawns on G6 against your opponent's king. Rook G1. There was no reason for Carissa to make that trade early, and I think the reigning champion is, again, I'll say it again, breathing a big, deep sigh of relief. Maurice.
Absolutely. Trades are one of the biggest problems that players face. Just automatic trades. I tell my students the 3 F's, on which I can't say the last one. First of all, trades are either forced or fantastic, or I'll say forget about it. Okay? Let's keep it PG. The reality is trades are so important. They happen in the game, but there's no such thing as just a simple trade. Sometimes you have to trade because you have to. It's forced. It's the only thing you can do. If it's forced, nobody's going to talk to you about it. If it's fantastic, there's a reason why you made that trade. This trade has a strategic point. It's going to do something to the position. Otherwise, it just doesn't really hold water, and most people make bad trades in situations. In this trade, bringing the knight from the back rank into the game, just not a great idea. Now, let's look at a trade that you might say, somebody might argue, in the case Fabiano Caruana will say, well, how would you classify my early trade in this position? Bishop takes c6. Neither force. You might argue that it's actually not fantastic. It has a point. It has a great strategic point, and the point is to dominate the dark squares. A light square bishop trading for a knight is always interested, or should be thinking about, dark square domination, because the light square bishop is off the board, yes, so you're going to be weak along the light squares, but your opponent's knight is off the board, and that leaves you with an extra knight that can dominate on dark squares, not light squares, because your opponent has a bishop. That's going to be great for that person. How does this play out? Watch how the game went. After a trade, in fact, we'll just jump ahead to this position here. After knight c3, bishop e6, all the pieces on dark squares. White is gravitating to the dark squares because he traded off his light square bishop for the black knight. Couple of moves. Queen c5, attacking a pawn on a dark square. Rook to c8, bishop f4, the dark square piece. Queen b7. Now knight to a4. Castles now. Queen a3, looking to bring his knight to a dark square. Queen to a6, pinning the knight. Knight to d3, bringing a friend over. Bishop f5, trying to use his bishop. And now knight dc5, dark square control. He'd love to pick up this knight from the board and trade it off for one of White's pieces. This one is superfluous on a4. Queen to c4, now attacking the pawn on c2 and the bishop. And now bishop to e5. And you see, White has continued the dark square strategy, evading those light squares, even willing to sacrifice this pawn on c2 to get control on the c line. Is this legit? We will see very soon. But that's the point. When you trade a bishop for a knight, you must be very aware of the fact that you are controlling the opposite color now with your extra knight. And these guys, they play consistently with strategic ideas like that. No casual trades. Always with a purpose whenever you play the game of chess.
Thank you, Maurice. And Jennifer, the impactfulness of this game of Fabiano Caruana on the tournament.
Well, it's very important. More for, I would actually say it's very important for getting into that quad with Garry Kasparov at the end. I mean, sure, definitely Nakamura could catch Fabi if he wins both of his games, but Fabi's going to try to get 1.5 points out of these next 2 games to make sure that that doesn't happen. He's playing the lowest rated player in the tournament in the final round, Akshat Chandra. And it doesn't matter whether he's black or white, you know what will be on his mind on that game.
Clear.
Because, you know, I mean, we overstated perhaps back in the Nakamura-Caruana showdown in the fall, Nakamura's blitz and rapid skills, because we thought, you know, that he was going to be a huge favorite against Fabi in the blitz. As it turned out, Fabi was the one who won that.
And played brilliantly.
That being said, Fabi does not want to see a playoff against Nakamura if the other option is trying to beat somebody 300 points lower rated.
Without question.
Those two things are not weighed equally.
Yeah, exactly. And Maurice.
Big deal in this game, Nakamura versus Jeffrey Zhang. And look at what Nakamura has done, something that you would tell beginners not to do. Look at this position. He played the move knight to b5. He got all the space. He couldn't figure out how to use it, though. Pushing a pawn didn't seem to be worth it. There's all of this is just sacrifice. So he decided, let me chase down a pawn on the board. I'm just going to go after your c pawn to then potentially get your e pawn. So looking for pressure here looks like a very interesting idea, strategically interesting idea. But now this trade, bishop takes knight by Jeffrey, giving away his dark square bishop. Again, we talked about this trade before, and after takes, dropping his knight back to e8, guarding the c7 pawn, and saying, okay, now you don't get any light square domination, and maybe I will get some light square play. Your pawn on e4 is now weakened. This bishop is working to protect those light squares, so that's not quite clear yet what black's going to do. This bishop potentially could become strong on this diagonal, but this pawn can also always go to e5. So he thinks he's got everything covered, except Nakamura said, I'm going to snack on the a7 pawn. It's like, wait a minute, what? What? You're going to actually go into position? And now it is possible for Jeffrey to play the move c6. And this knight is suddenly stuck on that square in the enemy camp. Rook a8 is threatened. The Indians give the move queen to b3. And now it's not possible to move the rook because a bishop takes pawn. So queen to b3, something like knight to g7 here. I don't even like where this knight is going, but here the Indians say, he's just up a pawn. We don't see how you get it back. But look at the knight. That's the kind of piece that most people would say, I don't want to go in there. It's just stranded, especially when b4 didn't happen. Something like b4, b5 to trade that knight off. Queen b3 as the Indians' #1 move. A befuddling position to my eyes. We'll see how this one transpires. And I think Jeffrey simply has to play c6 or else he's just going to be down a pawn. So we'll see what he does as he's sitting there wondering if this is a good idea. Nakamura intense saying, I got the pawn. I don't care whether or not it's positionally good or a knight is stranded. Concretely, it's a pawn in my hand.
Very befuddling indeed. But we have a caller, Jennifer.
That's right. Welcome to the show. Let us know your name and where you're calling from.
Hello. My name is Jimmy, and I'm from Portland, Oregon.
Hey, Northwest.
Yes. And I sort of have an age-old question that's probably easier to ask than it is to answer. But I'm 59 years old, actually 58, and I'm very puzzled over why people that play chess, they reach a plateau, between 1500 or 1900, and after that, it's like a glass ceiling. And I get the idea. I have the suspicion that only few people, percentage-wise, out of all the people that play chess in the world, ever make it, to the master, as a grandmaster, not to mention world champion. And I just really want an honest answer in your opinion. I just want to pick your brains as to whether you believe that it just comes down to the person not trying hard enough or studying hard enough or the right way, or whether they just don't have the genes and that's why they don't get it. Because I just don't buy the statement that, anybody can become a grandmaster. It's like saying, anybody can become president. That's not always possible. So if you could just give me some of your realistic, honest thoughts as to why this is such a dilemma for most of the people.
Thank you for your question. The caller was asking, players pick up the game of chess, they have a great interest in it, they play it competitively, then they reach a kind of glass ceiling. Sometimes it feels not so much like a glass ceiling as a gorilla glass ceiling, that they can't take their game to the next level. And what are some of the reasons for that? And is that phenomena you see universal?
And is that a question of of talent, or is it just inborn talent that you just don't have the ability, or is it that you just need to push a little bit harder? For me, even if there is some aspects of talent involved, I really like to understate them, because I think that we can do so much
Nature
with our
versus
brains.
nurture, yeah.
And also that sometimes it can be a self-perpetuating prophecy, right? So if it can be self-perpetuating if you say, oh, I don't have the talent for this, that even if it's partly true, you make it more true.
Right.
And that's really devastating. One thing that often happens to me, sometimes when I'm looking at a chess position, and sometimes when I'm trying to figure out how to, some new poker problem, and like trying to figure out some math based on it. I never studied advanced math, but in poker, I've had to learn like some types of math that I didn't learn back in high school and college. And sometimes it just like really hurts your brain, and you want to stop. And it makes me think of being in a hard workout. Like, of course you want to stop. It's hard, but I think you should think of that as an opportunity to get stronger. And maybe that comes easier to some people, but twist it in your mind and think of it as a good thing.
All right, for me, Maurice.
Well, I think it's a mixture of everything, but I do believe that talent does play a role. Some people do seem to lean that way, catch on quickly. When you see these prodigies, when you're in a classroom, I'm in classrooms all the time teaching chess, and there's just some kids I go, okay, that kid's going to be good. It's just there. They just get it. They look at the board. The moves come easily. They learn the rules really fast. I'm talking about beginning kids. They just learn it. They get it. They look. They say, I see it. I see it. I see it. There's definitely talent as a factor, something about chess talent. We have talents in all fields, but something about chess talent, the kids who just pick it up right away, like little Rachel, who beats Rex Singfield, and she's 5.5 years old. I mean, come on.
Hey, he won last time.
Yeah, but a trash talker. But we found a female
we forgot.
talker.
She's a good trash talker and a player as well. That's not any hard work that she did. Some tremendous amount of hard work at 5 years old. She gets it when she looks at the board. So there is talent, especially players of Yasser's ability and beyond. Those players just catch on to the game really quickly. Now, that said, those of us who are not as talented had to do the hard work. Gadakomsky, I think it was Gary Kasparov himself as well, said this: hard work itself is a talent. Sometimes there's the ability and the capacity to sit there hours and hours at the board and keep working, studying all that material, 12, 14 hours a day. There's not a lot of people who would be willing to do that at all. I mean, it's just like, I'm not doing that. I like it, but I don't love it that much. So that's another factor as well. Another factor is the way you handle losing. Your capacity to handle losses. Does it propel you forward? So there's some personality issues as well to get to the highest level, determination, the way you handle losing. And I think that all these factors combined, it might be the support system that you had as you were growing up. Me, I was lucky enough to be amongst a group of very supportive men, African-American men, in fact, from the Black Bear School, they call themselves. And they saw what I had, and they wanted to play me. They wanted to crush me, but they were good enough for me to actually develop my ability in that group, wanting to defeat them. So a lot of things go together in order to make that strength. I think that you're right, Jen. Talent can be overrated and overstated, but it is a factor, and all the other factors line up as well to see how good you eventually become.
Thank you. Again, the nurture versus nature argument. For sure, there are very, very, very talented people who have an extraordinarily quick or gifted mind. They pick up things very quickly, and you don't have to reinforce the message. But I recall a wonderful story by Florin Gheorghiu. He was a grandmaster from Romania during the Cold War period. He went to Mongolia, another socialist country, for a goodwill visit, and he was asked to play with some of the good Mongolian kids chess. And he had gone from Ulaanbaatar, the capital, on a 100-mile jeep ride to literally a yak in the middle of the tundra, and he played a herdsman, a Mongolian herdsman who was very young, and Florin lost the game of blitz to this person, and he thanked them, and away he went. And Florin was just floored. He was one of the greatest players in Europe, one of the top 10 players in the world, and he was playing this Mongolian herdsman's son who had defeated him, and he was thinking, that young boy will never get an opportunity will never be known.
Yeah.
You know, and so you
That's
need so many
unfortunate.
things, including the opportunity for your talent to shine. If you don't go to, if you're not able to go to a St. Louis chess club and play with a lot of players and become well known and get invitations, you'll never become a strong player or a great player. And so opportunity for me is an absolutely key point.
Yes, and I just had one message to the parents and the teachers and the educators out there. Kids catch on way more than you think, and I think it's very important for people in these roles to understate the role of talent, because if you give a kid the impression that you don't think they're talented, that is devastating. And I'm going to tell you right now, they pick up on it.
Yes, and conversely, if you say you can work hard and you can achieve any goal you want based on your working hard, that's a very powerful and positively reinforcing message.
Even if a kid is talented, to focus on the work part, that's fantastic, because then they'll reach an even higher level. I just hate it when I see parents who they have a few kids and they're just like, yeah, that one's just not very good at chess. I'm just like, well, not
don't
yet.
Say that. Don't do that. Exactly.
And we've got Maurice with an update on one of our key games.
Yes, late flowering talent as well is known. I mean, it's not that the kid will be good at chess at the very beginning. May be good and great at chess later on after they fall in love with it, and it just flowers from there. So many factors that make you good. That talent, again, is just one of them. Now, let's get to this amazing situation that I'm seeing transpire on a couple of boards. First of all, this night on A4, we call it a superfluous night. White would just love it if he could just take this knight and get rid of maybe this bishop. In fact, any other piece on the board, preferably this dark squared bishop. In fact, if you could just suddenly pick the two of them off and throw them away. In the meantime, this knight is an extra piece that's not doing anything. It's reinforcing a piece that's already well reinforced, and it would love to somehow trade so that the position could free itself up. So what God is doing, he's working around the knight and has now posted his rook down on D2. Big time square. Looking very good for him on the square. Let's just make note, you can't even challenge this rook. You pull off this move, and the engines laugh as they drop queen E2 on the board. Nice little tactic. If rook takes, you get mated on the back row. You're in trouble everywhere you can look. And if you're challenged with the other rook, well, it doesn't help too much. You trade off, and then queen to E2 anyway. This bishop, this rook under attack. That's busto for white. So rook to D2. In the position, getting ready potentially to double rooks. All of black's pieces look pretty good. Still, the engines say that white has a slight edge, could maybe play a move like bishop to D4, maybe even H3 to make luft. White is in control, but it's not the same that Fabi would want. And very importantly, guys, that's move 19. Move 19. Fabiano Caruana now with only 22 minutes on his clock. He is ticking down rapidly here, and he's finally did make a move. He played queen to B4, offering a queen trade, but his clock looks bad. You look at the amount of time, more than double, way more than double, close to triple what he has on the clock is Kamsky, and Kamsky knows that he has equalized, that he has a nice position, and in fact, the engines are saying that black now, if he trades queens, will be better. If he plays queen takes queen, a very surprising move to me, but looking at it closer, the move knight to D5 here, suggesting another trade, attacking this pawn, and black's piece is just starting to grow. I'm not sure this trade is the best trade in this position. Is it forced or fantastic? Well, we'll have to see if he makes that decision, but black certainly with the options and the time on the clock. This is critical for our leader. It looks like our leader at the moment is in a little bit of difficulty trying to do anything here. Also, the other leader, Tatev Abrahamian, she's definitely having difficulties. The move, knight to G4, a sharp move. The engines had given it as a #1 move. I wasn't sure that the youngster was going to find it. She has found the move. And why is this such a good move? Because the threat of E5 is in the position. If you play H3 attacking the knight, guess what? I don't care. E5 anyway. Bishop under attack. You can start off some massive trades. We can start with this one if you like. Knight takes. And let's just keep trading on this square. Another knight takes. You want to trade again if you like. Black is just free. This pawn is past the bishops. This bishop especially is powerful. You have to be really careful in this position. It looks, and if you didn't trade, let's just back up. Right, if you don't trade, this knight is thinking about C4, the B2 pawn under heavy fire. This position is not easy at all. Both leaders in the tournament at the moment facing difficult positions, and you see Tatev there by herself trying to figure this out as she realizes that the youngster has gotten a great position and she needs to make sure she doesn't lose this game. That would be a complete disaster.
Thank you, Maurice. And we have a very special guest on the line.
Guests, as I understand it. Welcome to the show, guys.
Hi. Say hi, girls. Hi. It's just been the last round in the all-girl nationals. There were over 450 players this year, which is a record.
Wow.
So I have a few questions. Are you ready? Here they go.
Are you having fun playing chess?
Absolutely. We're having so much fun here. Although we kind of wish we were in Chicago, too.
Have you ever played in the girls' nationals tournament?
No.
Good answer. I have never played in it because it's only been around for, I think there's 12 years now. But I was a coach one year.
Have any in the women's championship played here in the all-girls?
Great questions.
I'm sure they have.
Yes.
I just don't know who for certain.
I feel like Jennifer, you played once, and I'll double check on that. What was the last question?
Can you find out?
We will
Yes.
indeed. Yes, we can.
Wow, great. It's so great to hear from you girls. We really hope that some of you playing in the All-Girls Nationals, there's 450 of you, that's incredible, will one day be playing on the big stage at the U.S. Women's Championship. And thanks very much to Sophia for arranging this. She's on the U.S. Chess Federation's Women's Committee, which is very active this year.
As well as an international arbiter.
Yes.
Sophia Rode, wife of Grandmaster Michael Rode.
Exactly, who's previously played in championships.
I don't think they're together anymore, but they were married for sure. And Sophia and Michael staple in New York. Sophia, a longtime coach, I believe an international arbiter as well, and certainly carrying the baton forward in chess and in girls chess right there. So they're very exciting, great questions. I love that chorus of voices that we heard. Wonderful, showing that they're following us. But I'd like to pay attention to a girl who probably did play in the All-Girls Nationals, but she's not doing great right now. Carissa Yip, going after material, made a bad trade, and now going after material, and it looks as though her position is deteriorating very quickly. She didn't understand that she needed to attack Irina instead of going for these trades, and this not going to work out for her, guys. She did play knight takes on e5 in this position, and the move queen b5 came screaming back at her, and suddenly she's in some kind of trouble as she plays now the move knight to g4, and the engines, knight eg4, the engines now saying black has a huge edge. Despite being down a pawn for the moment, now this bishop is amazing. We saw that bishop takes knight trade, seems like the theme of the round. Now the bishop is awake, and the move simply to take on e4, and this pawn is collapsing. It's pinned along this line. You have to take on f6 first, and now the other bishop comes into the game with a beautiful diagonal. Knight takes e4, pretty much forced, and you could take the pawn if you want, but why not just put the pressure on this knight? It is pinned after all. This pawn is pinned, so you can't stay on the line, so maybe a move like rook to f2, but then bishop to d4, attacking the rook, and now the rook in trouble, has to keep control of the diagonal, the protection of the queen, and now rook takes pawn, got the pawn back, beautiful bishops, total control. Carissa's going to have to learn more about this position, and I definitely think that she needs to get to that game that Karpov played against Kasparov as the foundation of her future growth in these types of positions. You've got to know your classics and the time situation. I mean, 1552 against 102, and I know that Jennifer and Yasser made a huge bet with me, and I think it was like $1,000 bet, was it, that Carissa was going to win? Yeah. Well, I'm kidding, of course, but it does look like a bad situation for the youngster.
Exactly. Tough learning lesson for Carissa, but she'll be stronger for it. That move, g5 takes f6, big strategic error. She's paying the price, not realizing that if she had played the move g6, she would have kept our reigning champion, under pressure, but a very important point for Irina. She knows she has to win if she has any chances of retaining her title, and she's got to hope that Tatev's opponents can stop Tatev from scoring big in these last two games. I want to go back to that game of Tatev because this move, I'm sure, was under. We'll go back. We left it around these parts, Jennifer, and I played the move Bishop F4, Queen D7, and I said, let's just get a lock on that E5 square with Knight E5, force the trade, occupy the square E5, and try to keep that pawn on E6 backward. Well, I'm sure when Tatev played the move Knight G3, she was very proud of herself, thinking she's got everything under control. This move Knight G4 doubtlessly came as a cold shower. I'm sure, as Maurice had pointed out, was intending the move H3, saying,
she did play it.
Ridiculous. But now, by the way, Black absolutely positively has to play E5. But if she does play E5, then her game is absolutely fine, and White will not have an advantage after this very thematic move E5 in the French. Maurice, your thoughts?
Very thematic, very human, but check out Tal in effect. We're going to channel our inner Tal because the computer has found even another variation that is amazing, maybe worse for Black, but you will love to take a look at it. It's worth analyzing. The move Knight takes on F2 out of nowhere, and you wonder, wait a minute, what's happening here? King takes. How about a rook sacrifice as well? Down a rook for the moment, and after Queen takes, rook to F8, and only now does the position start to clear the cobwebs because the Queen moving away allows Bishop takes on D4 with check, and that magnificent bishop on this long diagonal. Look at the two bishops, how beautiful they are, and the knight is pinned along the line. Suddenly the only move is rook to E3, and then the move E5 appears on the board, and what is happening? All of a sudden, if you try to run away to get your king out of there very quickly, rook takes F3. These engines are insane with analysis. G takes F3. Now Queen takes on H3, and this attack is just steaming. Apparently, it's still okay for White somehow. White can save this position with the move Knight to F1 or Knight H1, but this is why we gave up on playing against these engines a long time ago, because these kind of spectacular variations just come out of nowhere as they start to analyze the forced lines. But this is possible as well. I can't imagine her playing like this, but it was hidden. In fact, she did play more like a human and played the nice move, E5, strategically, probably even better than Knight takes F2, in fact, because the other line, the engines felt like there was some ways of fighting back defensively for White. But E5, a great move, one you would say, yes, indeed, the youngster is playing like a serious chess player, and there's Tatev scratching her head saying, I don't like this one. I better be careful. And she better be, because there are players who are very close to her. She may be in first, but it's not like she's a full point ahead. She's only a half a point ahead. With Irina about to score and win her game, most likely, she'll jump to 7 and be right behind Abrahamian. And this is Abrahamian's last game with the white pieces as well. So no easy matchup in the next round. These youngsters are not just giving away points. So she has to be very careful this game, and I think she'll be starting to think about making a draw if it comes to that. It looks as though the game is shifting certainly in Black's favor.
Thank you very much. And Jennifer, we have been conducting a poll. Tell us about it.
That's right. There's a poll over who's going to win the championship and who's going to win the women's championship, and it's closing. It's on our Twitter feed, the Chess Club and Scholastic Center St. Louis's Twitter feed, which is CCSCSL. You can also find it by searching our hashtag US Chess Champ. So get your votes in, guys. And this is kind of a fun poll. So obviously you don't have to go with the odds and pick the two people with the highest number of points, right?
Right.
But yeah, we'd love to hear from you guys, and you can keep your questions coming in as well.
Well, if I were voting, I would go with Wesley in the open section.
Would you really?
Yeah.
Over Caruana.
Yeah, because that game today, I think Gada's playing a very, very good game. I don't see a big advantage for Gada, for Fabi, whereas I do like Wesley's position myself. So I'm thinking that if Wesley were to win today, and it's still a big, big if. And if Fabi was to draw, they'd be going into the final rounds with the equal number of points. And, both of them playing lower-rated opponents in the final round. With, I'm telling you, Wesley's...
You like him in a tiebreak? Do you like him? I gotta like Caruana in a tiebreak. That's why.
In a tiebreak. Now that would just be fun.
That would be a lot of fun.
I mean, both players are simply great. I'd look forward to that very, very, very much. And Maurice,
Fabi right now, come on, he's a half a point ahead. Wesley winning the game, he's just got a position on his hands and a dogfight against Robson. That's a tough pairing. So it's going to be very hard for him to win, and he's trying to find a way to get some advantage there. So there's still a lot at work in that position. But don't count out Nakamura, and look at this position. He stole the pawn on A7, yes. The youngster took on G5 and didn't trap his knight. Check that reason out now. Didn't trap the knight. After bishop to E2, traded and played rook to A8. Said, okay, it's my turn. But after knight to B5, rook takes A2.
Whoa.
Well, you may not have trapped my knight, but hey, I'm going to trap your rook. What's your rook doing in the position? And now queen to G7. Obviously some tactical shots with takes and knight F3 check. Bishop to D2. Bishop to D2. The point being now that rook takes on B2, queen takes on B2, knight F3 check, rook takes on F3, and after queen takes queen, hey, I stole your queen, bishop to C3, check, give it right back. Thank you very much. Nakamura with this nasty retreat, bishop to D2. Maybe the youngster thought he would get his rook out somehow, but not after this move, and it's clear that this rook has been caged. He did play the move knight to C6, now bishop to C3 on the board, and the revenge of the dark square bishop. When you trade a bishop for a knight, note that that bishop may come back to haunt you, and now it has done so, and this position looks miserable for Black. Black's going to go down in exchange somehow for sure, and it looks as though Jeffrey Zhang will most likely lose the first game in these championships. He played very risky chess. It's the one time we've seen him play this way shaky, but in the meantime, Nakamura really asserting himself and saying, hey, I'm looking to come back in this one and don't count me out.
That's right. I mean, his position just looks absolutely hopeless.
No. Sorry. Don't stop the analysis.
Bishop D3.
Bishop C3, knight D4, Maurice. Continue one more move, because after the move knight D4, I'm hoping, first of all, that you would move your queen. I had this nasty idea of knight takes
and then
E2,
rook takes A3.
And queen takes C3. Again, be careful who you invite to dinner. The tiger may bite you. That rook on A2 is trapped. I got a cheapo in the position. So how does...
That's why Hikaru just moved the bishop, because after bishop C3, knight D4, he just played bishop D3.
Ooh.
Bishop D3.
Now that's a beautiful, beautiful
protecting
move.
the queen,
There's
and now with knight C2. We actually have just mate, indeed, rook F8.
Oh, that is a very, very sweet checkmating pattern indeed. Let me just put that on the board. The queen pinned by this bishop on C3, no escaping the rook check. Very nice move, bishop D3.
And now queen F2 is a threat, doubling.
After the move bishop D3.
Yes, after bishop D3, we're just trying to play queen F2, and then rook A3. We can always just take on D4. So, what do you do against that? Do you have to play? Do you just have to play like E5 or something?
Yeah, I may have to start with a C5 or an E5.
C5 or an E5, and then let's just be vultures and see how Nakamura might finish the day here.
By the way, the Indians preferred bishop to G4 instead of bishop D3 was the preference, but bishop to D3 is quite winning as well. He didn't have to defend the queen, just move the bishop out of there. But that move, attacking the pawn, putting the bishop on a more active square, that was the preference, but it doesn't matter because bishop D3 is still an excellent move in this position, and trouble for Black. The Indians give king G8 right now as the safest move, getting off the line. But after something like queen to D1, that rook is about to lose itself. I mean, he's going to have to sacrifice the rook. It just seems over. And Nakamura now, I mean, he knows it. He's just, look at him. He's nodding. He feels the win. It's coming. It's like, yes, he's pumping himself up. Like, this is going to be victory. And he's looking at the other boards. He knows that a win for him would close the gap rapidly, especially with Fabi not doing anything at all in the game against Gata. That's a difficult matchup for Fabi right now. And Gata trying to play for something in that game. And Gata has doubled rooks on the D line. I mean, look at these standings right now. A win by Naka will leapfrog everyone except Caruana and put him at 7. Meantime, those other 2 players, somebody's getting to 7 points, maybe even 7.5. Wesley or Ray. Well, Wesley could go to 7.5, Ray could go to 7, but somebody is getting to at least 7 in this game, no matter what the result. So it could be a very jumbled leaderboard if Naka wins as he should, and Fabi doesn't win. Boy, if Fabi loses, woo, that would just break the tournament completely open. And don't think it's not possible. This guy, Gatakovsky, he's only won the title 5 times.
He's been there and done that. We're going to go on break, but we've got a puzzle, an Alex Lenderman puzzle, and we promise that we'll be shortly back to continue these exciting games from the penultimate round of the 2016 U.S. Championship. No, not the penultimate championship. We'll be back shortly.
everyone. Welcome back to the 2016 U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's Championships. Lots of critical battles in this penultimate round. But first, we have a puzzle.
Maurice.
Yes, this position that Alexander Lindemann played against a player with a great chess name, Matman, Mat being mate in chess in a few languages, like his name, but it didn't work out for him this time against Alexander Lindemann, who in this position played the move knight takes e5 as black, pawn takes, and now d4. Simple trade, fantastic. Maybe not forced, but absolutely fantastic. And proving this bishop to be in a poor square, it has nowhere to run to, does this bishop. It went to the f4 square only to be met by this spectacular g5, putting the nail into the coffin. And this bishop now trapped. Matman played bishop to f3, and Alex calmly dropped back, and he had a piece in the pocket, and he managed to complete this game and win. So hopefully you guys saw that simple trade, knight takes and d4, g5, a nice little point. Give yourself a pat on the back for finding that solution.
Thank you, Maurice. And the games, crucial games, have been exploding here on our break. I was just looking at this game between Gada Kamsky and our tournament leader going into the round, Fabiano Caruana. Bishop backed up to c3 with a tempo against Gada's rook on the 7th, as well as exposing this pawn on e7 to capture. Gada tucked his rook to the square c2, and instead of capturing on e7, Luft with h3 was first played, and h5 again, daring his opponent to capture this pawn, a move that he should not capture. Rook takes, knight d5, you go pawn hunting. Well, guess what? There's going to be a price to be paid after this rook's double on the 7th rank, looking to clean up along the 2nd rank. So that was why Fabiano caught himself, played the move a2, a3, and here we have this position with Gada Kamsky to play, and I like Gada's position. That rook on c2 is not just annoying, it's more than annoying. It's giving black very good play. Turning to the game of Ray Robson versus Wesley So, that game has blown up with this incredible decision. I find it incredible. I love king safety. Let's just put it that way. And after a few moves, we had left it around these parts. Rook d1 came with a tempo against the queen. Queen went to b6, eyeballing this pawn on f2. Bishop f3 in order to protect the pawn laterally with the queen. h7, h6 was played. Rook d2, just again reinforcing the pawn on f2. I also liked the fact that white's eyeballing the square d6. g5, my goodness. I don't know if in tennis they would call this an unenforced error, but it sure looks dangerous. Wesley dropped his bishop into d6, and then after bishop takes f5, there's all sorts of complications. And the move I was analyzing on our break, it probably didn't work, was knight a4, putting another piece on pre. But the idea I had in mind, again, I doubt that it works tactically, was to be able to capture this bishop on c5 with my bishop, and then to recapture here, restore the material. But boy, 2 bishops versus 2 knights in an open position, that would have been great if the move knight a4 works. I suspect it doesn't. Instead, Wesley simply captured on c5, captures on f5. This is the position that the players have reached. It's crazy. I'm not sure how to evaluate this particular position. The pawn on g5 certainly is scary. It's challenging, but then again, if white can't take advantage of the weak pawn shield, it's clear that Ray could bring his knight back to e5 and perhaps swing it over to the queen side, even keeping in mind b5, b4 could force the trade of queens, which would further shelter his king. So big things in that game, and Hikaru's game, a big advantage for Hikaru. Maurice, take it.
Yes, just looking at the details of that game, this is how it happened. If we jump back to this moment when this knight trapped this rook on the a2 square, queen to g7, bishop back to d2, beautiful move, knight c6, bishop c3, knight d4, and then bishop d3, king to g8, queen f2, attacking this knight, c5 was played, and now bishop to b1, this poor rook trapped in the corner. But check out the other point, knight to c2, releasing the rook, but another problem, the knight on d4. You could save your rook, but to drop this knight, followed by bishop takes, that just looks terrible in this position. So instead, he sacrificed in exchange, takes, and now the engines gave the move pawn to e5 as the strongest move. Instead, Jeffrey has decided he needs to get back some material, and he's taken on e4. That one the engines really do not like at all, and the move is to sacrifice the exchange back with knight takes. In this position, I'm going to see whether or not it has been played as yet, and it has been played. Knight takes, and now you don't dare take this rook down here because of this beautiful move, knight to f5, discovering on your queen. Your queen cannot move because knight h6 is mate on the board. So knight takes knight, just a scintillating move, counter-sacrificing the exchange. Nakamura in total control. If c takes d4, then simply bishop takes d4. And if e5 in this moment, saying, hey, at least I get two pieces under attack. Sorry, I have one of yours under attack as well. This one is just about over. This surprising move, knight takes d4, surprising at least for the youngster, it will probably prompt resignation as he stares at the board and realizes that his position is in ruins. Unfortunate for him, the way he has played this position, he just got himself in deep trouble, grabbing that pawn on a2, not playing the most accurate moves. And it looks like the story of the tournament, Jeffrey Zhang is going to lose, and Naka feeling very relaxed as he feels, and he knows, and he's looking at his watch even. You know what? It's time to go. What time is it? I'm going to get a lot of rest while Fabi and Wesley are in brouhahas on the other two boards. Those positions are crazy. Nakamura reasserting himself here, trying to defend his title.
So apparently the lesson here is that if you've got a really big game, you should play 5 hours of bullet chess before the game, right? I mean, the night before, though. Get a little bit of rest.
Well, he's not being punished, that's for darn sure. No. In fact, he stands very well. Going back to that board number one game between Fabiano Caruana and Gata Kamsky, in this position, we've been talking about this pawn on e7 being on prise, the French words that we use in the chess world to describe in captures. Gata said, hey, I'm not going to slow down whatever it is I want to do to defend the pawn. I instead am going to play the move h5, h4, which, quite frankly, I find a bit puzzling. I think a move like pardon me, I meant to go, yes, I'll do it in a moment. I thought that e7, e6 would have been a very solid choice by Gata. That was not his choice. He went h4, and bang, rook takes. e7 was uncorked by Fabiano, and now the question is, who has calculated the consequences of this capture better? No choice, knight d5, rook d1. A very, very key move, of course. This knight on d5 is forking the bishop on c3, as well as the rook on e7, and we saw a variation not too long ago that went rook takes a7, pawn, knight takes c3, and rook down to d2, and that was great play for black. But now, thanks to this very important rook d1, pinning the knight on d5 to the rook on d8, Fabiano saying, you're not getting the counterplay that you did a moment ago, and I've snapped a pawn. The only thing to say is that the time, Fabi's down on the clock, 10 minutes to 40 minutes?
Yeah, 10, with 14 moves to make. But Gata Kamsky has just made a move that is hard to see.
Which is?
He's played the move rook to a8.
Rook a8. Okay, then something went wrong. I don't know. Fabi, what's going on here, Maurice?
World-class analysis going on. These players are playing computer-esque moves. Rook to A8, a fantastic repost. It looked as though Fabi had solved all his problems, but there's still stuff that's happening on the board. The main reason why is this cluster of white pieces on this side, and although he had to guard this pawn, he's saying, look, your rook is under attack now. What do you plan to do? Me, I'm thinking some exchange sack, but the engines are saying, forget about those moves. They're not working, or at least they're not looking at them. Somehow I wanted to maybe play rook takes on d5, but that doesn't work after c takes d5. It looks as though the position is very solid there. Maybe a move like bishop takes g7 first, so that after knight takes e7, you drop the bishop back, and after knight d5, take this pawn. The engines say, yeah, you might have a little bit of compensation for this exchange sack, but I got to be honest, I wish my knight was somewhere else. Maybe here. Could I just do that, please? Just pick it up, throw it over there. Over there, it just looks miserable. So if not, because of this knight sitting on a4, this is the whole position right now. This knight sitting on a4. So after this move, rook d1, rook a8, the engines give this move, rook, all the way back as the top move to play. You can't stay on the 7th because every square is defended. It looks like rook here would be a little tricky after bishop back to c8. So rook back all the way, and now knight takes c3. You might say, well, that solved the problem of this piece, but hold on, rook takes on that square. Suddenly black got the pawn back and two bishops raging across the board. And although white has harmonized somewhat, probably a move like this one would make sense. Now rook to a3, and you can't, rook to a2, excuse me, you can't guard the a3 pawn with rook a1 because of this beautiful bishop along the long diagonal. This position is still complete chaos, and the move a5 being possible. So back here, it's a critical position. Knight takes c3, b takes c3, maintaining the extra pawn. But what are you doing with this piece? That knight on a4, a tricky piece to try to coordinate back into the game. Black is still perfectly fine according to the engines with compensation for the lost pawn. A crazy position to be sure. Heavy fight with Fabi at 7 minutes and 27 seconds left to make a critical decision here after knight to d5. He's got to play, guys, 15 moves. Sorry, rook d1, rook a8 is on the board. Make that 14 moves in 7 minutes in what is not a position that's not seriously advantageous for him. This is tough right now, and with Naka about to win, Naka is just seconds away from winning. If Jeffrey hadn't resigned already, they're still playing, but Naka is seconds away from winning, maybe minutes at most. He will catch Fabi, and Fabi better watch out because the whole tournament will go completely crazy after that with with Wesley and Ray. Somebody of that group will get to 7 points. You see it there. Naka winning to go to 7. One of these other two players will be at least on 7, maybe 7.5. The tournament has gone wild here in the penultimate round.
That's right, and it does look like Zhang is playing on. Meanwhile, another leader in the women's championship, Naji Pakidze, seems to be putting the pressure on Alyssa Melekina, and I think she's got good chances in this endgame. I mean, just so many weaknesses here for Alyssa, and a really nice positioning of the knights for Naji Pakidze. For instance, a move like c6, trying to cut off the rook from that strong
from
rank.
The capture.
Strong rank. We use file so much more than we use rank, right? Knight a5 looks like a good reply. And now if you play c5, we have knight b7. So just looks, or again, we can take on e6 again. Rook takes e6 again. So this looks very, very tough for Alyssa to defend. News in the Kamsky game.
Yes. Remember, I was saying time to sacrifice an exchange, but the engine didn't cooperate when I tried to do it. Well, at least I followed in good footsteps because Caruana said, yes, I am going to capture this bishop. I don't want to play that other position out. Bishop takes on g7, knight takes, bishop to f6, knight to d5, bishop takes h4. He now has 2 pawns for the exchange, and Jeffrey Zhang has resigned in his game, so he has gone down. He's lost his first game, so right now Nakamura tied for first at the moment in the competition and hoping against hope. Certainly he's hoping, and he might even go over to glance at that board, what's happening in the Fabi game, that maybe that game will be a loss for Fabi. He's definitely keenly aware that that one is in a serious fight. Poor Jeffrey going down finally his first game of the competition. But this one here, this is the position we have, and now rook to e8 on the board. The engines like black here. Why? This piece you have an exchange for 2 pawns. Normally, that's a good thing, but right now, this piece is annoying. How do you solve this problem? How does this knight leave so the other knight can join it, and where should it go? It's not easy. It's not easy, and it looks as though Caruana might be in a little bit of trouble here. I do like the opposite colored bishops if he could somehow coordinate his pieces, but it's not going to be easier. Rook's on the 7th, knight on d5, bishop on f5, rook on e8. What's not to like about Black's position?
Wow. We talked before the show how regal Fabi has been throughout this tournament, never getting into a bad position, and when we were thinking about it, never being in a worse position. And what a time to be facing a worse position in the penultimate round leading the tournament. And there you have an updated result. Hikaru Nakamura has won his game and is currently tied with Fabiano Caruana, and our defending champion, Hikaru Nakamura, has suddenly become a very big Gadakamsky fan for this game that is still being played, and Wesley So and Ray Robson deep in their game.
That's right, and we are going to find out from Nakamura himself shortly what he thinks. Now, we do have the results of the poll that we asked several hours ago when the round was just getting started. Who will win the championship? Well, of course, at that time, Fabi was a half point behind, so he got most of the votes. 0 for Ray Robson. What about the Webster fans?
Right.
And 11% for Nakamura, 9 for Wesley So.
And the player I predicted, Wesley So, only got 9%.
Well, that was before the round started, so.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, in the women's championship, it was a lot tighter. Lots of Nazi Piketty fans, as well as some believers in Irina, despite the 1-point deficit.
Exactly, and I'm going to the game of Tatev because that is so key. We reached this position, and well, we'll go back to where we left it. We left it after the move h3, e5, the human move. There was this Tal-like sacrifice beginning with knight f2 that Maurice pointed out would have given black some very interesting play. The human move e5 was played instead. Very reasonable play. d5, d4. No, that's not an isolated queen pawn. That is a pass pawn. And with this move, it's very clear black wants to further push this pawn, attacking that bishop. And if you could get that bishop to drop back, well, that's no way to treat a rook. The bishop went to e4, queen f7, attacking the bishop on f4. Suddenly, Tatev's bishop is run out of moves. She doesn't want to give up her dark square bishop. She played bishop g5. Notice she didn't play bishop h6 because there's a battery on the f2 pawn, and after a trade of bishops, there would have been queen takes f2, and black would be crashing through. And after the move bishop g5, I was still considering this move h6 anyway, as the variation is very forcing. Trades, queen takes f2. I didn't see the knockout blow, and king at h2, everything is okay, but it's tight in the women's race.
Meanwhile, we've got Maurice Ashley with Jeffrey Zhang.
Yes, with the Dallas native, Jeffrey having had a wonderful tournament, still having a wonderful tournament, but after defeating a 5-time champion in Gadakamsky, had trouble today against a 4-time champion, a top 10 player in the world, Hikaru Nakamura. Jeffrey, this game was tough. This game was really complex. Did you feel ill at ease in the opening when you were playing against him?
I think I played a pretty risky opening, and I simply just walked into his preparation. And after he played knight g5, I thought my position was already busted, actually. Because he's threatening to play f5 and knight b5, and meanwhile all of his pieces are participating in the attack, while my pieces are just really passive, and just something definitely went wrong in the opening today.
Why did you decide to play such a risky opening against a player like Nakamura?
To be honest, I'm not sure what I was thinking about that. I had recent success with this move, but okay. Yeah, today he just found a very nice way to play against it.
You talked about learning each round. What lesson do you take from playing today?
Well, I was really impressed by how he finished off the game. Although I should say that I think when he played knight b5, I'm not sure this was even necessary, because if we could bring up the board,
You traded on g5, which I thought was a curious decision right now. When you did that trade, you must have thought it was imperative. Why didn't you play the move c6 and trap his knight? Was there a problem there for you? After that is after bishop takes.
Yeah, then maybe after knight d4, I take on g5. Is that the idea?
No, take on g5. No, I'm talking about when he actually took your pawn. So bishop takes, pawn takes knight. Why didn't you, instead of this move, play c6? That left just seemed very unclear what was going to happen next.
Yeah, he has to play e5, I think. Or at least I thought that was his idea.
And if knight takes?
Then bishop d4.
But I mean, here at least you've gotten the pawn back, and the pawn on g5 is hanging.
Right, but no, there's still some things to be worked out, I think. I mean, c6 is hanging, and my king is very weak.
I see. Okay, I might not...
First of all, I thought that what he did wasn't even necessary, because I think if he plays h4, that's the end already. Because, I mean, I have all the same problems.
You mean instead of taking on...
No, instead of knight b5. If he just plays... No. Instead of playing knight b5, just h4, and I didn't really understand what I could do. At least,
it looked like a lot of space for him, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, at least after knight b5, bishop takes g5, I thought I have a square. I mean, probably I'm still clearly worse, but I had a square.
Now, as the game continued, you took on a2, which looked highly dangerous. Did you realize he had this move, bishop to d2, or did you miss it?
No, actually, you're giving me too much credit. I didn't even see knight a3, just trapping the rook. Otherwise, I would not be going for it.
Oh, okay, so the tension of the moment, you missed this
Yeah,
move.
Well, first of all, I thought if I don't regain the pawn, probably it's just technical win.
It's a pawn down, yeah. All right, so you saw this idea, you just missed this retreating move, knight to a3. Well, unfortunate that this happened to you in this round. You still have another round to go. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, next round I'm playing a guy who usually goes after the enemy king regardless of whether he gets to move first or not. So, yeah, it'll be an interesting
Who are you
game.
playing, Shabalov?
Yes.
Yeah, I could have guessed that one just from the description. So it should be an interesting battle. Well, you have definitely impressed us with your play so far and your demeanor, and we look forward to seeing you finish out this tournament in style.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. A great result regardless of today's setback. But Hikaru really had to play a great game, and frankly, Hikaru did. That's why he's the defending champion, one of the best players in the world. When it really counts, Hikaru can really play some great chess, and I think it was a very well-played game by Hikaru today. What is going on in the game of Fabiano, as it's so important for our first place? Let's just take a quick look at what happened. We left it after the move bishop h4, excuse me, rook e8, b5 by Fabi. Fabi definitely trying to save the game. He's in deep trouble in this game. And we have this situation. It's an exchange up for a pawn, but again, this wayward knight, I don't know. I'm going to have to get Hikaru's expert insight. Maybe good holding chances for white. We have defending champion Hikaru Nakamura in our studios with Maurice.
Not just a defending champ, but a four-time champion, Hikaru Nakamura, one of the top 10 players in the world, playing a truly vicious game today. Hikaru, you look like you came for blood. We heard that you played 5 hours of bullet last night. Is that true?
Not 5 hours, maybe 2 hours or something. I mean, pretty much for the last few days I've been doing it because, I don't know, I just tried one night and then I won the next day and then I did it again, I won the next day. So it seems to be working for whatever
Unorthodox preparation for a chess tournament.
Yeah, I mean, okay, normally I don't do it, but I just did it and then I won the game against, I think it was Shankland, and I kept doing it, so yeah, that's why I was playing bullet.
Yeah, we don't advise that of you guys. This guy just happens to be the best bullet player on the planet, but okay. Today's game, were you surprised by his choice of opening? Extremely risky.
Not really. First of all, I'm a bit fortunate because my second is from Dallas, where Jeffrey is from, and they've actually played a few times. So because of that, I had some extra insight in terms of what Jeffrey's repertoire is. Knight c6 is not the main line, but it's still a line that's been played quite a bit, and I don't think it's that risky. I think it's just a little bit unpleasant, but that's, I mean, how chess is really at this point in time. But then, kind of, the issue with the position that Jeffrey had was that it was just always worse, and there wasn't really counterplay. So it's kind of like, I'm just developing my pieces, and then when I go knight g5, he kind of has to make a tough decision whether to go h6 or to go bishop h6. And before the game, I had looked at something pretty similar, and I'd only looked at this move h6. But bishop h6 was certainly an interesting try, because it's a little bit hard for me. I wasn't really sure what I'm doing, whether I should play knight b5 like I did, or whether I should play something, I don't know, like b3 or a3 or bishop c1, something more positional. It was very hard to decide, but in the end, I didn't see anything that was bad, so I just went for it with knight b5, and then, I mean, the position kind of just kept deteriorating for Jeffrey.
There was a moment after knight b5 I'd like for you to look at right here after the trade. The move c6 right now. What was your plan in this position? The engines say that you're up a pawn and your knight's not getting trapped.
Of course it's not getting trapped.
So, but it's still sitting there. So what was your plan just at this moment? He was afraid of e5, but I'm not sure that's the move.
Well, I saw both ideas. E5, I mean, e5 was my original idea, but I think after e5, knight takes e5, bishop d4, there is knight g7, and it's very, very unclear. I'm not really sure what's going on. But I also thought just queen a4 was completely fine as well. Like queen a4, and then, I don't know, I mean, rook a8, I think, and it's just knight c6, and it's probably just a significantly worse endgame. And knight e5, I think I have bishop d4, or knight e5, I have bishop b6 or bishop d4, and I mean, I thought I was fine. I didn't think there was danger, at least, because I didn't see my knight getting trapped on a7, so probably I would have gone for this. That's what I would have done.
Yeah, very concrete play there. You have won the game. You're currently tied for first, for the moment at least. Fabiano, what is your opinion of the position he's in? He's definitely worse, but is he losing?
Well, what's the current position?
He's oh, look at this. It's transferred down to an ending.
No, but this is going to be a draw.
Looks dead drawn suddenly, so he looks like he is.
No, I don't understand. What did Gata do? After knight d7, what was Gata's move?
So the bishop, is right here. He must have taken it, no? Oh, he took on.
No, he took on c3, which I thought was correct. Takes, and he played g4 and. Wait, what? What is bishop takes d7? I mean, isn't bishop e6 just very strong for black? Bishop e6, rook d6.
Maybe he doesn't want to see knight f6 and g5 happen somehow?
No, but I mean, rook takes a3, this should just be very good for black.
Let's continue the line. Knight f6.
Knight f6, king f8, that's the point. And now, I mean, black must be winning. Just rook a1, a3, a2. I don't see. g5, king e7. Or actually, wait, I don't have to go king e7. It's not checkmate. So instead of king e7, I just play a move like, I don't know, rook c3, a3. It just looks winning. Rook a7, a2, and I mean, game over.
Wait. That line. Oh, because you're going back to d8.
Yeah, I mean, bishop d7 is just a bad move. I mean, or not a bad move, but I mean, there's no practical winning chances. So, yeah, just rook a3. I don't get it. Because if knight c5, now you go like bishop c4, and that looks
like you're keeping those pawns.
I mean, I think black should just be winning here. Technically, I mean, I don't. I'm not saying it's easy, but I have a feeling that technically speaking, this should just be winning.
I completely agree.
Yeah, it looks like he let him off the hook. So a draw looks like it's in the offing. The current position we have on the board
looks
looks
very strange by God.
Looks like a draw, and he played with time on his clock. Certainly wasn't in the time pressure that Fabio was in.
Very strange.
But you agree that the position on the board now is
it's just a dead draw.
Right?
100% dead draw. Yeah.
So then you're still half a point behind. So we can't speak of having a tie for first just yet. But you're you certainly controlled what you could control so far in the tournament. What are your thoughts going into the last game?
I mean, it's hard to judge this tournament. I mean, I really, it comes down to 2 games in the middle of the tournament, I think, as far as what's gone wrong for me. I mean, basically, I'm assuming that Fabiano will take care of business like he should tomorrow and win. So you know, mentally, you know, I'm not really thinking about winning the tournament. I assume I'm not going to. But still, I'm pretty happy with the way that I've come back after losing to Fabiano. I mean, unfortunately for me, this feels a little bit like the candidates where I was way behind and kind of out of it, and then I sort of started playing well towards the end and wasn't in contention to win, but I you know, at least I was close enough in the standings, I would say. Whereas here it's kind of the same way. I don't feel like I've ever really been in the running to win the tournament. I mean, if I'd won yesterday, it's a whole different story. But still, I mean, I've played well since the mishaps, I guess.
You bring up a really interesting point, and I'd like for you to make a comment on this. I said the same thing in the candidates. I said, you know, you put so much into that tournament. That was a really big tournament for you, and you made a point about it, that this is a really big tournament you wanted to win. When you were out of it, all of a sudden, it looked like the great Nakamura we know. Free chess, playing great. But when you were not, you seemed a little bit more reserved. Is that a fair assessment, or you feel that you know, I'm overstating the case? Because it looked like when you're relaxed, you just seem like you play completely amazing chess, and you play and you fight. But when you're tense, we can actually see it in your body.
First of all, I think that's true for everyone who's playing the candidates. I mean, to use an even better example, look at Magnus when he played in London in 2014. I mean, I think everyone would agree that Magnus probably has the best nerves, and definitely under pressure he performs the best by far. And yet, when there was real pressure in the last round against Peter Svidler, he lost the game. So the candidates tournament is a whole different animal. As far as being tense or not being tense, I don't think it was being tense. I think obviously I was a little bit nervous, but in general I wasn't getting any breaks in terms of preparation or the way the openings were going, whereas in the later rounds I started to get some breaks, and I think because of that it's obviously much easier to play when that happens. So you know, it wasn't my tournament. I think you know, maybe that affected me somewhat at the start here, because I don't feel like I'm at 100%. I still feel a little bit in a different world ever since the candidates, because it was a long tournament, a lot of energy. But the show goes on, and you have to keep trying to do your best.
Last question, just pertaining to that, your thoughts about becoming world champion potentially. It's 2 years away now. At least the cycle is going to restart again. Your sights are still set on that goal?
That's really the only goal I can have at this point. I mean, what am I supposed to say? I just want to keep playing chess and make money. I mean, that's not the reason I play chess. So I've obviously won the U.S. Championship a few times. I was number 2 in the world last year. So as far as I'm concerned, that's the only thing that I haven't really achieved at this point. But it's 2 years away. There are a lot of tournaments I'll have to play well, because I'm assuming I won't qualify by rating. But you know, you only have so many chances, and I'm just enjoying the ride, because I'm sure one day I'll probably be a little bit older like Alex and God, and not playing quite at my absolute strength anymore. So I just have to try and do the best in the present moment.
I saw a tweet of yours that said, "Good food and good company is what life is all about." We'll let you go enjoy that right now.
Yeah, I'm actually, you know, I'm quite happy about that, because one of my friends who's in town, he's catching a taxi to leave at 4:50, so I was trying to play quickly and finish the game so I'd have a little time afterwards.
Well, there you go. We'll let you go enjoy time with your friend. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you, Hikaru.
And we've got Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez with some analysis on a very key battle here in the penultimate round.
Hello, we are here outside of the St. Louis Chess Club, just on the main street of the Central West End. It's a busy Sunday. People are taking advantage of the beautiful weather, just playing blitz outside. You can see a lot of people playing blitz. Some of them are analyzing chess. A couple I see on their boards are actually analyzing some of the games of the U.S. Championship, and I'm going to be doing the same thing. I want to talk a little bit about personality and style in chess. A lot of people think that, well, grandmasters are all really strong, they play the same, but it's really not true. Grandmasters play in all kinds of different ways, and it's very specific to each player on how they play. For example, in the U.S. women's, we have very pronounced differences between some of the leaders. Taref Abrahamian, who is leading the tournament right now, is a crazy attacker, extremely well-versed with the initiative, while her main rival at the moment, Nazi Paikidze, who trails her by only half a point, is actually an extremely positional, quiet player. When those kind of styles match up against each other, crazy things happen. In the U.S. Championship today, we have a game between Wesley So with White and Ray Robson. And when we talk Ray Robson, I think machine. That guy, unlike any grandmaster that I've seen in my life, can play like a computer, even when sometimes I don't think it's necessary. When Ray in this position against Wesley So comes up with the move G5, a move that the computers love and I cannot even begin to understand, is played, I can see Robson just loves calculation. He loves being precise in his moves. He doesn't really care that much about general concepts when he thinks the calculation will trump some of the more overall ideas in the position. G5 was a fantastic move. After Wesley played bishop d6, there was the chance to play this bishop f2 check, guys, that I'm sure that you analyzed, which looks absolutely insane. Only Robson could come up with ideas like G5. For me, G5 weakens the king side, it weakens a lot of squares, it pushes the bishop to be traded off for the other. I thought this bishop had a really nice attack here on the f2 square, but I'm telling you, he is a very machine-like, very precise player. The computers agree that after bishop takes f5, bishop takes c5, queen takes c5, pawn takes f5, that he's doing pretty well. And the idea is this maneuver that we see in the game, knight e5 to c4, something that you have to see in advance to justify all of the weakening that you've done on this flank. Wesley So is a player that's incredibly precise, can play any kinds of positions, but Robson, man, out of all players in the tournament, I think plays the most like a machine, like a computer. He's showing an excellent understanding of chess today against Wesley So. The game looks extremely complicated. Let's remember that Ray won his game against Wesley So in the last year's U.S. Championship. This is a key one for the standings, and I'm excited to see how it continues. For more analysis of today's game, we go back to Jen, Yasser, and Maurice.
Thank you, Alejandro. And that's a nice piece, because I'm glad Alejandro felt the same way about G5 as I did, because that one was a real befuddling move. I'm really shocked by what has happened in the game between Carissa
and Irina.
When we left it, Carissa essentially was busted. Maurice, give us some details, because I'm stunned by the current position.
I think he's pulling that up right now.
We'll pull that up, but I'm looking.
I'm miscalculation that I think there was a little flourish earlier where she thought she was getting some play, but didn't quite have it, and Maurice has it now.
All righty.
Well, miscalculation will do it to you. With plenty of time on her clock, Irina Krush had this position. Look at those bishops, sweet on the board. Any move is good. You can move your king out the way. You can play bishop h4. You could calmly push your pawn on h4. White is tied down hand and foot in this position. But Irina decided it was time to win the game, and she played this move, rook takes d3, which looks quite attractive if you think there's a point that's going to work. But check this out. Only move, queen takes on d3. And now the move, queen takes d3. The engine's actually like rook e4 there and gave a slight edge to black. But now rook takes, and now she played what was supposed to be her killer blow. Rook takes on e4. That's all she wrote. The rook's hanging with the discovery. If you dare take, I take with check. I pick your rook off. It's all well and good. I've got a great discovery. And I mentioned this before. Strong players, they make mistakes in very limited areas, frequently make mistakes in limited areas. When they do, it's usually a certain type of blunder. And we talked about retreating moves. We talked about mistakes on squares protected by pawns. And discoveries, overrating them. In this position, what occurred to her? She thought she had this great discovery, except all of a sudden, King G1 appeared on the board, and suddenly there was nothing. Everything evaporated in 1 second, and she realized she had miscalculated. She played rook to G4, and suddenly rook to G3, and in just a space of 3 or 4 moves, the reigning champion is now losing. On the board, she tried the move rook to d4, bishop to g5 now, forcing the trade of one of those bishops, so she won't even have compensation there. She traded, played king to f7, king f2, bishop to d5, b3, a5, and now king to e3 on the board right now. Certainly it's a winning edge. There's no question about it. I don't know why she didn't just play rook to g1 and really finish the game off. But anyway, king to e3, she probably didn't want to see rook d2 check. But still, this position is busted. No question. Full exchange up. Clearly winning is Carissa. A disaster for Irina in this position. And this would be amazing as this 12-year-old will not only defeat a grandmaster, she will defeat a reigning women's champ, 7-time champ at that, but a stunning blunder on the part of Irina Krush. She was disgusted with the way she was playing this entire tournament. This one will sit with her for quite some time as she has allowed this position to happen. Unbelievable, really. She's been so out of form this tournament. It's incredible to see her, such a great champion, not get her game going and play such a bad game at a critical time.
That's right, Maurice. Although I do think that Irina has some chances to save the game, because suppose she manages to win the pawn on f5, and Carissa's technique has definitely left things to desire in this tournament. So this one's not totally over yet, in my view.
All right, the position is won. Can
she has to win the pawn
win
without giving up the g7 pawn. I mean, that g7 pawn looks dead.
And the other, well, many important games, but in Tatev's game, I just wanted to bring our attention to our current tournament leader. Bishop a6, retreating the bishop. I'm not sure if that was, well, I actually think that that was a step in the wrong direction. I really like this bishop on a6 very, very, very much, bearing down into White's camp. And if Black didn't like the move h6, well, I sure as heck would like to have played the move rook c8 and rook c3, posting up on the c3 square in White's camp, menacing potential ideas, even of d3 and rook c2. Bishop c8 looks like a misdirection. Bishop a6. I still like Black's position very much here, right here. a4. I'm okay with that move as well, but again, I'm looking at, trying to post my rook into White's camp, as well as to use this d pawn to advance. a4 is fine, takes, and this move I don't like.
Whoa, we got some weird developments here.
Right. Even though I like capturing pawns, I think after rook c5, Tatev would be in big trouble. I like Black's position. After bishop takes, it gave Tatev the chance she needed to trade off this extremely powerful bishop on g7. If she can get rid of that bishop, this pawn on d4 suddenly becomes vulnerable.
And we've got some trades in the position.
Oh, we do.
If you catch up.
Sure.
So just bishop h6, queen h6, and I was
That's
just
the latest
envisioning
move.
that Gorky might decide to offer further trades with queen g7, although she hasn't played that move yet.
Queen to g7. Yeah.
But oh no, we have. I'm sorry. We also have rook takes c1 and rook takes c1 inserted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rook
so
c1, rook
this is the current
c1,
position.
and now queen g7. You reckon? No, I think that Tatev's chances here are fine. In other words, she's holding all three results, blah, blah, blah. But I'm saying just a few moves ago, I thought that
you really liked Black.
I really
now
liked
you
Black's
think it's
position.
pretty balanced.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Nazi seems like she's going to bring this point home. I mean, her positioning into Alyssa now is absolutely crushing. We were talking about that knight wiggling from a5 to b7, and that's exactly what happened. And now there's a fork of the rook on d8 and the bishop on d6. Nazi is going to go up a pawn, but that's almost the least of Alyssa's worries. In addition to that, honestly, I think I would go the other way. I mean, either way, but like I could also just do it the old-fashioned way and take on d6 because I'm also attacking your knight on d7, and now I maintain all of my active pieces. King e7, I was just thinking, I guess I could play rook a6 here, and it just looks kind of ugly. And then I'm coming, if you play knight f8 to defend the pawn, I just have knight c5 and or knight e5, just a brutal position where every one of Nazi's pieces are better than Alyssa's pieces, and that's not a good sign.
It's a win. It's that simple. It's a win for Naji if she plays it the very straightforward way.
Another great positional game by Nazi. I mean, I think the one thing that's unlucky for Nazi is that this last round pairing, because her white games really are sparkling. I mean, she just always seems to get this massive positional edge with white.
Yeah, but if Arena plays like she is playing today and has been playing the last few rounds, that final round, well, it's going to be great. And she has captured the knight on d6 in the style that you like. Knight takes d6, and she looks to be cruising. Again, back to the championship, and let's see, has Fabiano and Gadakamsky drawn? It sure looks like they're heading in that way.
Why don't you show us that, though? Because I think not everybody understands these basic rook hang games.
Yeah, rook hang. Well, essentially, for black to win, he got it. That is going to want to move his king to b2, move his rook out of the way, advance his pawn, and basically force white to give up the rook. The problem for Gada is that to get his king to the b2 square, he's going to have to lose the f7 pawn. And it's not easy. Then, after losing the f7 pawn, white then gets the opportunity to get his own counterplay against the king side, and the race can easily rebound against Gada. So, for example, let's just, and why not play the move, oops, yes, rook a1, so let's play king f4. And why not play the move a2? The problem with the move a2 is now, whenever you move the king over to the b2 square, I'm going to check you from behind, and you're just not going to be able to get the rook out of the way. So, for example, I'll go check. 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 So I'll drive you all the way, this way I can accelerate the play. I'll drive you all the way to the square you want to get to, which is b3. Now you're all set up to move the rook, doesn't matter to which square, promote the pawn, and win the game. Clear. Now I'll give you a check. You move your king away from the a2 pawn, well, I'll go back. Now you can't move your rook because I'm just going to pick up this a2 pawn. And your king has no square to hide.
Right, and that's why you play the move a2, and I mean that's why you don't play the move a2.
So your king can hide on the a2 square.
And that gives you better chances, but a lot of resources there as well for white.
Right, and so if you leave this pocket, this square, open, for example, and you play a move like king over, I'll take the pawn. You move your king over, excuse me, I'll get back behind the pawn, and now we've got something like this, where you're moving up the board, and now this is where white's counterplay comes in really handy. I'm just waiting for you to get to the a2 square, right? So now we've driven you to the a2 square. Sorry, this is a very fundamental ending. I could have had my rook on this rank, but I'm doing it just to explain this is where the counterplay comes in. The king now jumps into the action. You may win my rook, no question about it. You may win my rook, but by this time, check this out, I've got counterplay with my pawn, and I'm likely to draw the game nonetheless.
Now remember, there was a very big game between Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian, which showed another technique of defending in this position.
The Vicura position, checking from the sides.
Right, exactly, but that's not even necessary here when you had this tactical method. And notice that with Caruana's advanced pawns, makes life a little bit easier. And that's one of the reasons.
With the pawn on g5.
That's right. Yeah. We've talked earlier in the broadcast how sometimes there's like a key move for black to like play h5 to prevent g4, because the further back the pawns are, this type of variation becomes a little bit more difficult.
Right, and none of that's necessary thanks to the advanced pawn on g5. This game is definitely heading to a draw. And let's go to the game between Ray Robson and Wesley So. We saw a trade. Rook comes up to e5. Now, by the way, that pawn on g5 is actually looking very good for black. No problem. There's no attack against black's king. Double threat. Rook c5, skewering one of white's minor pieces, as well as the pawn on f5. Hence, we see the move b3, b4 by Wesley, rook takes, rook d2. Interesting. Why didn't Wesley want to win his pawn back immediately? I suspect that if Wesley had gone rook a1, there was some counterattack against the f2 pawn that he didn't want to deal with, something like this. And thanks to the fact that this knight is forced to guard this b5. Well, wait a minute, I do have bishop d7. A little bit confusing, but Wesley has played the move rook b2 instead of immediately going back to win his pawn. Now the question is, does Ray have an advantage by playing a7, a6 in order to protect his b5 pawn so he can back up with his knight on c4? I still suspect the game's in that zone of evenness, but I think Ray stands better.
Ray played king g7 instead of your move.
He played the move king g7. Okay. Curiouser and curiouser, they say. Okay, so, I mean, I'm a pawn grubber. I want to get my pawn back. Rook a2, attacking the knight, forcing the knight to move away. And now I can pause because I've got to capture. I've got three ways of capturing. I can capture the pawn on a7, which is very attractive. I can capture the pawn on b5 with my knight, and I can capture it with the bishop. Now, I'm a little bit confused, Maurice, by the game between Wesley So and Ray Robson. I seem to be flip-flopping. I thought that Ray held a smidge. Now I'm thinking it's Wesley. What's going on?
Split the difference. It's equal. The position is equal now. They played very well. They played within control chess, and they were able to keep the balance. And now the only issue is the time. Wesley at 8 minutes and 50 seconds on my clock. Ray at 6 minutes on his clock. The usual time pressure. They still have to make 8 moves. But right here, rook to a1, knight c2 seemed okay for both sides after rook takes, knight takes, here bishop takes, and you couldn't play knight here, as you mentioned. I mean, you actually could try it, but it doesn't work because of this move, rook to a4, and suddenly you're being skewered across the rank. So this move right here was okay for white if he wanted to play it. Instead, he played the move rook to d2. a6, he could simply play the move rook to a2 now under different conditions, now taking on a6, and the Indians really like black going down in this position here because the b5 pawn is hanging. You didn't get back the pawn on this square because the rook guarded against the knight c2 incursion. So he did play the move king to g7 here right now, and now the Indian's giving as best knight to e2, preparing to bring the knight to d4, and after rook to e5 as one idea, rook to a2, and just going to this position right here. Actually, he could even play knight to d4 in this position, and he's going to win a pawn back somehow, but it's going to be fine in the long run. Going to the Indians, no real edge here. These pawns should be coming off soon, and it's going to be an equal position. So that's going to leave a draw. Wesley So will then be tied for first for the moment while Fabiano Caruana is in his position, but it looks like Fabi should be able to draw his if he doesn't blunder completely. It looks like he will be drawing quite shortly. We've seen this position now arise on the board. This is known to be a draw. Even if you lose your g-pawn, it's still a draw. That king can go all the way over and take the g-pawn and be up 2 full pawns, but that's a book draw. Here goes the king. He's just going to keep on checking it. He'll even allow the pawn. He could also bring his rook behind the pawn as well, but there he goes. He just played rook over, king f4. The g-pawn has gone off the board, but it is a well-known position that this is indeed a book draw, and Fabi, well, not even giving him the g-pawn. He said, forget it. I'm trying to get him in zugzwang. Now, king h2 should still be okay, I think, by book. It should still be just fine, as long as the king doesn't make the mistake of going to f2. That's the only one.
Let's
king
show
f2,
that one.
That's the last little moment, king f2, allowing rook to h1. As long as that doesn't happen, I hazard a nice little bet that it's not going to happen.
$1 million to $1, free dollar.
Free dollar.
This is not going to happen.
Clearly still well drawn, and he knows it already. He took a sip of water there and
This
move
is
this
a
king
don't.
over, but it's still a dead draw.
This is a fashion don't. Don't play king to f2 in this position. It's funny because a lot of beginning players, if they reach this position, they might play king f2 with the idea of going closer to the pawn. But it's an outrageous blunder. In this case, just leaving your king on the h2, g2 complex is the key. Right. And that's why it's important that they have a g-pawn and not an f-pawn, because if they manage to have an f-pawn, at some point they could play f3 check, and you'd have to play king f2. And
right.
then
with the
you lose.
with the black g-pawn, you can't disturb white's king from going between the g2 squares, but with an f-pawn you can. And this, just to point out the skewer that Fabi had to avoid. Not the move king f2. That would have been terrible because of rook h1, rook takes, and rook h2 is the problem.
And we'd all lose $1 million.
And we'd all lose $1 million. Hence we saw our tournament leader, king h2. And with this draw by Fabi,
and a draw by Wesley.
That's right.
That has happened as well.
That has occurred. It has occurred. That one just petered out very quickly. I'll show you the finish as he's now checking. We should see a draw any second on that board. But let's look at the finish here. After rook a2, he played the move a5. Right now, a5, rook takes a3. Try to be tricky, this move a5. Of course, he wants to play b4 and prove advantage somehow. But rook a3, a b4, rook b4, bc3, rook c3. And now this b pawn will be curtailed. If anything, it's black who could have something. But it's clear that it's not going to be easy to defend this pawn at all and get that advantage you want. So they agree to a draw. Wesley So now tied for first. But Fabi about to get that half point. Critical half point. Could have lost this game. Clearly that critical position where he could have lost. As Nakamura pointed out, we'll have to go check that one out as everything went too quickly. But right now he's getting a draw. He's going to keep his half a point. And there it is, a handshake. The top players have drawn, and the lead remains the same for Fabiano Caruana.
That's right. So Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru's closer.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
Hikaru has gotten closer, and his other rivals haven't. So that's a big news here, and we'll see that. We've got Fabiano Caruana is going to have 7.5 points. Well, he does actually have 7.5 points now. And that leaves Wesley So and Nakamura both with 7 as well. Exactly. So Wesley and Nakamura trailing by just half a point. Meanwhile, Robson trailing by a full point now. So if the tournament ended now, we would have the
1, 2, 3.
We would have Fabiano as the champion and Wesley and Nakamura as the two other participants in the Kasparov quad. Whoever would have imagined? I mean, could you have guessed it?
Yes, yes, I could.
But we still have a round to go, and a big round it will be, because lots can shake up. I mean, it's not just about who comes in the top 3 for that quad. The champion is in doubt, right? I mean, Nakamura said he thinks Fabi is going to take care of business now, even with the black pieces, against the bottom seed in the tournament. But as we've seen before in the championship, anything can happen.
As is happening in the ladies' events going on. The game with Tatev, still wide open game, and it could easily go wrong for our tournament leader.
And time pressure is a factor in that one. With both players having another 5 moves to make and less than 5 minutes on the clock for Tatev. So let's go to Grandmaster Ray Robson, still in the hunt in this U.S. Championship. He's with Maurice.
Well, in the hunt, but maybe running out of time is Ray, a full point behind Fabiano Caruana, and playing Nakamura tomorrow. A lot will have to bounce his way in order for him to have a chance to be in a tie for first. Ray, you clearly had a sharp game today. You were going for it. What were your thoughts while you were playing the game?
Yeah, Wesley played one of the lines he's played a lot, the Moran with Queen c2, Bishop d3. And I was thinking about, in the opening, I mean, instead of taking on c4, I can play e5, which is a much more solid line, which has a much higher probability of me making a draw. But instead, I played a more complicated line, and I was worried that he might know a lot more theory than me. But I made, I think, some good moves. At least they seemed really good to me over the board. Bishop c8 and h6, they weren't obvious moves, but they seemed pretty strong. And I actually think I had the advantage at some point. Probably I was slightly better. I had a very comfortable position. But I made one move a little bit fast, trying to avoid pressure on the clock. And after that, he had this move. I played knight c4, I think was a mistake. Instead rook a d8. I think I'm better.
After knight c4, later he had this resource b4 because my knight's no longer protecting the c6 pawn. And in the end, I just decided just to force a draw.
You're having a great tournament. You haven't lost the game yet. Won a few games right behind the leaders. It's got to be a satisfying tournament, yet a lot has to bounce your way in order to win this tournament. Or at least you have a chance to win the tournament.
Yeah, I think, well, I can't really complain with what I've done in the second half of the tournament. I think my chances maybe were in the first half. I could have got at least maybe a half point to, well, if I was lucky, a full point more if I had done a few things differently there. But in the second half, I had to play Gata, I had to play Sam Shankland, and I had to play Fabiano, Wesley, and I'm going to play Hikaru. So it was pretty difficult to gain many points there.
Murderer's Row, absolutely, and you still haven't lost any games. Well, thanks so much for joining us, and knowing you've got to play Naka tomorrow, go get your rest.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And very impressive by Ray. He really is playing the heart of the lineup, so to speak, on a second half finish, and he's acquitted himself brilliantly well today, and especially with Fabiano. Really impressive. We're seeing a lot of players undefeated in this tournament, and Ray very deserving of his standings. Today, maybe a little disappointment for Wesley. He had the white pieces, real good opportunity. He hoped to catch Fabiano, and there we have the men's standing.
The updated standings in the U.S. Championship, indeed. We've got Fabiano Caruana, 7.5 points. Nakamura and So just half a point behind. And Ray Robson, a full point. So
away from Fabio.
And we do have Maurice with Wesley So let's get to that.
Well, you say a lot of players with a perfect score, or at least not having lost yet. Actually, only 3 players haven't lost yet. Fabiano, Ray, and I'm sitting with another one, Wesley. Wesley, today was a sharp game, really interesting position, but it looked like there was some risk on your part. Did you ever feel like you may have been in any kind of danger today?
Yes, well, when he played G5, obviously I missed this. And it was clear that my, what move, 17th move, I believe, Rook D2, was a clear mistake because it cuts off my retreat square for my bishop. I cannot play bishop c1 anymore. So I might have been played Rook D2 too hasty. Yeah, it was a clear inaccuracy, and after that, all my chances for a favorable result have been greatly diminished.
If I may ask you a question, just a couple moves before this, there was a sacrifice on f2 that was possible. It was here. No, before bishop to c8. You played bishop c5, bishop f4. Did you take a look at this idea, or what were your thoughts about knight takes f2, rook takes f2, or either sequence takes, king takes, and then b4 here?
Well, I have looked at this variation before, and this sacrifice is very concrete. It looks like white should be better, but in fact he has to play now e5, and
right.
B
and
takes
c3, takes on f6,
queen f6, and queen takes f6, and then we get this really concrete position. Yeah, and then I have to play this only moves, g4.
And takes on b2.
Take on b2.
Oh, so you looked at this and felt this was okay?
Well, probably okay for both sides. I think in the end this would lead to a draw with correct play from both sides. So
okay.
He could have gone for this, yeah.
So you're half a point out of first. Who do you play tomorrow?
I am playing Lenderman.
Lenderman. So are we to assume that you're going to have to go all out so that you can win that game, because Fabi's a half a point ahead of you?
Yeah, well, it's true. Obviously, I'm going to play normal chess, and depending on the situation, try to put pressure on my opponent. But sometimes, things don't go your way, so I just have to give my best and prepare well. For example, today, I think I could have done better, but at the same time, just one mistake, my rook d2, and things could get unpleasant.
Well, we look forward to you having a pleasant game tomorrow. And best wishes. Get your rest.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Maurice and Wesley. Well, what drama we're being treated to, not only in this round, but tomorrow, where, you know, you could just look at just 1, 2 different possibilities, and you could have a completely unexpected
That's right. It could
champion.
be quite the Manic Monday tomorrow, right?
Manic Monday, you gotta like that. Now, how are the ladies doing, Jennifer? You've been keeping an eye on their games?
Indeed. Well, as we expected, Nazi Pikizzi seems to be cruising towards victory. Carissa Yip, as I also predicted, does seem to be having some technical problems, if you will. And somehow she tried this Petrosian maneuver that you mentioned for Nazi the other day. And wasted a lot of time moving your king over to the queen side. I don't know if this is working out for her at all.
I see. So we're just, so we got to a position like this.
And now she's just played the move rook to d7, actually.
Okay, so this has been on the, this is on the board. Yes, I understand.
Allowing bishop e4 check as well. And
bishop e4 check, and well, there is going to be a rook d4 to try to nibble against this.
That's true. I mean, I should probably insert takes on b3 at some point. But anyway, the technical problems here don't seem to be easy to surmount for Carissa by any means.
Agreed.
And we have Maurice with Gadakamsky.
We are with 5-time champion Gadakamsky, who came in here looking like he was satisfied with the fact that he fought so well today. Gada, you won yesterday. Finally, must have gotten off the schneid for somebody like you who won so many of these tournaments, and now to be able to play against a star like Fabiano Caruana. You showed some stuff, though. You had him under heavy pressure.
Well, I was really excited to play him. You know, this guy is in the current candidates. He almost got it to the World Championship match. If he didn't lose that game to Karyakin, you know, who knows what might have happened. But I wanted just to try and see how I fare against him, because I played him like several times. I lost to him several times in very important tournaments. But today I decided to play Sicilian, you know, just go for a fight and see what happens. I got nothing to lose. And he surprised me with bishop b5, and I thought, come on, man. I mean, candidate, why do you play bishop b5? Just play main Sicilian or something. It's like, and he plays bishop b5, and then he finds all this unpleasant move with knight e5 and d4, and I'm thinking the opening, man, he can play sidelines and still get an advantage. So, you know, I had to pull up some heavy tricks, and but after bishop e6, I was satisfied. And then when I got a chance to play queen a6 and rook d2, I got really excited there, you know, because some sacrifices like rook f2 is in the air. And then he played queen b4, and I realized, you know, there's no way this guy's going to let me do that stuff.
No, he knows a little bit more than that. It did seem as though that you had a promising position. He did sacrifice an exchange, and it looked like you had right here, when he played bishop takes g7, some chances to get something going.
No, actually, he was absolutely correct. The sacrifice was sound, but he made absolutely terrible bishop c3 move, which gave me extra chances, because rook and bishop in the endgame with the pass pawn a. It's like advantage for black. But, you know, we just checked with the computer, black could play bishop e6 instead of taking on d7, probably better for black. But I had the game like this, like several games, and it was a draw. So I didn't want to torture myself, you know, because tomorrow's last round, I need to do something, you know, so it's a draw, fine.
So content with the way you're playing now? It seems like you're caught your stride finally.
Yeah, I'm getting back to the form. It's like, you know, people call me a tank because I start out slowly, but once I gain momentum, you know, it's hard to stop. So I kind of like that. But okay, I can't say much. I'm -1. It's like God knows where. Okay.
Well, catching a roll, we always like to see you in good form and good spirits as well.
Absolutely.
We look forward to seeing your last game.
Thank you.
Gadakamsky, 5-time champ, showing why he's a 5-time champ and a former world championship candidate.
Thank you, Maurice. And we have a result, Jennifer.
That's right. Varuzhan Akobian has won his second game in the row against Akshat Chandra. That's a big one for the confidence of Chandra, or rather the lack of, because remember, Akshat is playing against Fabiano tomorrow, and Fabi has a chance to sew up the title if he wins that game. So great result by Varuzhan, but a real blow to Akshat.
Definitely, and U.S. Junior Champion finding out what it means to play against the country's best grandmasters. But what an opportunity, and he's going to learn so much from this result.
And we have our tournament leader, Fabiano Caruana. He's with Maurice.
Still with a half-a-point lead in the competition, Fabiano Caruana, who had been a smooth criminal throughout, winning games, not looking in any trouble. But today, Fabi, boy, he really took it to you. What were you thinking when his rook landed on D2 and he looked like he was getting some chances?
I still thought I had a good position after rook D2, because I thought after the trade of queens I would slowly get the rook out and exploit my control of the dark squares. I actually think he played very well for...
You sound surprised.
No, I'm not surprised. I mean, he's fully capable of playing great chess, and he often does. I was just... I just felt like my position was promising, and he slowly outplayed me, which doesn't happen so often, although it does happen sometimes.
Were you concerned about this knight on A4 and the way he was starting to cook with his bishop on G7, bishop on F5, even got into the game?
I wasn't sure about this position, but I thought I have a pretty decent blockade, and for some reason I thought he would play knight D5 at any moment, and then I would take and play rook D1, and I could even play like knight B3, I mean later play knight B3, knight D4, or rook A D1 now, and then next knight B3. Sometimes even I have knight A1 if the D4 square isn't available, which is funny. And his rook gets pushed out, and I mean, if the rook gets pushed out of the second rank, then I will be better, because I'll start attacking the C pawn.
You were in serious time pressure at some point. I mean, serious. You were in a bit of time pressure at some point. Is that what made you decide to sacrifice the exchange?
Actually, I missed rook A8.
Rook A8 was quite a strong move.
Yeah, and then I didn't like my position. If I go back and he plays knight C3, I should play BC, and it's probably equal. He doesn't have a clear move, but he doesn't have to take on C3. And my knights are awkwardly placed. I was worried about rook A2 or something.
Yeah, the Indians also gave rook A2 as a good move at this point. At some point, though, Nakamura and the Indians say you were potentially in danger when you had this chance to play the move bishop to E6 instead of trading on D7.
Yeah, the thing is I made a terrible blunder, because I think, okay, B5 looks normal, and I think this position, if I don't play bishop C3, should be a draw. I don't know which move exactly I can make, but I can play G4 or something. It looks very drawish, because I have the bishop on F6 and his king is chronically weak. And I can even, I don't know where he'll go, he can play bishop E4, trading knight for bishop, and then we should make a draw.
Oh yeah, then you'll be very comfortable.
Yeah,
with that
I mean,
bishop.
This will almost certainly end in a draw, and otherwise I'm not sure where he puts his bishop. So this should have been a draw. And after bishop C3, which was really an awful move, I'm forced to go for this. Yeah, G4, now bishop E6 worried me for about half a minute, because that's as long as he took to make
the move. Yeah. You couldn't even bother to analyze it anymore because the takes on D7 was on the board.
I was incredibly relieved when he took on D7, because it's an immediate draw. And here, I don't know if I'm losing, if I can draw, but
2 results only.
I mean, it's been 2 results probably for a while, but it could soon turn into 1 result, and not the result that I would like.
Wow! So dodging a bullet this round, but now you're up a half a point in the tournament still. Destiny's in your hands in the last round. What should we expect from you?
I don't know. I hope a good game. Hope better than today. I think anything can still happen, although the current situation is heavily in my favor.
Do you feel, last question, that the pressure is on? I mean, it was the penultimate round. Now tomorrow is the last round. It's do or die right now.
I don't feel too much pressure.
Okay. Well, we'll let you go relax and get ready for tomorrow's battle.
Thanks.
Guys?
Thank you very much. Don't feel too much pressure, but that's spoken by a man who was that close to being the World Chess Champion challenger, and he's playing in a very strong tournament, of course, but he's been here before. He knows what it's all about, Jennifer. It's going to be a great final. Here's
That's
our
right. We've got
current leaders.
Fabiano is going to be playing against Akshat Chandra in the final round, and he's a half a point ahead of his nearest rivals, Nakamura and So. Meanwhile, Robson, a full point behind, playing Nakamura in the final round. And the nice thing for Ray about that is if he does manage to win this game, it will put him into that quad with Garry Kasparov. So at least he controls his destiny in that respect.
Exactly.
And here we have our U.S. Junior champion Akshat Chandra about a difficult game today. He's with Maurice.
Akshat Chandra, who has definitely been taking a few lumps this tournament. Akshat, lessons learned though, what can you take away from your first experience in the U.S. Championship?
Well, I mean, definitely my time management has not been up to par, and I think if I had done a better job with that from the start, I would have taken advantage of some of the opportunities that I ended up missing. So that's probably the biggest thing.
Yeah, managing your time. You had that great winning chance against Wesley So earlier in the tournament, and other positions that you had that were quite good. Anything else beyond time management? Any lessons on the board itself? Did you make any positional errors or misunderstandings that you could improve for the future?
I'm not really sure. I'll have to go back and check, but today I felt like I made some mistake positionally somewhere because his two bishops just became too strong. They were defending all his weaknesses or whatever. So like I think today there were some mistakes on the board as well.
Playing in a U.S. championship, how's that different? What did you feel that was different when you were playing here?
Well, I think the preparation is a big part. You have to prepare even harder, and especially for the opening, because if you make an opening inaccuracy against these guys, they'll just kill you. So that's one part. And I'd say another thing which is unique about this tournament is that you're getting to play the top players in the world, and you don't really see that everywhere in national championships in other countries, so that's pretty cool, I guess.
Are you excited about coming back again? I know this result is not the one you had hoped for, but I mean, you're on the stage of the U.S. Championship.
Yeah, of course.
You must be just thinking about this already.
It's great to play here always, and yeah, hopefully maybe I can be back and play even better next time.
One last question I had in this regard. You are a writer. I've seen your blogs. You do great writing, excellent work. Let me just say that, and anyone out there who hasn't checked out his site, absolutely wonderful site, personal thoughts about this quest to become a grandmaster. Any idea what you'll be writing about when this is over?
I'll probably write a recap of this tournament. It would be good for the readers also to get an insight into players' perspective in such a strong tournament, so I'd probably work on that.
We look forward to reading that, and thanks a lot. Actually, I have one very last question for you. Usually in sports, a team that's way out of it doesn't have much to play for, but tomorrow you get to play spoiler, and that's usually a motivation. Are you well motivated to play against Caruana tomorrow?
Yeah, of course. Just playing someone of his stature is a great honor anyway, so I still have a lot to play for, obviously.
Absolutely. It would be amazing if you could nick him. I think there are a lot of fans out there who'd be rooting for that. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks.
And a lot to learn, but you'll be back, I'm sure.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Akshat Chandra of Quest to GM, and you can look for his thoughts on this tournament later. quest2gm.com. Now, we've got some controversy in the Women's Championship. Not in a game that we've been looking at, but let's take a look upstairs. Katerina Nemtsova versus Sabina Foiger. There is a little bit of a dispute about whether or not Katerina has lost on time. It seems that they've made move 40, and I think this is just a still from earlier. Oh, no, it's not. They're moving. I thought it was a still because they were so still for a little bit, but Nemtsova seems like she's on.
She's very distraught. She's very distraught.
But Carol is checking the clock. I think maybe she's making sure that
they have battery failure or something. We don't know what is causing Kate's angst.
And we're going to try to find out what's going on here, but it is true that in this final position, Katerina seems to be completely winning. Maybe not. It looks like it's her move now. I don't know. It looks like she's certainly not going to lose. Let's put it that way. It looks like she's up a knight for a pawn.
Yeah, but
I think that she's going to remove all the pawns after this move a6. Yeah,
sure.
After a6. Well, how? b5? You can't do that,
yeah,
right?
So
b5?
The point is that this is the way Black
after b5, yeah,
is intending to draw the game, right?
Yeah.
So after a6, you can move the knight and you can get into a position of
knight versus rook.
Exactly.
And try, but obviously
it's a draw. It's a known book draw.
But she'll play it.
Yes,
she would
of
play
course.
it, but as
But
we know, there's a
certainly
famous
she-
game between Polgar and Gary.
Where the knight won.
Exactly.
So obviously,
And it looks like she hasn't lost on time, and she's ready to finish playing this position. So we have Varuzha Nakobian with Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, and we will make sure to confirm the details of what happened as soon as we can in this game.
We're with Grandmaster Varuzha Nakobian, who has won 2 in a row. Var, you're on a hot streak.
Yeah, too bad it's ending tomorrow.
If only there could be another 11 rounds to play, huh?
We were just talking with the guys there. It was like, if it's a double round robin, maybe I have some chances.
Oh, no. Trust me, the commentators are ready to go home. Well, we're not
tired.
quite home yet, but today you were able to win against the junior. What was the difference maker in the game?
Well, I came up with this new idea. I mean, it's not a novelty, but this bishop e2 move, it's played very rarely in a semi-Slav. And I think Akshat wasn't very familiar with the move, so he spent a lot of time, but I came up with a very good plan. And I also had to spend some time. I wasn't quite sure about the position, let's say, after he played bishop c7. So,
we're getting to that now. Right, there we are.
Yeah, I played bishop 7. I played g3 here because I really need to, block this diagonal, because in a lot of the lines he has some queen d6 ideas with queen h2, and I think here he made an inaccurate setting. This rook d7 is losing time, and he's just clearly worse after that, slightly worse, but just passive also. I think he should probably try e takes d4, and maybe try this position. I think it's close to equality.
Okay, so what did you do after rook d7?
After rook d7, I took on e5, and now I have a very pleasant position because I have just 2 bishops and no counterplay. And bishop e1 was a very important move, because bishop c3 looks kind of a natural move to play, but it's just a bad move because I lose the pair of the bishops, and then queen b4 will come in. So bishop e1, and now the problem here is just my bishop is very strong on c4, and he played g6, queen c2, and black has no counterplay. So that's why I played h5 to create something. I think maybe instead of h5, a6 was a better move. Okay, on the other hand, the b7 pawn will be also weak. But I still think he should have fought for the light squares. So if he plays a6, I think it's going to be more difficult, because now bishop f1 and c5, and now it's already very clear that white is doing really well here because of the light squares.
The light square, that bishop takes knight, we talk about it all the time. He's giving up his light square bishop, so you're going to take advantage of
I just
yours.
want to exchange the rooks now and exchange queens and just slowly try to win this because of the a7 pawn. He went for active play. It's not so clear whether or not he got anything, but he was also getting in time trouble. So bishop g2, very important, king f1, there's no threats. And now the only thing I need to worry about here, he's trying to play now knight 8, h7, and g5, and then take the pawn on h3. And this is, I have to do something about that. So that's why I played the move knight d5. It's a very strong move, and the problem for him, he didn't want to take on d5. He spent a lot of time and almost all his time here. But if, let's say, he plays knight f8 to h7, in the go back one, go back, right here, because so you can take back with the knight on f6. So this is a very strong move here, queen a4, attacking the rook, and now my threat is actually g5, and there's nothing really he can do. Also, queen on a4 is very well placed, stopping all the sacrifices just in case on g4. So positionally, it's just winning now. And king g7, I just take on f6, knight f6, g5, winning a piece. The problem, if the rook comes up, then I have back rank checks, and rook f8 maybe is the only move, but it's just very bad. Yeah, this way I'm just winning a piece.
What happened in the game?
In the game, he played, I think the only move, he took on d5. He played the only move. And played bishop e5. I'm not sure if this is a good move, but again, he had no time already. So I had to spend some time here. I had a couple of interesting ideas here. Originally, I was thinking to play queen e4 with the idea of if knight h7, bishop c3 wins. Knight f6, rook takes e5, knight takes e4, and rook takes e8 check, and mate on h8. But I almost played this, but the problem is with queen e4 he has very strong move rook e6, and now I'm not sure because he has some
strong discovery ideas.
Rook d8 doesn't work, which I really want to because of bishop c7 now, or bishop f6. So I'm not in time to attack him. I really need the queen on a8 here to attack on f8 and win the pawn on a7, but I'm just not in time here. So that's why I played b4. I thought it was a really strong move and very unpleasant in time trouble, because now my bishop comes into the game, and I'm getting the c6 square for my queen, and he just cannot consolidate the position. So here it's already lost. I think he played knight 6.
And everything of yours is on light squares right now.
Yeah.
Your light square domination.
Yeah, and queen d5 was a very important move just to stop all the counterplay. There were some other ways to win as well, but I didn't need to allow knight h3. I mean, I could take on a8 and maybe try to win another way, but this way, yeah, he just missed this. That the queen is not trapped at the end, actually. King h7, or king, yeah, queen g5, f6. I have queen takes h4, very important. Yeah. Yeah, so.
Wow. Winning some games.
Yeah.
Can't feel so bad. Who do you get tomorrow?
I'm playing Alex Onishuk.
Onishuk, very tough customer. How are you feeling now that you've finally won a couple of games in the tournament?
Well, I feel better, obviously, but I just feel like still if maybe it was other way around, then I played the very strong guys in the beginning. Maybe the other guys maybe get some points, and towards the end of the tournament where I was already warmed up a little bit, then I would play the strong guys. Probably I could do better. Yeah, but it was just really tough playing the very high-rated guys, the three of them, and especially with black. So it was really unfortunate that I picked number 12 at the opening ceremony. It just hunted me down, for the rest of the tournament, because it was really tough. But regardless of that, I think I could have played better against them. So it's it was a tough situation to be black, but it's not like you're just gonna lose. I still had chances. I just against Fabi I didn't play well. I had a good position in the opening, and against Wesley it was not a very good game. Against Hikaru there was some chances anyway.
Well, the luck of the draw. At least you've won a couple of games, and I know your fans are happy to see that.
Yeah.
So thanks a lot for joining us and giving us yet another positional lesson.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you, Maurice. Congratulations, VAR. It sure does feel good to get a couple of wins in such an extraordinarily tough tournament, and especially after a bad start, really kindles the spirits. Speaking about the spirits, Naji, a whole box load of pawns against Alicia. Has Alicia resigned the position? Because
not yet, but it's
what I'm seeing
imminent.
It's just horrifyingly bad. I mean, what is she thinking
she's
about?
She's up 4 pawns. Naji had just made this just a few moves ago. Naji made a nice technical. Well, I think you went too far, but
okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
In this position, after rook takes b5, she's threatening rook takes b8, and if she plays knight a6, there's a rook b6 check, trading into something similar to what we looked at. And instead, after knight c6, which must have happened, I think there's also rook c5, and yeah.
Well,
that's wrapping that up.
That is certainly wrapping that up. So that's a huge win for Naji as she's chasing the
leader.
Easy for me to say.
But unfortunately for her, Tatev has made time control and does seem to be up a pawn, and a pretty decent pawn at that.
Yeah.
That pawn on a4 is one that you really like to have. So what is Tatev doing? Is this the current position?
I believe so. The last move was a check.
So king f2 occurred, and then rook a1. Okay,
and
got it.
White to play. So you definitely don't want to let black out of her misery by just trading and allowing a rook and 3 versus rook and 2. The key question is, can you give this knight the boot and just pick up this pawn for free with a move like f4? The problem is there's a rook takes a4, but is it
after bishop d5 check?
King has to go. Let's pick a square, and we'll pick up this knight. And you just got to make sure there's no trickies with this pawn. I don't see them, so I think.
Well, after rook a4, pawn take after rook a5 or 4 bishop d5, maybe knight f7 also.
Of course, that's the key move.
Yeah, and that distracts you. So while you can, after rook d7, you can win the knight, you're going to be
there's rook f4
having some problems. Oh, rook f4, yeah. I was even thinking that you could play something like rook d4 there. No, not rook d4, d2. No, probably not. Probably rook f4 only.
Well, just a second. Can I just continue this line for just a quick second? Play a move like g3. The point that White is trying to prove is that I apologize. There's simply rook here, and that's fine. I thought it was an eternal pin, and I could do some trickies to win the knight, but that's not necessary. So, can't play
the game,
f4.
Tatev just played rook to d4.
Exactly.
And Pekidze has won her game. Alyssa did resign, and Maurice with news on another game in the Women's Championship.
Yes, Anna Zatonski seeing her chances fading pretty quickly. Well, she's going to have to defend this position against young Jennifer Yu. We saw Jennifer give Irina all she could handle and should have won the game. She's getting a second time around against a former champion, and they're playing a game that is still very rich. You've got to love this position we have on the screen right now, as there's still so much left on the board. Other games are in endings, rook and pawn, rook, knights, endings. What ending? Take a look at this. 41 moves have been played and only a couple of minor pieces off the board. We see bishops of opposite color on the board. And remember the game, it was one with Agata against, was it Tatev? I think it was Agata against Tatev, where she had this advantage of the bishop, opposite colored bishop. Who was she playing? I'm not remembering exactly who she was playing when she left. She allowed her bishop to go off of the c6 square. It was one of the top players. But here again, the opposite colored bishop, which means you don't want to trade these bishops. She doesn't even have to worry about it. What she wants to do is attack on the light squares, and she has started off correctly. She's played the move e5 right now, getting this bishop unleashing this bishop on the diagonal, controlling this knight, dominating the board. And it's just a wonderful position for White. I mean, it's just fantastic. Her pawns are great. This knight is terrible. This bishop is passive. These rooks are not going anywhere. Clearly, it's still not an easy win. Queen will move, and then she still has to figure out what to do next. The Indians really love her position. For starters, after something like Queen d7, the Indians say, just relax for a second, play king to h1. Actually, the move Queen b8 is now on the board. Queen to b8. And even here, the Indians really like this move, knight to b4. Planning to put the knight on the c6 square, and the light square domination is beginning. You don't want to take here, because after rook takes, your d-pawn hangs. Complete control right now for White in this position. Will she be able to pull it off? Still remains to be seen, but it still means that Anna Zatonski in real trouble in this position, and her chances of catching Tatev is just frittering away right now. Tatev, happy to see that, but in the meantime, Nazi Pekidze has won her game, so two women at the top securing what looks like almost a certainty that a new woman will win the Women's Championship.
Thank you, Maurice. And speaking of spoiler, definitely Jennifer Yu playing great chess against the two top ladies, the favored ladies in her last two rounds, stopping Irina and missing a win very clearly. And today, keeping Anna out of the winner circle.
That's right, and here's the lineup that we have right now. Nazi Pekidze with 7.5 points. Tatev Abrahamian, though, up a pawn against Eswara. I mean, not up a pawn against Gorty, rather. So likely to leapfrog over Nazi. And with an easier pairing in the last round, too, she is very much in control of this championship. But hey, anything can happen. And even in this game, she hasn't quite sewn it up yet.
Exactly. Definitely two results pending in Tatev's game. And amazingly enough, Irina, I mean, she's made it as difficult for herself as possible, but is she able to hold her game there?
I'm not sure. I think that one could go either way, but we've got Nazi Pekidze with us in studio, so let's go to Maurice and Nazi.
Well, temporarily in the lead at the moment, Nazi Pekidze, after winning her game against Alyssa Melchina. Nazi, this game was a dominating performance. How do you feel while you were playing it?
So actually, before the game, I was very nervous because this was a must-win situation, and my husband told me, "Don't worry, you're going to have a beautiful game." And I think that's exactly what happened, so I'm very happy.
Great game indeed. You did miss some chances earlier, some wins possibly in the tournament. Now your destiny is no longer in your hands. What are your thoughts going into the last round?
Yeah, that's true, but that I missed some chances before, but I still have a chance, and even though I'm with black, I think Irina will be playing for a win as well, so that helps. It'll be a very fighting game, and of course, I'll fight for the first.
Yeah, last year you came in second place. You still haven't lost a single game in these championships. It's been 21 games and you haven't lost a game. A really remarkable performance. But you will be facing off against Irina, who hasn't been playing that well in this tournament. You figure to go all out tomorrow.
Yes, of course, I have to.
I saw you with your husband earlier, enjoying time together. But do you plan on this beautiful day to still go back to the gym right after this?
Actually, I don't know, I might spend this evening preparing. Because after tomorrow's round, I have 24/7 to be at the gym.
Okay, well, we will let you do that. A critical round coming up. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Unless there's a playoff.
Unless there's a playoff, you bet, Jen. Well, it looks like your earlier guess of a playoff in the cards could come to pass. Do you still feel it's...
I do, but I feel less sure. A couple rounds ago, we said it was like 80%.
That there would be a
now,
playoff.
yeah, now I think it's definitely lower than that.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, because, you know, Tatev could easily just take the championship, and I think Fabi, like, they're probably, like, I would say we have less than 50% of the playoff now. What do you think? Maybe like 30 to 40?
I have to think about it.
Yeah.
I'll hedge my bets and wait for the result of the
Yeah.
Plenty of drama still to
But the
be
point
played
is,
here,
even
though.
if it's 40%, you got to keep your Tuesday afternoon open. Because if there is a playoff, it's going to be totally epic.
Right.
And no matter what, we're going to get some fast chess. Because Gary Kasparov's coming to town, and we're going to have this absolutely thrilling quad between the top three players joined by Gary in the championship.
Yeah.
And as we wait for these games to wrap up, and especially keeping a special eye on whether Tatev can convert this victory versus Gorty, I mean, not convert the victory, convert the game versus Gorty, we are going to take a quick break. Hello and welcome back to the 2016 U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships here in St. Louis. Well, we have some big news. It looks like Irina Krush is totally dead lost, and that guarantees that we will have a new U.S. Women's Chess Champion.
Exactly, Jennifer. It really is shocking. We're going to go back a few moves from what the position was at the board. It was at this moment after the move A takes B3, A takes B3. This trade had just occurred. We were expecting Irina to play the move Bishop C2, which gave her excellent drawing chances. Instead, this bad move H5, Rook slid over to F1. Suddenly this F5 pawn is huge in the position. Then came Rook H1, check, 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 and now the finishing touches are being put by Carissa. This move, King G7, that really sealed the deal for Carissa. King F7 was forced. Instead, Carissa got to advance her pawn with a tempo.
And we have some more moves in the game.
What do we have after Rook check?
After Rook check, King G6, Rook G7 check, King H6.
Sorry, I've got to go
King H6 and then Rook H1, Bishop H1, and now it's Carissa's move again.
Rook H1, Bishop H1, Carissa to play in this position. Well,
doesn't Rook G5 win here?
Rook G5 is a beautiful finish because essentially you're stopping this bishop from coming to the D5 squared, which
she's played it.
Beautiful move.
Geometry.
Wow. So winning versus a champion and winning with a styling last move.
Oh, that is brilliant.
And we've got international arbiter Karol Jarecki. As we wait for Irina to resign here, we have international arbiter Karol Jarecki to give us some insight into what happened in the game between Nemtsova and Foyger, but we'll also keep an eye on this historic moment.
Incredible there, seeing a 12-year-old beat the reigning champion. A lady who's had a front row seat to all the action, Karol Jarecki, international arbiter, a fixture in U.S. chess and world chess for years. Karol, you were the referee for this moment when we saw a little controversy. What happened with Katerina's clock, and what was the resulting decision?
Well, I was doing the other side. I was in the championship side, but then Tracy came to me and said, we have trouble with the clock.
Tracy Vibert.
She's the arbiter for the women's side. And so I went there. Both score sheets were identical. They both made 40 moves.
And just a moment, please. Irina Krush has resigned her game, a truly historic moment as a 12-year-old defeating a grandmaster, a reigning champion. Irina is no longer at the board. Look at young Carissa. She started off with fire and desire, leading the tournament. She had a tournament that went south, but now she can really be proud of this moment. She has defeated the 7-time champion at a young age of 12. What an incredible result, historic result to be sure. Her father, I know, is here, must be thrilled, and all her family must also be quite thrilled at this moment. Truly a historic moment. And we'll get Carissa here shortly, of course, to be interviewed. Karol, sorry,
that's all right. That's amazing. That's such an amazing result.
Really an amazing result.
She's a wonderful player. She has a lot of tenacity and she's very strong.
Absolutely. So tell us now about the clock.
Well, okay, just to get to the end result, the clock malfunctioned. The clock had recorded 39 moves. It's supposed to be 40 moves in the first time control, and it goes to the second time control. The clock had only recorded 39. So when Black had made her 40th move, the clock thought it was the 39th. Clock was started for White, and the flag fell because the clock thought she had made 39 moves.
Incredible. Have you ever seen this happen before?
For the DGTs, no. It's very rare with the DGT clock. They're very well programmed. They're very easy to use. They're very consistent. I used to have lots of trouble with other clocks, but not with this clock.
So this is pretty surprising.
It's surprising.
Will you use this clock in the future round?
Not this clock. We'll switch this clock over. They're still continuing to use it for this game.
Oh, the game is over now.
Okay. Well, I didn't take the clock off the board, but for the next game, we'll put a different, same DGT, not the same clock, but the DGT clock.
So all was fine then, because the players were recording their moves, and they both agreed.
They both agreed. Fossur said Nemkova had extra time on her clock. She assured me that Nemkova still had some time left on her clock after after Black had made the 40th move and started White's clock. So there was no controversy there. It was just a matter of then, as I say, these clocks are well programmed. It's easy to stop the clock and run through the whole sequence of what has happened, and you could see how much time. The clock had 39 moves, 0 time. Second time control, it was in with no time, so the flat bell. So all you had to do was make it 41 moves, because it doesn't matter for the second time control, and add the second time control on. So I gave each player 30 minutes. And I gave Nemkova a few extra seconds, just so that it wouldn't be a problem, because she had that anyway. And for Sura's clock, I put 30 minutes on, because she had 56 seconds left, because I hadn't added her second time control. And then the game continued.
Well, thank you so much for sharing those thoughts with us, so we know that there was nothing
welcome.
afoot there in the game. Karol Jarecki, again, a great official, international arbiter, 80 years young. I saw you in the gym, 81 now. Saw you in the gym the other day.
I'm in the gym every
rowing
day.
in the gym every day. I tell you, even the arbiters are in shape in chess. Whatever you think about chess players, no, we like the gym.
That's right.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, and thank you, Karol, just to reassure us, because it was such a distraught-looking Kate Nemcova that I thought she had lost on time. But fortunately, it was nothing, and it was quickly settled.
And we do have some results in the round as we've been speaking. Katerina Nemcova and the game versus Foyser was a draw. Agata Baikatsev went down to Ashritha Eswaran. So Ashritha a little bit on an upswing going into her huge game tomorrow against Tata Babrahamian. And that gives her the same score as Carissa, who now has 4.5 points after the historic victory over Grandmaster Irina Krush. Of course, that's not the first Grandmaster Carissa beat. Carissa won against Grandmaster when she was just 9 years old.
Wow. But still a fantastic result, no questions about it. And we have the young lady in our studio with Maurice.
The hero of the day, Carissa Yip.
Well, we all get to watch history being made as a 12-year-old defeats not just a Grandmaster, but the reigning U.S. champion. Carissa, congratulations.
Thank you.
You were playing this game. It was a wild game. You started pushing pawns in front of your king. But then you got into what looked like a little bit of a challenge. Your pieces were all messed up. What were you thinking when the middle game came and you were pinned 3 different ways?
Well, I saw rook takes d3, and after queen takes d3, I think she had rook takes e4, and I kind of planned to resign.
You plan to resign? Actually, it wasn't a resignable position for you. I think you could actually, in this position, play king to g1 and still be in the game. So don't resign too early. But then she took this way. I mean, you realized it was a blunder. Like, what were you feeling inside?
I mean, I was really excited, and I was like, yes.
Yeah, we would be saying yes, too. And then the end game was a little bit of work. It wasn't so easy. Did you feel like you started to let her get back in the game at some point?
Yeah, like at some point, but then she let me play rook f1, and after that I think it was over because I got to keep my f-pawn, and then she asked to exchange rooks.
That was exactly the moment. Yeah, she had to move bishop c2 instead of this move, and let you play rook f1. Just a tremendous result. What are you feeling right now?
I mean, really excited, I guess. Super happy.
Fantastic. Your tournament was up like a rocket, and it came down a little bit. Now it's up again. How are you feeling? How do you think your dad's feeling right now? You know he's watching.
Probably like really excited.
Is he more excited than you are?
Yeah, I think so.
We think so. Do you want to say anything to your coaches or your friends out there after this kind of win? I'm sure they're jumping up and down.
Yeah, I want to thank my coach Dennis for like helping me prepare for my opponents. Like, he just sent me the main lines on the Taimanov. And my mom, I guess, for washing my clothes. And letting me clean one, so then in the photos I don't look like some homeless person.
Well, you are not a homeless person. If you were, you'd be one of the best homeless chess players in history. Well, we really appreciate it and are very happy for you. Congratulations on a really historic victory.
Thank you.
Amazing results. Carissa Yip winning against a reigning U.S. Women's Champ, 2500 Grandmaster. That is simply fantastic.
Carissa, it was this very last move of the game where you're an exchange up and you play this beautiful rook sacrifice, rook g5. When did you see that move, and how did you feel when you saw that move?
So when I played rook d7 check, and I was like, maybe she'll play king g6 and just fall for that, and she did.
So you actually saw it when you played the check?
Yeah.
It was still a huge position for you, though.
Yeah, like even if I didn't play rook g5, I'm still winning.
Yeah, rook g5 is a pretty little move, almost from a study. You want to take a photo of that and put it up on your wall?
I don't have my phone with me right now.
Oh yeah, Carissa, you need a new phone, right? I mean, I think we need to sort of get Carissa a new phone after this game. But Chris, I did want to ask you. I know you've defeated at least one Grandmaster before. How does this game rank in your favorite games that you've ever played?
Not really high, I guess. I mean, I didn't really play that well until she blundered, I guess, so wasn't really one of my best games, but just got lucky.
Wow, lucky goes to the strong. Luck goes to the strong. You made a good comeback. You played great defense, as you have throughout this tournament, and we look forward to seeing you back. I know you have big aspirations to win this. What do you think about next year?
Yeah, I'm already preparing for that.
Oh, yeah, that's what we like to hear. The mark of a champion. We will see this young lady many times in the future, for sure, as she shows that she has what it takes to defeat champions. One day we hope to see her as one. Thank you so much, Carissa.
Thank you.
Carissa preparing for next year, because obviously this year she can no longer win the women's championship, but boy, has she made her mark on it.
Oh, big time, and I'm just in awe. I mean, real admiration, and congratulations to her for a fantastic, remarkable championship.
We've just got a couple games still going on. In the Shanklin game between Lenderman and Shanklin, that seems headed to a draw by Perpetual.
All right. I'll bring that game up on my screen here.
And Shanklin not happy because he was winning this game earlier, I think. Yeah. It's been a little while since we looked at it, but I think earlier he was doing quite well. And the only other games that are still going are both in the Women's Championship, and that's a very key game between Tatev and Nakshita, which Tatev does look like she's bringing home. But let's see what the position it looks like now.
Of the ladies?
Yes, Tatev Abrahamian with a clear shot to winning this championship.
Exactly. All right. I'm still looking at that Sam Shanklin game, wondering about the perpetual check. It does look to be a perpetual, and Sam distraught over that. When we left it, the problem for Black...
And we do have a handshake in the Shanklin, the Lenderman game, and Shanklin does not look happy at all.
No, out of there like a shot.
Oh, no, he's still there. He's signing the score sheet. He's just ready to get out as soon as he possibly can.
Very frustrating to let... What's the most difficult thing in chess, Jen?
To win in one game.
There you go. And
here's somebody who did it. Shritha Eswaran is with us to talk about her latest victory, and she, just like Carissa Yip, has climbed to 4.5 points and potential to end this championship on a really high note from the youngsters.
And she's with Maurice.
Yes, out of the mouths of babes, these young players acquitting themselves quite well in this tournament. Shritha Eswaran, after a very tough fight today, what were your thoughts while the game was going on?
It was pretty equal from like the beginning, but I thought maybe she was better because she was. I know like she was pushing because we played before, and usually she pushes for the win most of the time.
And this is Agata Baikovskev, if I hadn't mentioned it before.
Yeah, and then after like I got that pass pawn on this e-file, I could tell like she was like really tensed and frustrated because she offered me a draw somewhere near the end, and then I just eventually won because of that pawn.
You are not doing so badly in this tournament this time. What was your score at the half, near the end of last time you played? I believe it was 2 years ago you played, right?
I think it was 3.5.
3.5 out of 11?
9.
Out of 9. So you were -2 in that tournament. You're currently at only -1. But you're going into a really big game tomorrow. Somebody who's absolutely going to be gunning to defeat you, Tatev Abrahamian. What do you feel about doing that?
I'm excited to play her again. Like, actually, my last tournament before this one, I played her like in the same tournament. It's probably going to be my 7th time tomorrow. So probably I'm aiming for a better score against her.
Would you look for the win tomorrow?
Yeah.
That's what we like to hear. Well, get your rest. We're really proud of you winning today and expect to see you fighting tomorrow.
Thanks.
Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. And I've just turned to look at the game of Anna Zatansky against Jennifer Yu. When we had left it a while ago, we had just seen this move, Queen B8, and I thought that Jennifer was playing a beautiful game and had built up a massive positional advantage. Let's see how that game continued. G5, fighting back, but now Bishop E4 attacking the knight, Queen D8, King F1, and we're up to date with this position. Has she? No, I still think it's very good for white. And Anna in trouble in this game. But we have Sam Shanklin in our studio to speak with Maurice Ashley.
After a terrific fight, a draw in the end, Sam, you did not seem at all happy when the game concluded. Tell us why.
I think I was completely winning, and then after rook takes d5, queen takes d5, a4, I refused to believe white's not winning there, but I just spent tons of time and couldn't find it, and then I calculated long lines and just missed it after in the very final position that I don't have queen b7 check because this rook is covering this square.
So take us through it right here. You said, is it this one?
Yeah, I mean, here he has to take I mean, I thought he was going to resign because I threatened rook b2 followed by rook f8 check, and he takes d5, and after a4, and rook d5, and then so rook d5, queen d5, a4, and I just could not for the life of me find the win here. I spent a long time, and I mean, it's just ridiculous. After queen d4, a3, rook f7, rook g8, he's playing with 2 pawns against 2 rooks, and somehow I can't win. It's like, but here, after this, I missed it in the final position that I don't have queen b7 check. Because otherwise...
I mean, here you wanted to play queen b7.
Yeah, and queen
but
a8.
the geometrics don't help you.
So I just, and I think I was almost winning straight out of the opening and messed it up, and then he had good counterplay.
Clearly, it's been a frustrating tournament for you.
Yeah.
What lessons are you taking out of this one?
Play better chess. I mean, that's all there is to it. I mean, I've had a lot of bad luck in St. Louis in the past, but here, I mean, I had 6 whites out of 11 games, and I've just played badly, and that's on nobody else but me. And I mean, it's just unbelievably frustrating to play this badly again. But I mean, at the end of the day, what can you do?
What are you going to do to change this run? You got to do something to.
Well, I have one more game. Hopefully, after that, things will be better in the next event. But yeah, this game, this one bothers me a lot more than the ones that I lost, just because I really should have won this game.
All right, we'll let you get some time to shake that off, and good luck in the last game.
Thank you.
Quick one for you, Sam. I can't believe it either. I mean, this is you must be the most unlucky person of the round. When he sacrificed the rook, I mean, my God, you're a rook for 2 pawns. You played the move rook e1? My first instinct is, he's going to play a3, a2, so why not toss out c5?
Okay, but after d takes c5, he's just going to play a3 again, and now I might not even win if I trade queens. Like, these pawns are very good, and I mean, I just couldn't find anything here. In fact, yeah, here I think black's absolutely fine, but...
Really?
So what? And after a3?
Okay, after a3, check.
Yeah, and just with 3 pawns, I don't think black should be worse.
Trade, of course, yeah.
Unless you have mate immediately, which
I think...
Oddly, the engines are saying that black's the one who's better with the 2 passed pawns.
In this position?
Not in this one, but there's a couple of moves back.
Really?
Yeah, the engines are saying that after rook to e1, black is the one who is better here. which is crazy to think.
Then maybe,
Now it's giving triple zeros. Now it's saying for pet.
No, so he just barely had to escape. No, I calculated some gorgeous line. Queen f7, and if he plays a3, or no, after a3, queen f7, if he goes queen a4, which I thought he had to play.
Sorry, after
Rook e1. No, rook e1's correct. Well, it's not correct, but
Yeah.
queen f7, I thought he had to play queen a4 to stop rook e8, and then rook e7, rook g8. And I had calculated after king h2, I now threaten rook f6, so his only move is queen c6 to meet rook f6 with queen g2. And now I go queen g6. I'm threatening to take on g7. And after like queen c8, rook f6, he cannot stop queen h6 mate. I calculated this gorgeous line, and then I just missed this stupid check on b7. Doesn't happen.
That's a beauty. Wow.
Just one move, huh? One variation.
Whatever. I already had messed it up to get to that point. I should have just been winning out of the opening. But, I mean, he's just got no counterplay in this Benoni structure. I go bishop b2, knight d2, and win, but I somehow misplayed it.
All right, still lots to learn. This game always teaches us something.
Oh, it teaches us humility, that's for sure.
Well, have a good evening. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Jennifer, thrills and spills in the U.S. Championships. You can always count on both.
That's right. And meanwhile, in the Women's Championship,
Yes.
Anna's really soaring to victory, and it seems like actually Akshita Gorky will probably resign at any moment. Tatev rather, is up a full piece and ready to take some more little guys.
Yeah, those little guys do count a lot, and she's obviously a bishop ahead, and that's all she wrote. Well, Tatev doing what she needs to do to claim her first U.S. championship. Naji keeping the pressure on. Nothing's been decided.
And there it is, the handshake. Tatev Abrahamian maintaining her half-point lead going into the last round. And Nazi with a very tough pairing, a black against Irina Krash, means that Tatev has a very clear shot to win her first U.S. Women's Championship. And we have Maurice with Alexander Lenderman.
We're going to start calling him Miracle Man, Alexander Lenderman. A save today, a piece down, but it looks like you had some complications to at least confuse your opponent.
Yeah, I was actually thought my position when I was down a piece was better than it actually was, but then I realized, okay, this bishop on d5 is too strong, and there are too many mating ideas, and my pawns are just not quite in time in a lot of lines, and it was a bit disappointing, but I'm happy to have saved the draw in the end.
It's incredible, that fine line between the draw and the loss. You seem to have been dancing on that line, jumping back and forth over that line throughout this tournament.
Sure, well, I've also lost 3 games as well. So, I mean, clearly my play has not been very clean, but at least I'm trying to fight in every game, in every situation, and that's what I always try to do, no matter what.
Lessons learned. I always like to get my students, you're not my student, obviously, you can be my teacher, but lessons learned from this experience as you're playing so far, 10 rounds, still 1 to go?
Well, the key for me is that obviously I have to work on every single one of my area. My black openings have, been suffering. My knowledge of the lines, which are quite sharp, hasn't really been up to par, considering how well prepared the players are. I really should have done a better job with that. With black or white, especially the sharp lines, my sense of danger, like I said before, yesterday, has kind of let me down. But at least compared to last time, I started quite badly in 2010, when I was actually one of the top seeds in the tournament. I had high expectations, but then I started badly, and then I just completely collapsed. At least I'm happy that here I keep fighting. I still try to do the best I can every game, no matter what. So at least in that regard, I feel like it's an improvement for me. I mean, obviously, it's still not a great result, but, even that I have to be thankful for, because, the way I look at the tournament, I could have easily been at last place right now if I hadn't had some fortune. So, it is what it is. Obviously, I have a lot to work on if I wanna, even get a chance to play next year. Put it that way.
Well, we look forward to seeing you every time in this interview chair, which means you have to play next year.
Well,
if we're going to get that.
I'll try to get in first, obviously.
All right,
even
well,
that's not
you got
easy.
one game to play.
Yep.
Get your rest.
Thank you.
Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Alex. What's our pending games, by the way? I know it's Anna's game is going on.
That's the only
That's
game
it.
still going.
This is it. Somehow
right,
we can
and-
always count on Anna to be the last player in the tournament hall, except when she's blundering her
unfortunately,
queens.
Very unfortunate there.
And we
earlier, Jennifer had a big edge.
I think she still does. We've just seen this rook takes e5, and Jennifer, if I've got this right, has just spanked down the move bishop c6, attacking the queen on d7, but also uncovering an attack against the rook on e5, and it looks like Anna is just losing material here. I don't see the move for her. And what move did she play? I saw that Anna did make a move.
That's right, actually. Anna just played the move rook to e3.
Rook e3.
Is that...
What does that do? Rook takes e3? What am I missing, Jen? I seem to be blinded.
Yeah, it looks like White's going to win this game. And and Jennifer has made a move.
Wow.
She took on e3.
She just took on e3.
That's it.
We saw just taking on e3 in a game earlier in this tournament. Remember Jean Verskansky? So sometimes it's that simple. And
it looks like Anna must have hallucinated something, because that's just the game.
And we've got the clear leader in the Women's Championship with a clear shot to win her first title with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, we are with the woman of the hour, Tatev Abrahamian. A tough game today, Tatev. It looks like she was testing you right out of the opening.
I don't know why I'm getting bad positions every day. Like past 3 days, past 3 games, I had bad position all the time, and I have to survive or had my opponents to do something. So it's not fun to play like this. I mean, I can't complain. I'm still leading, but it's just the quality of my games has really dropped.
You managed to come back in the game, though. When did you get the feeling that you were not in any more danger?
Once I traded the dark square bishops, because at some point, I don't know, I wasn't thinking clear, and then at some point I realized I'm playing against an isolated pawn, so I just need to trade minors. And then once the bishop is gone, the pawn is kind of weak, because she pushes all the way to d3, knight d2, just block pawn. In the endgame, my king will come and take it. So once the bishops came off, I felt, at least I'm not going to lose.
These kids are giving you all you can handle, but so far you're handling it. You have another one to play tomorrow. What are your thoughts going into the last game? You'll have the black pieces, yes?
Yes.
What will you be doing for tomorrow? All out for the win?
I think I'm half a point ahead.
You're half a point ahead right now. A win guarantees you the title.
And I just want to play a good game. I don't want another game like this today. So if I play a decent game, then I think my result will be good, because I think I'm stronger than her. So as long as I make the good moves, I don't play like this today, I don't give her a lot of chances, I think I'll be good.
You don't feel maybe a draw would not work for you? A draw might tie only in the end.
I don't want to put this kind of pressure on myself. It's always bad when you go into the game with a result in your mind. That's when things go wrong.
Good way to think about it. We're just seeing the current standings there. It is history being made all over the tournament hall. We will see a new champion. These ladies have, that is the two former champs, Anna Zatonski and Irina Krush, have won the last 8 championships at least, maybe the last 10 actually, the last 10 championships so far. What are your thoughts about that? You certainly want to win, but we don't know what might happen, but we at least know that these two will not win. What has been your perspective as they have dominated the tournament over the last 10 years?
Well, I mean, they're strong players. I don't know. To me, it's not surprising. They're definitely the stronger players. It's just this tournament, both of them happen not to play very well. But I've also seen them not play very well and then still win. But I think this time, tournament is more even. I mean, they're still stronger than the rest of us, but I think now they get in bad positions. They can get away with it as much as they can. And I think... okay, in comparison, I think Naz and I have been playing more solid chess, so I think if one of us wins, that'd be fitting with how the tournament has been going.
Do you think the trend is turning, that the youngsters are coming up, this tournament's just going to keep getting tougher and tougher?
I hope so, because it's more interesting this way.
Speaking of Interesting. You have a T-shirt there with a date. Tell us why you wore that T-shirt.
Yes, because today is the day we commemorate the Armenian genocide, which happened in 1915 and still unrecognized by Turkey, and it was committed by the Ottoman Empire. So it's been 101 years. And April 24, the reason we commemorate on April 24 is because it's the day that all the Armenian leaders, thinkers were killed, leaving the rest of the population without leaders and just vulnerable. And just a very sad day for my country's history and human history, because it is a violation of human rights. So I think it's a violation of all human rights.
Understood. Well, standing here with the opportunity to win the tournament, we are happy to see you in this position, and we wish you the best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Tatev Abrahamian, it's her destiny in her hands. We'll see how she handles it tomorrow in the final round of the championship.
Indeed.
That's right. And meanwhile, Jennifer Yu just up a whole rook against Anna Zatanski.
Right. So two of our most formidable women's champions going down in the final penultimate round here in the 2016 U.S. Championships. Who would have guessed that one?
Yeah, it's...
Gosh, Maurice is going to owe us big time, isn't he?
And I like what Tatev said about how it's more exciting this way, how she likes it this way, and I completely agree.
Of course,
I
competition
think that
is great.
Around a few years ago when Tatev wasn't as strong and Nazi wasn't playing and the youngsters weren't as good, the round robin almost seemed unsuitable for the women's championship.
Yeah,
because
it's
it was
like
really
they should have just had a match.
Exactly. A lot of people used to say that because
Right.
it was just like, who's going to win the most against the rest of the field?
Exactly.
It's unlikely to. And Tatev did disprove that a couple of times where she did quite well, but I think that now that's completely untrue, and it's really great to see. And you also saw an even greater differential by like the lower players in the field and Irina and Anna. With only 10 players. We were actually able to expand the field so that it was exactly the same as the championship, which was really nice because you used to have this awkward thing where the women would play 2 games less
And
than
have free
the
days
championship.
and be enjoying themselves. The
Well,
guys were
that's
all
good.
jealous.
That's
Yeah.
good, but for the kind of
Equitability.
it just makes more sense
Agreed. But,
this way.
But we needed stronger players to
make-
expand.
Exactly, and we've gotten it. So here we have Jennifer Yu trying to finish off Anna Zatanski, who not only is down a rook, but also only has 1 minute left on her clock.
Wow, we're seeing some of the ladies play on in what is completely hopeless positions. I guess
Yeah.
Anna is simply punishing herself by playing on a whole rook down. Really surprising.
Well, this is a huge round for the future of the history and the future of women's chess in America, and also the potential for some of these young ladies to become among the best players overall in their age group, not just for girls, because we see Jennifer Yu and Carissa Yip, just 12 and 14 respectively, defeat 2 very strong players who, I mean, Anna not a grandmaster, but certainly capable of playing at the grandmaster level, as we saw in that year that she got 8.5 out of 9, and Grandmaster Irina crushed the best female player in U.S. history. So it really a round that we might come back to later and think that this was a precursor of a big boom in women's chess.
It's not over yet, by the way. It's not over yet.
guard.
I know it's a rook. It's clearly busted. But she only has 1 minute and 47 seconds on her
F6. She just
clock.
played F6. That's a bone cruncher.
Well, there's some moves in F6. F6 is definitely a killing blow.
Rook
Takes. And the killer move after all these trades, king takes, is the move Queen 8-7, believe it or not, is the best move.
Oh, wait, we can't just.
And you would think there'd be some simple move. Let's say I brought the rook back
or
to E2.
if you played like Queen F5, is that not?
Oh, Queen F.
Yeah,
you mean Queen F5 here? No,
Yeah.
that would certainly do it as well. This D3 pawn not going anywhere. Yeah, that looks like a great simplifier. Agreed. That one should win it pretty directly, even though the B pawn is the key. But why not go for it? This looks definitely winning. Yes.
And she'll probably play that based on how she played yesterday against Irina. Unfortunately, that simplification did not work out well for her.
No.
But with little time on the clock, that does seem like her style. Just like simplify it and win without having to worry about those like pesky queen checks.
Yes.
But maybe not. Maybe she'll just go for the mating variation. We'll see. We saw the hyper accuracy of Carissa earlier, which was like so fun.
Yeah,
No,
that
she's
rook
definitely-
G5 was very, very beautiful move indeed, wasn't it?
Yes, it was gorgeous. And she does look very nervous, but, you know, that's understandable. She's hovering over a queen. I'm pretty sure she's just going to play queen f5. Especially the lower, it's kind of like a draw off. Like the lower she gets on the clock, the more likely she is to play a move that is greatly simplifying.
She's hesitating, though. I mean, the best move is actually queen h7, but why allow any checks? Queen f5 is the most human move, and I would agree with that. And she did not play
She
it.
played neither of those moves, actually. She played the move queen e2, which I'm sure is sufficient as well.
No, she played king to e2.
Oh, I'm sorry. I saw something come to e2. You're right.
That's a strange move. King to e2 allows king back to g7, and she doesn't get anything, the simplification she wanted. That's a very strange move.
That is weird. You wonder.
I think she probably thought she's going to get it anyway, so why not play that move? And on the next move, play queen to f5.
But you're right, Maurice. King g7 quickly played Mayana, and now I'm sure Jennifer will have witched that. She didn't have to calculate those checks, but...
No, she could play the queen f5 move right now, would be really strong, and there's no check
Still.
for her to worry about. But is she going for it? Doesn't look like she's about to place it there, you know? The second's ticking down. She has only 123. She's below on the clock. There's no reason for her to do this and make a challenge for herself. Queen f5 is just a straightforward, strong, pretty much crushing move. She would actually force black to play d3, and she's not playing it. She's played bishop to c6.
Okay.
Clearly she's still
she's
winning.
just protecting all of her pieces, so it's kind of like another method to make it easy. It doesn't even really matter if she gets checked if every single one of her pieces is protected, right?
Putting everything on light squares. There's not much for Anna to do. She just dropped her queen back to d6.
I'm horrified. What's going on here? You're a rook up. Why is she even nervous? You're a whole rook up.
She's nervous because it's the U.S. Championship, right? Yasser, she's nervous because you're watching the game.
Now king d1, staying away from checks. She's playing like she's the one in trouble.
Yeah, what's going on?
She's just staying away from all perpetual check chances, giving her opponent no chance to check. I think now she's consolidated the position pretty much, and at least according to what she needed for consolidation. But weird, you're a whole rook up and playing like this, giving Anna any chances. Yasser's going nuts.
So come on, this is almost on the point of embarrassment. I mean, it's like she's seizing the defensive, a rook ahead. I mean, come on, guys, this is horrible.
You know what? You and of course we all are a little higher rated than she is.
Sure.
And we're pretty confident against this kind of player. She's
strong.
being very, very careful. If in the end she wins the game, nobody will say anything as long as she wins. So, well, we will say something. You're up a rook. Why did you hesitate?
Right.
But she's been in the battle. She's trying to assure herself, and she's still well within the range of winning.
I think this is like starstruck. I think Anna Zatansky, the legendary player, Jennifer Yu, is, you know, starstruck, essentially. And that's why she's playing so ultra cautiously a rook to the good.
Now, are you talking about her moves, Yasser, or the fact that she's so tentative and slow in making them? What is it
Everything.
Both.
Yeah, definitely both. I mean, you're a rook up, you know. Come on, just trade pieces off, win, claim the game.
And the most active move, queen f4. Let's see what she does now.
Don't play queen f5. Please don't. Play.
Stop, Yasser.
Play rook d4.
Rook's coming back.
E4, rook e4, resign.
No. Resign.
Resign.
Yeah.
I guarantee
Queen
you.
takes d4 is next.
That should get it done. I don't know if she's going to resign, but queen d4.
Yeah, you might be right.
Queen d4 check does seem strong.
And the bishop's hanging on b4, Maurice.
Yeah, okay. So she did it. She consolidated everything. And there it is. She's forced resignation.
Okay.
Tremendous result for this youngster. Amazing round, guys. Amazing.
Double victory for the youngest players in the tournament. Or, well, not Akshita, sorry. But
extraordinary.
Yeah,
Take us through the results, because we've been treated to so many decisive games. How many decisive games in the women's battles today?
Well, in the women's battle, we had 5 decisive games and just 1 draw. That was the draw between Nemtsova and Foyger, which, as we saw, had plenty of drama in it as well. And here we've got the updated standings for the women's championship. You see, we've got 2 players who can win the championship. We've got Tatev Abrahami on a half a point ahead of the field, controls her own destiny, playing the young Shrita Swaran tomorrow. And the only other player who can win, Nazi Pikidze, she's got 7.5 points. She plays Crush with Black. And unfortunately, a little bit for Nazi, she was saying that she assumed Crush would get something today and would be in a must-win situation.
Exactly.
In fact, Irena's not in a must-win situation, but knowing Irina, she's still going to play for a win with White, try to recover this tournament for herself.
And points and her professionalism.
And money. I mean,
and money.
There's still differences in all of that, but it's not as crucial and high stakes as it would have been if Irina put some points on the board today.
So essentially, our 2 leaders have secured first and second. They've got that those positions sewn up with their wonderful scores.
I studied that math long ago. They can't be caught. And meanwhile, in the championship, we've got a tighter situation with a lot of different players who could win the championship and a lot of potential playoffs looming. We've got Caruana with a clear shot to win first in his game against the young Akshat Chandra, who's not having a good tournament. Will he do it? Meanwhile, Nakamura and Wesley So are right behind. They're going to try to win just in case Fabi doesn't make it happen tomorrow. Robson is involved in this as well, and he gets to play Nakamura, so controlling his own destiny for more than a chance at first. I mean, I guess there is a mathematical chance, of course, if Fabiano actually loses to Chandra, Robson could win and actually tie for first. I think what Robson's really playing for tomorrow is that chance to get into the big quad with Garry Kasparov. I mean, that is not only an honor and an experience, but also another moneymaker with a 50K in prizes, including the 20K first prize.
Sure.
So, big day here at the U.S. Championship. We're looking forward to tomorrow.
Exactly. And we have a special guest with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, we're with 4-time U.S. Women's Champion Anna Zatonsky. Anna, these young players, they're really showing something, and today was a very tough day at the office.
I think I had a good position, yes, and in the end my opponent played really good, I think. And I think I missed some chances in time pressure. I could play a 5, right? Or
we were interviewing and not
yes, and
very
I think it's all my fault that I lost this game and I had good position. I got probably slightly better from the opening. At least I like my position, and just then I misplayed something and played very slowly.
What are your thoughts about her play? She had Irina on the ropes yesterday and let her off the hook with a draw, managing to win today, showing some potential for the future.
Yes, probably. And did she win yesterday? Or
no, she only drew against Irina.
No, I think it's I don't know. Even losing game, I think it's just I missed so many things in this game. So yeah, but by the end, she just played better than me.
Are you surprised neither one of you has a chance to fight for the title tomorrow? That is you and Irina. You have dominated this tournament, the two of you, for the last 10 years.
But sooner or later it must be happen, because if you think chess still a sport and the young generation are coming and will play better and will compete. And it's a pity that we're two the oldest players and we are not fighting for first prize anymore.
Well, we appreciate the fact that you always come down to be interviewed, win, draw, or lose. Sign of a great champion. Thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Wow, what an event. We couldn't have asked for more drama going in Manic Monday, did you say? Championship round tomorrow. Still, lots of things could happen in the championship as well as in the women's.
So if we stop the tournament now, we would be in a quad for the chance to play with Kasparov, with So, Nakamura, and Caruana. As I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, who would have thought it?
Me.
Of course, those are the three favorites. But Ray Robson also with a very good chance, since he does not a very good chance. A good chance.
Yeah,
he is the underdog in the game, but he's got the white pieces.
Right, and he'll be up against reigning champion Hikaru Nakamura, who's still in the mix. Hikaru will be hoping that the U.S. Junior champion plays the game of his life.
And if you take a look at this standings here, you'll see that Ray Robson doesn't have a whole lot to lose. Worst case scenario, if he loses, Alex Onasuk has to win, and then he'll be tied for 4th or 5th or something, right? Whereas if he wins, there's a lot of potential there. Getting into the quad, extra prize money. So he's really in let's mix it up type situation.
Risk reward really favors him going for it.
Now, his story was made today in the Women's Championship. A 12-year-old and a 14-year-old beat the two women who have traded titles for the last decade.
Right.
Is that a symbol? But is it a coincidence? I don't know, but we do have one of the stars of the day, Jennifer Yu, with Maurice Ashley.
Well, a fairy tale round, absolutely. When you have two players, if you added up their ages, they still wouldn't equal the younger of the players that they defeated. Absolutely incredible. Jennifer, yesterday you weren't able to put away Irina Krush, but today you managed to put away another great champion. How does that feel?
I mean, it feels good. I just play like a normal game. I thought I wasn't like, I wasn't trying to play anything special because I was playing a really good opponent. I was just playing how I would usually play.
Did you get any lessons from yesterday, or did you take any lessons from not being able to finish off that game?
Well, yeah, kind of. I did get an easier win here because she just blundered a rook. Otherwise, it would have been a lot harder to finish this game.
And so, what was your feeling when you saw the rook suddenly like in your hands?
Well, at first I forgot. I was like, why am I down by my pawn? And I realized I had an extra rook. And then so, I mean, I just tried to play the most reasonably and not give her like a chance to get a draw.
Were you surprised at the fact that Carissa won her game and now you won your game? Both of you winning in the same round against two great champions.
I don't know. Like, yeah, maybe.
You don't feel the history of the moment like we do. We're like jumping up and down, and you're like, just play the game. Well, maybe when you leave here, you'll find out how much noise is made about this game. You have one more round to go. How are you feeling going into the last game?
Well, I'm feeling good, but I mean, I played Akshita, and I already played her like 6 or 7 times, so many times. So I just want to play a good game.
Well, thanks so much for joining us, and congratulations once again on your victory.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys, the kids, they just don't know the history. It's like, I just played.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, Jennifer. Really, it's always nice to defeat national champions, and I'm kind of stunned, quite frankly. I thought the veterans were going to acquit themselves a little better, and I'm shocked by the outcome of these two games.
And we've got our final thoughts on this action-packed penultimate game from Grandmaster Maurice Ashley.
Well, we knew it was going to be a spectacular round. The players were going to be fighting to the death, everyone trying to put themselves in the best position possible going into the last round. And we got it, but we didn't expect the surprises we had today. Certainly Nakamura surging back, that is something to expect. So the Open Championship still wide open, although Caruana has his destiny in his own hands. But to see a 12-year-old and a 14-year-old defeat two former champions, wow, you do not see that every day, signaling a turn of the tide perhaps in the ladies' championship. Youngsters, they're definitely showing it, and we get to watch the last round. A new champion will be crowned on the ladies' side. That's certainly quite exciting. You don't want to miss that. I'm happy to be coming back tomorrow to see history once again being made.
That's right. You better keep your plans open for us tomorrow, because it is the final round of the 2016 U.S. Championship and U.S. Women's Championship. And hey, if Fabiano and Tatev do work tomorrow, we're not going to see playoffs.
That's right.
So be sure to tune in tomorrow at 12:50 Central Standard Time. That's a 150 over on the East Coast, or come visit us in person. And thank you so much for everybody for watching us. I'm Jennifer Shahade signing off with Yasser, Seirawan, and Maurice Ashley here in the capital of chess in America at the St. Louis Chess Club.
Good night.